I take the Earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Lin Xu's identity exposed. Come to think of it, you know so much about humans, and even have the technology that humans have passed on to you, but your civilization has never seen humans. Lin Xu asked in confusion. We have seen humans, of course we have. The receptionist who was telling Lin Xu about it suddenly became a little anxious. It was like being exposed when bragging. Really? But you just said it was said. Lin Xu said with a smile. I know this information from historical records, it must be said. 10,000 years ago, our civilization was already a civilization that had close exchanges with humans. The receptionist said hurriedly. And it was not just one receptionist, but the receptionists from various ethnic civilizations on the War Star all spoke in unison. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Lin Xu saw them so unanimous in their opinions on one thing. Is that so? Then do you have any film and television materials from 10,000 years ago? I want to see what humans really look like. Lin Xu made a request. I'm sorry, the film and television materials about exchanges with humans are also top secret in our various civilizations. We can only report it to the higher-ups. As for whether we can get the film and television materials, it depends on the opinions of the Alliance leaders. The receptionist replied. Lin Xu nodded and did not delve into the issue further, but he knew that he would definitely not be able to see any film and television materials. These guys could not even recognize that they were human beings, and could not even recognize that they were self-disciplined mechanical aggregates. How could they have film and television materials that communicated with humans? I just don't know how much of the information they just said about the cleaners is true or false. While Lin Xu was visiting the War Star accompanied by the reception staff, the top leaders of the Rebel Alliance continued to discuss the civilization represented by Lin Xu. Of course, the most important thing is to discuss how to cooperate with the civilization represented by Lin Xu. Finally, after Lin Xu had been playing around for several days without caring, the top leaders of the Rebel Alliance were the first to get restless. After all, they were in a weak position. If they kept delaying like this, when the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy became impatient, the Rebel Alliance would definitely suffer the loss. Lin Xu didn't mind playing for a few more days. After all, this kind of experience of having someone to accompany and explain, and having someone to guide the whole journey was still good. Especially Nanzhu, who was almost going crazy. The things he bought every day were all on the accompanying staff. Although every second day, the things he bought the day before were stuffed into Nanzhu's personal space and disappeared, which made the accompanying staff very confused about where the things went. In the end, they could only attribute it to a certain location of technology. So one day, when Lin Xu and his friends were about to continue their day's tour, several reception staff took Lin Xu and his friends to a very secret place inside the War Star. The windows of the car were not opened along the way. Although Lin Xu and his friends clearly remembered the driving route through the nanorbits, they pretended not to know and just asked curiously where they were going. Mr. Lin Xu, representatives of various civilizations of the Alliance Joint Conference are going to talk to you about cooperation today. Cooperation? Good, it's time to talk about it. Lin Xu did not comment. Just like that, soon the car window could see the scenery outside again, but they had arrived in front of a very grand building. There was sunlight in the sky, but it was obviously simulated sunlight. After getting off the car, looking around, there was a prosperous city, but the nanorbit told Lin Xu that it was just the images projected by several huge display screens. It was only to create a relaxing environment for the many representatives of the joint meeting that the city scenes were projected around. I believe that if necessary, these projected scenes will also be replaced with mountains, snowfields, seas, etc. Lin Xu, greeted by the welcoming staff, took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao all the way into the building of the joint meeting. Soon in the conference room, they saw more than a dozen representatives representing various civilized races on the War Star standing to greet several people. These representatives welcomed the arrival of Lin Xu and his group with their own etiquette. These days, they also knew that Lin Xu and his group were mainly led by Lin Xu. Although it was a bit regrettable that they waited for several days, they did not wait for the arrival of the bigger figures they imagined. But there was no way, the situation was stronger than people, Who made them the weaker party, so they could only talk to Lin Xu? Mr. Lin Xu, if we reach some agreements after today's conversation, can you represent your civilization and ensure that the agreements are implemented? After inviting Lin Xu to sit down, a red-skinned intelligent life with 4 or 5 layers similar to humans asked first. Of course. Lin Xu nodded. That's good, please forgive me for being presumptuous. The man nodded with satisfaction. So the talks officially began. Mr. Lin Xu, we hope to reach a cooperation with your civilization and fight against the cleansers together. Another intelligent life with an abnormally swollen head and no hair said. I don't know if his lack of hair is a racial feature or a personal feature. Just like the Mediterranean among humans, if aliens have only seen humans in the Mediterranean, will they think that all humans are Mediterranean? Fight against the cleansers together? Do you have the ability to fight against the cleansers? It won't be us who are responsible for fighting, and you are responsible for waving the flag and shouting. And we are just outsiders, and we are just passing by when we come to this river system. Since this river system is not suitable for survival, we can just move to the next river system. There is no need to fight the cleansers here. Lin Xu smiled and said bluntly. Mr. Lin Xu, you are right. Your civilization has the ability to sail across the river system. It is very easy for you to leave this river system directly. But don't you want the technology of the cleansers? The technology inherited from humans. Someone tempted. We also have those technologies. Lin Xu remained unmoved. Really? I'm afraid you don't understand humans yet. Humans have high-dimensional technology. Aren't you interested? The other party said confidently. In this universe, no civilization can resist the temptation of high-dimensional technology. They believe that the civilization in front of them can't either. Lin Xu's expression moved, and the other party obviously caught this point, and immediately cheered up and continued to pursue the victory. You should have heard from our receptionist that humans have high-dimensional technology. I can tell you clearly that the cleaners were not given high-dimensional technology by the humans who created them. This is what we are most grateful for, otherwise we would not have survived until today. But the base camps of the cleaners have bases left by humans. We can tell you clearly that there is human high-dimensional technology there, if your civilization can get it. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, as if he was persuaded. Are you sure that the base camp of the cleaners has high-dimensional technology? If not, we naturally dare not lie to you about this, otherwise even if we break through the base camp of the cleaners, we will still have to face the wrath of your civilization. For us, it is probably better to continue to face the cleaners. After all, the cleaners have been rigidly executing the program, and we still have a chance to survive in the cracks. Moreover, we are not just waving flags and shouting as you said. We still have enough intelligence, which is the result of our efforts to collect for countless years, including the action patterns of the cleaners and the possible location of the cleaners' base camp. Do you know the location of the cleaners' base camp? Lin Xu was really surprised this time. I didn't expect that these guys would really do something. The representatives of each race looked at each other, nodded, and then stood up collectively. Mr. Lin Xu, we would like to invite you to a special place next. We found your civilization there. I would like to invite you to see it with your own eyes. This is also our sincerity. Just like that, Lin Xu and his companions, led by representatives of various civilizations, took a special internal vehicle. About 10 minutes later, the car crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived at another building inside the War Star. This is one of the core departments on the War Star, the Cleaner Countermeasures Research Room. Today, in the Countermeasures Research Room, it seemed that they had known that there would be a big shot coming to visit, and various decorations were made in advance. There were even a group of staff standing on both sides to welcome the visit of Lin Xu and his party. When Lin Xu looked at the Countermeasures Research Room, which monitored the scenes of the cleaners cleaning various civilizations in various galaxies, the first thing that came to his mind was, how many of these civilizations being purged are like the last one, who clearly abided by the agreement and did not develop curvature navigation technology, but was tempted by the Rebel Alliance to trade the curvature engine, leading to the purging. Here, Lin Xu was visiting the various equipment in the Countermeasures Research Room. At the same time, the representatives of each civilization introduced the functions of the various instruments in the Countermeasures Research Room to Lin Xu. It was quite a bit of a show-off. After all, The civilization represented by Lin Xu has the strength and technology that is no less than that of the purgers, and the race that possesses this technology is now curious about the technology of their own civilization, which naturally gives the representatives a sense of satisfaction. As Lin Xu's visit gradually deepened, the representatives were also constantly advocating that the intelligence they had would definitely provide great help to Lin Xu's civilization in fighting against the purgers, so they hoped that after Lin Xu's civilization obtained human technology in the future, it would be able to share some soup with the Rebel Alliance. Lin Xu just nodded without comment. Not far away, a figure like an adjutant hurried over and brought a very important news. It was said that there was an urgent communication from another war star, and all civilization representatives needed to be present to connect. Mr. Lin Xu, I'm very sorry, we have something urgent here. Why don't you take a look here first and let the supervisor introduce it to you? Although the representatives were a little reluctant, since it was an urgent message, all civilization representatives had to be present, so everyone could only answer this communication that spanned thousands of light years. Another war star? Do you have other war stars? Lin Xu asked curiously. Yes, our Rebel Alliance is not just a war star, but a Rebel Alliance composed of countless civilizations on several war stars. A representative said proudly. Then you go, I'll just visit it myself. Lin Xu nodded. So everyone left, leaving only Lin Xu and a few others here to continue listening to the staff's introduction. On the other side, a dozen civilization representatives returned all the way to the joint meeting. Confused, they connected the communication they had been waiting for a long time. Soon, a dozen figures appeared on the holographic projection on the opposite side, and they were the representatives of the civilization on another war star. We have already seen the video footage you sent us before, which is suspected to be of an extragalactic civilization annihilating the cleansing fleet. The other party said with a serious expression. Because the communication spanned thousands of light years, even with a relay station relaying the signal, there was still a serious delay. The delay was as long as more than 10 minutes. So the other party did not wait for the answer from this side, and continued to speak. Because if they waited for the answer from this side, it would probably take half an hour to say a word back and forth. What happened? The representatives on this side asked puzzledly. Of course, their questions would have to wait for more than 10 minutes before the other side could receive them. But the other side had already continued to talk on its own. You have invited the other party to come to the war planet, right? Don't invite the other party, don't reveal the coordinates, don't. But they are already here. The representatives on this side were astonished, but it was a pity that the other side had to wait for more than 10 minutes to see their astonishment. Of course, from the solemn figure of the other side, the representatives on this side had already noticed that something was wrong. It's human, they're human. The small objects that can be freely combined into warships are the legendary autonomous mechanical aggregates. We didn't recognize them at first. It was a small tribe on the war planet. Their ancestors were once members of the maintainers. There are also some paper books about humans circulating among them. Only then did they recognize the autonomous mechanical aggregates, so humans have returned. Run away quickly, don't let humans catch you. The tone of the other side became more and more urgent. The representatives here were already stunned. Human? That guy named Lin Xu is actually a human? Let us run away quickly? But we have welcomed him to the war planet and even entertained him for several days. It's a pity that because of the delay of more than 10 minutes, the other side still doesn't know that the representatives here have a look of death. What should we do? More than a dozen representatives looked at each other. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. No one could speak for a moment. Let's run, let's run. It's not too late to run now. You coward, are you going to abandon the war star and run for your life alone? What else can we do? Do you think humans will let us go after what we did back then? That was what our ancestors did, what does it have to do with us? Well, this representative was the essence of a small life. Go tell this to humans and see if they believe you. Suddenly, the representative stopped talking. No, calm down, something is wrong. A representative thought of something and interrupted the mess. No? It's already confirmed that it was humans, what else is wrong? What I mean is that humans, or these returning humans, don't they know what happened 10,000 years ago? Suddenly, all the representatives were enlightened. Yes, they definitely don't know, so they pretended to be an unknown civilization and wanted to get information from us. A representative's eyes lit up. It's useless. Even if they don't know now, they will know sooner or later. You don't really think that you can hide it from humans forever, do you? The things that happened 10,000 years ago must be recorded among the cleansers. Once they connect with the cleansers, they will know immediately. We can't escape. Then what should we do? I don't want to just wait to die like this. Otherwise, let's just go all out and kill him. Someone said with cold eyes. Kill him? You're crazy, he's a human. So what if he's a human? There are only a few of them. We just need to kill them and then flee to the outer galaxy. When the large army behind him gets the news, they can only track us to the war star at most. They definitely don't know that we have fled privately. Flee privately? You actually want to betray your own race and civilization. I don't want to die. Do you want to die? Humans are back. They are not like the cleansers. They can only execute orders mechanically. In this case, the war star will definitely be lost. So is it wrong to preserve the bloodline of the tribe as much as possible? For so many years, we have been unwilling to go into exile in the outer galaxy, but it is nothing more than that we cannot safely take the entire war star away. But now, it is time to give up the war star. Maybe this is also an opportunity to completely leave this galaxy and go to the outer galaxy to start a new life. From now on, we don't have to live under the shadow of the cleansers anymore. Isn't that good? Representatives of more than a dozen civilizations looked at each other and looked at each other. Finally, someone made up his mind and made a decision. Okay, then kill that human, and then organize as many people as possible, abandon the war star, and go into exile in the outer galaxy. The dozen representatives are the helmsmen of various civilizations. They made a decision, which also determined the fate of the war star. Although reluctant, this is the only one left, and it is not a solution. By the time they made a decision, more than 10 minutes had passed. The war star on the opposite side had also received a signal from this side and knew that they had taken humans to the war star. You idiots, you are really going to kill me. What should I do? What should I do? Will humans find our war star according to the coordinates recorded on your war star? Quick, cut off the communication, and don't let humans find us. Yes, update the destination of the war star, hide quickly, and don't let humans find us. The war star on the opposite side has turned off the communication in a hurry. And the dozen or so representatives of civilizations here have no intention of paying attention to them. Next, it's time to fly away when the disaster comes. Who cares about your war star that is thousands of light years away? Maybe I can sell your coordinates and lure humans to hunt you first, which can buy us some time to exile to the extragalactic galaxy. However, before that, the human who is still in the countermeasures research room must be killed first. Only by killing him can we delay the time for humans to know that they have been exposed as much as possible. They will have time to escape. What should we do? Who will do it? Of course we will do it together. At this time, do you think you can still hide? Okay, then we will do it together. Many representatives of civilizations still have a psychological burden on the matter of taking action against humans. But since this is the only way left, we can only do it this way. Who would have thought that just half an hour ago, they were still fantasizing that they could use the power of extragalactic civilization to eliminate the cleansers and even obtain the technology left by humans? Who knew that things would take a sharp turn for the worse just half an hour later? There was no advanced extragalactic civilization, but humans who had returned and were about to settle everything. At this time, Lin Xu, who was in the countermeasures research room, was still unaware of this. Although the nanorbits were scattered all over the war planet, he had no intention of monitoring every blade of grass and tree on the entire war planet. He was still collecting intelligence about the cleaners. For example, copying information in the database or something. Unfortunately, there was not much information in the database related to the cleaners, and they were all known intelligence. It was also unknown where these civilizations on the war planet hid the information related to the cleaners. While Lin Xu was visiting the countermeasures research room, the supervisor who is responsible for receiving Lin Xu received the latest news. The representatives of the civilizations had ended the important communication and invited Lin Xu to visit the next place for a visit. Lin Xu didn't think much about it, and took the bouncing Nanzhu, the steady Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu, and the curious Lu Yao. Several people boarded a car waiting for them, and accompanied by the reception staff, they went to the next destination, just like the previous days. However, the car had just driven halfway when it suddenly exploded with a bang. A huge fireball rose up and spread in a pipe to the surroundings. Even the main road connecting the interior of the War Star was blown into ruins. You should know that the main road in the War Star connects to various places inside the War Star, and the walls on all four sides are under the huge pressure of the War Star at the same time. Naturally, it is very solid and can even withstand the close-range bombing of a nuclear explosion. But now it was completely destroyed by this explosion. It can be seen that for this assassination, the dozen or so civilization representatives used all their strength from the beginning. At this time, through the monitoring, watching the car that Lin Xu was riding, accompanied by a huge explosion, it was directly raised into a gas state in an instant. The representatives of more than a dozen civilizations all showed a smile of information. Unfortunately, their expressions froze the next moment. Because after the smoke cleared, the figures of Lin Xu and his companions were intact in the ruined main road of the War Star. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 152 Earth Leap. Time went forward 10 minutes. Lin Xu got on the car, and before the car started, he noticed something wrong. It felt like there was some malice surrounding him. It was a warning from the high-dimensional consciousness, reminding him that danger was approaching. So Lin Xu subconsciously turned on the high-dimensional perspective, intending to check the direction where the danger might come from. Who knew that under the high-dimensional perspective, he saw nothing. He did not see the cleaner fleet attack, nor did he see a sudden explosion of a star nearby, nor did he see a black hole suddenly appear on the road in front of the War Star. This made Lin Xu a little strange. Where did the danger come from? At the same time, after turning on the high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu suddenly felt that the danger seemed to have disappeared. This made Lin Xu puzzled. He clearly felt that there was danger just now. Why did the feeling of danger disappear after turning on the high-dimensional perspective? It was still Miss Qiu who was beside him, who reminded Lin Xu directly through the nanorobbit. Lord Lin Xu, a nuclear bomb has been placed on our car. Nuclear bomb? Where did it come from? Could it be that the enemy forces of the Rebel Alliance want to kill us? Nanzhu, who also received the information transmitted by Miss Qiu through the nanorobbit, was puzzled. Indeed, normally, this kind of thing would only be done by the enemies of the Rebel Alliance, to sow discord and cause the Rebel Alliance to break with the extragalactic civilization. But where did the enemies of the Rebel Alliance come from? It can't be the cleansers. Nanzhu was puzzled again. Could it be that the Rebel Alliance wants to kill us? Do you remember that they were just called away urgently? Lu Yao reminded. Did something happen? Beijing, can you find out the content of their communication just now? Nanzhu asked. Leave it to me. Beijing replied. Lin Xu suddenly realized why he could sense malice and danger, but after opening the high-dimensional perspective, this sense of danger disappeared. Because for himself in the high-dimensional state, it was just a small matter like a nuclear bomb installed on the car, which could not be regarded as dangerous at all, so the sense of danger naturally disappeared. Even for Lin Xu, who had not yet activated his high-dimensional state, the nuclear bomb was not a danger to him. This was also the reason why he felt more malice before he activated his high-dimensional perspective. Danger was just an accessory to malice. And this malice obviously came from this war planet, or in other words, the dozen or so civilization representatives just now. Sure enough, Beijing quickly used nanorobots to find the conference room of the civilization representatives and obtained the call record between the civilization representatives and another war planet. The record had just been recorded and had not yet been collected in the secret database according to the procedure, so it was easily found. You found out that Lord Lin Xu is a human, so you want to kill us? Why? Nanzhu was puzzled. Didn't you see them say that it was something they did 10,000 years ago? No, it was something their ancestors did. Lu Yao reminded. They mentioned the maintainer. Miss Qiu also reminded. Indeed, what is this maintainer? It looks a bit like the name of the cleanser. Is there any relationship between them? Nanzhu guessed. No need to guess, just ask them directly. Since they have already started, it is not their turn to decide how things will develop next. Lin Xu said in his mind. Then the next moment, the car exploded. The huge mushroom cloud completely collapsed the main road inside the war planet. But the few people in the car were not affected at all. Even since the discovery of the nuclear bomb, they have not made any escape or other actions. Just waiting for the nuclear bomb to explode, and then the repulsion field defense supported by Miss Qiu completely blocked the power of the nuclear bomb. The other few people also flashed the light of the repulsion field defense, but before they could hold it up, they were preempted by Miss Qiu. Why are you always so fast? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. You should exercise more, Miss Qiu said lightly. The mushroom cloud rising from the nuclear bomb slowly dissipated. Several people floated in the air, in the ruins of the explosion center. In the conference room, the representatives of civilizations who were ready to open a bottle of wine looked at the picture on the holographic projection, and the smiles on their faces suddenly froze. Then one of the civilization representatives reacted the fastest. Order the close defense forces and robot forces to assemble at Area 322 immediately and eliminate the fugitives on the spot at all costs. Repeat, eliminate the fugitives on the spot at all costs. At all costs? What are you going to do? Are you going to blow up the war planet? The close defense forces have antimatter bombs. At this point, do we still have a choice? We must not let that human escape no matter what. Absolutely not. The civilization representative who had refuted before was immediately speechless. The other civilization representatives also expressed their acquiescence. Unfortunately, they don't know now that they are all wrong. Beijing, are they still in the previous meeting room? Lin Xu asked at the center of the nuclear bomb explosion. Yes, they are still in the previous meeting room, but they just issued an order, and the doomsday spaceships they prepared are on standby. If nothing unexpected happens, they will soon rush to their respective doomsday spaceships. Beijing replied. The so-called doomsday spaceship is the last escape facility, that is, the spaceship that these civilization representatives have prepared long ago to exile to the outer galaxy. Okay, let's go over there before they leave. Lin Xu finished speaking. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Liu Yao followed Lin Xu and rushed along the main road inside the war planet to the conference room of the Alliance meeting where Lin Xu and others had been before. At this time, the representatives of civilizations in the conference room did not realize that Lin Xu was looking for them, and even thought that Lin Xu and his friends wanted to escape to the airport. So along the way, the close defense forces and robot forces that had gathered here soon appeared on the road where Lin Xu and his friends were moving forward. Various attacks continued to bombard the sides of Lin Xu and his friends. Mushroom clouds continued to rise inside the war planet. Although the power of the nuclear bomb is very great, it is just a drop in the bucket for an entire war planet. However, it continuously destroyed the main roads inside the war planet. It is estimated that it will be very troublesome to repair it afterwards, but the representatives of civilizations are no longer thinking about repairing it, so just bomb it as much as you want. However, such an attack was just a tickle to Lin Xu and others, and it was completely useless. Lin Xu and his companions continued to advance with great momentum. What's going on? They are just a few people, why can't we take them down? It was obvious that the representatives of civilizations regarded Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu and Liu Yao as humans. It's okay. Humans naturally have defensive measures with them. But so what? How much can they carry with them? I don't believe that flesh and blood can withstand the nuclear bomb. That's right, they can't hold on for long. The representatives of civilizations looked calm. They even felt a little happy when they saw the humans fleeing in the holographic projection under their pursuit. Humans, aren't you high and mighty? I never thought that you would have this day. But gradually, they began to find that something seemed wrong. The direction they fled didn't seem to be the airport. Why do they seem to be heading towards us? Finally, a representative of civilization reacted. Wait a minute, are you saying that they are not running away, but are coming to find us? As soon as the voice fell, several civilization representatives stood up and were about to run out of the meeting room. Wait, why are you running? We still have so many troops and a whole war planet. Can he really catch us on our war planet? A civilization representative shouted angrily with a look of disappointment. I'm going to see the preparations of the exile spacecraft. I want to see it too. It was prepared many years ago. I hope the spacecraft will be fine. Many civilization representatives who were about to leave said so. So more civilization representatives stood up and joined the ranks of those who were about to leave. After all, they are the shadows of the famous trees of humans. They have lived under the shadow of the second son of mankind, the cleansers, for so many years. How can they be tough in the face of humans? Just now they seem tough again, but that was just to encourage each other. Now there is just a little sign of something wrong, and this group of civilization representatives are about to scatter like birds and beasts. You are really, they are just a few people, Not a large human army, nor a human fleet. A civilization representative jumped up and down with a look of anger. It's a pity that it's useless. But there are also tough representatives of civilizations. At this time, they are mobilizing troops to block the way for the human group to go to the meeting room. At the same time, they order the generals below to eliminate the daring fugitives at all costs. Afterwards, the representative of civilization who had given the order looked at the other representatives of civilizations, and his expression was a little uncertain. Obviously, he was also thinking about whether he should run away. Anyway, the order has been given, and the people below will execute it. If he leaves earlier, he may be able to run a little further. Then the representatives of civilizations who were still sitting saw that the key points guarded by heavy troops were smashed by Miss Qiu's sword energy. Then several people broke through the smoke and continued to come to their location. Looking at the map, Lin Xu and others were getting closer and closer. Finally, the representatives who were still sitting here could no longer sit still. Everyone, it's been a pleasure to work with you all these years. I'm leaving too. If we have a chance, let's meet again in the outer galaxy. Another representative of civilization stood up and said. However, this representative was much more straightforward. He did not make any excuses and directly stated that he was going to run away. So many years of hard work, forget it, let's go. So the few remaining civilization representatives stopped being hypocritical and got up and left. They left the conference room where the holographic images were still playing, and followed by their entourage and guards, quickly left the conference room, ready to take various express vehicles to various parts of the war planet, each of which secretly hid the location of the Doomsday spacecraft. But what they didn't know was that Lin Xu had received a report from Beijing just after they left the conference room. All ran away? They ran very fast. Lin Xu was also a little emotional. These guys were so slippery. Lord Lin Xu, do you want to speed up? Miss Qiu asked. Speed up? Lin Xu nodded. So the next moment, the nanorobots around Miss Qiu were agitated. Under the operation of the nanorobots, a large amount of energy was combined into the form that Miss Qiu wanted. A huge sword that penetrated the sky and the earth enveloped Miss Qiu's body, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and even pierced through the layers of areas inside the war planet. Then, the huge sword bombarded in a certain direction without hesitation. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. In an instant, the entire war planet began to shake. The violent vibration was like an earthquake on the entire war planet. Even the war planet, which was still sailing at a curvature speed of 100 times the speed of light, began to drop sharply in speed, and it was unable to maintain the curvature navigation state for a while. And the sword directly waded out a huge channel across the planet inside the war planet. It felt like a sword directly pierced a Mariana Trench on the Earth. On this channel, the close defense force and robot force that were originally prepared to intercept Lin Xu and his party were almost wiped out. More importantly, this passage has already led directly to the meeting room of the Alliance meeting. Afterwards, Lin Xu and his party suddenly accelerated, and in just a blink of an eye, they crossed a long distance and arrived near the meeting room. At this time, the last batch of civilization representatives who were preparing to escape had not yet boarded the car. At this time, because of the vibration that had just affected the war planet, they were all staggering. What's going on? Why is there such a big vibration? Did the war planet hit something? How could it be? There are guards cleaning up meteorites outside the war planet. Is it an earthquake? But how can there be an earthquake on the war planet? Just as several civilization representatives were speculating, an attendant had already reported the news they had just received to them. What? Unknown high-energy weapons directly penetrated the interior of the war planet? Aren't there only a few of them? How did they bring high-energy weapons up? Unfortunately, it was too late to be incompetent and furious at this time. Because some civilization representatives had already seen Lin Xu landing from mid-air. So, the civilization representative who is still scolding the attendant just now directly knelt down with his knees weak. It seems that you already know who I am. Lin Xu looked at the reactions of the representatives of the civilizations present and simply stopped beating around the bush. Humans, you have already left, why are you coming back? A representative of a civilization couldn't help but ask. Strange, you hoped that I would help you fight against the cleansers before, but now that you know I am a human, you are so scared? So what is the cleansers? What did your ancestors do 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu asked bluntly. Don't say you want to know what our ancestors did, We actually want to know too. A representative of a civilization said with a wry smile. What do you mean? You want to say you don't know? Then why are you so scared? Lin Xu asked with a look of disbelief. We only know that because of our ancestors' betrayal 10,000 years ago, the cleansers lost control and began to cleanse the entire river system. Even many of the servant civilizations that served humans back then were cleansed by the cleansers. Such sins will naturally be settled when humans return. The representative of the civilization sighed. The betrayal of your ancestors? What kind of betrayal? What did your ancestors do? Lin Xu asked. 10,000 years ago, in addition to the cleansers, there were also maintainers in this river system. Because of the betrayal of our ancestors, the maintainers disappeared, and only the cleansers remained in the river system. As for what our ancestors did, we don't know. The records left by our ancestors have always been ambiguous about this point, and there is no clear record at all. The representative of the civilization continued to explain. Then, no matter how Lin Xu asked, he couldn't get any more information. Lin Xu even asked Beijing to use a lie detector to prove that what these civilization representatives said was true. They didn't know what their ancestors did, because their ancestors didn't leave any records. They only knew that because of their ancestors, this river system fell into a cleansing every 1,000 years. Countless civilizations were constantly destroyed, and the servant civilizations of mankind at that time were also cleansed by the cleansers. And the source of all these disasters lies in their ancestors. In this case, it would be strange if they didn't panic when they learned that humans had returned. Lord Lin Xu, how should these civilization representatives be dealt with? And this war star? Lin Xu looked at the civilization representatives squatting on the ground not far away and their entourage guards. Yes, these people are easy to deal with, but what about this war planet? Lin Xu was also a little worried. It is very simple to execute these civilization representatives or to exile them to a wild planet at will. But what about the tens of billions of intelligent life on this war planet? We can't execute them all, right? Why not find the nearest habitable planet and put them all there? As for this war planet, it was originally left by their ancestors, and their ancestors made a big mistake, so we might as well confiscate it as a punishment. Liu Yao thought about it and came up with an idea. Isn't this exile? What do you think, Lord Lin Xu? Lin Xu asked Lin Xu for his opinion. Okay, confiscate all their technical data and only give them some basic farm tools. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. Lin Xu thought about it and felt that this punishment was more appropriate. Moreover, after losing their advanced technology, they no longer need to worry about being cleansed by the cleansers. In a sense, this can be regarded as saving them from endless escape. As for if they develop a high-level civilization again in the future, Lin Xu believes that by then he will have solved the problem of this galaxy, and the cleansers will no longer be a threat. And those civilization representatives who have already boarded the doomsday spaceship to escape, they will definitely not be able to escape. Before their spaceship flew far, the overwhelming temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates had already caught up with them at a faster speed. On the doomsday spaceship, the civilization representatives who were already celebrating their separation from the war star and were about to go to the outer galaxy to live a new life. Looking at the human warships that kept appearing on the quantum radar, their expressions were extremely desperate. What's going on? Aren't human spaceships nearby? Were they prepared to attack the war planet at any time from the beginning? Otherwise, even if they jumped, they wouldn't be so fast. How do we know about human technology? Maybe humans jump so fast? As long as they knew that Lin Xu was in danger, the fleet immediately started jumping. It's not impossible. Yet, thinking about it, we who still want to resist humans are really pathetic. No matter how desperate the representatives of civilization on the doomsday spaceships were, they were captured one by one. There were even several ships that didn't give up and wanted to escape faster, but they were directly blown up in mid-air. Afterwards, a large number of Kin Terracotta warriors landed on the War Star and began to maintain order on the War Star. But how to take the War Star to the nearest galaxy and start exile became another problem. According to the investigation of the reconnaissance ship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates, the nearest planet that can accommodate intelligent life without transformation is 100 light-years away. In other words, at the speed of 100 times the speed of light of the War Star, it takes a year to sail. But Lin Xu didn't want to waste a year here. 100 light-years away. How is the space jump transformation of the Earth going? Lin Xu thought about it and asked. Although Lin Xu is now mainly operating with the Skylark, and the Earth is placed in the portable space, Lin Xu has never stopped transforming the Earth. In particular, during the 83 years that the Skylark rushed from the galaxy where the Galaxy Alliance is located to this galaxy, the transformation and installation of the jump engine of the Earth has been ongoing. The space jump engine has been installed, and the Earth can already perform space jumps. Bionic replied. Well, let the Earth help this war star and send it directly to a galaxy 100 light-years away. Lin Xu did not choose to put the war star into the portable space and take it to a galaxy 100 light-years away, but chose another approach. So as Lin Xu spoke, the portable space opened instantly, and in the stunned eyes of the civilization representatives captured by Lin Xu, a planet suspected to be a war star drove out of the portable space. Then, the Earth began to prepare for the jump. A space jump channel was generated in front of the Earth, and space folding began to be performed continuously. Soon, 3 days passed. The huge space jump channel was ready and connected to the galaxy 100 light-years away. However, the Earth did not enter the space jump channel, but the war star rushed into the space jump channel and arrived at a galaxy 100 light-years away. Then, the Earth began to prepare for the space jump again, and after another 3 days, the jump preparation was completed. The Earth drove into the space jump channel with Lin Xu and his party who had returned to the Earth and arrived at a galaxy 100 light-years away. Meanwhile, over the past 3 days, under the command of Bionic and the support of Miss Qiu, the migration of the war stars to the planets in the galaxy has been carried out in a tense and busy manner. Billions of people have been transferred to natural planets. After a few more days, the migration was completely completed. All intelligent life on the war stars has been transferred to natural planets. Only one intact war star was left. Lin Xu looked at the war star, but he was a little worried. Should he throw it away or take it away? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 153 Crushing the Planet. The portable space unfolded, and the war star, which was actually useless to Lin Xu, was put into the portable space. Lin Xu decided to take it away for the time being. After all, such a big thing, even if it is useless, is also a large combustible garbage. It is not good to just crush it and throw it in the universe. And if it stays here, what if I leave and it is picked up by the rebel alliance that has just migrated to the natural planet? So it is better to take it away. However, this time Lin Xu did not take the Earth back into the portable space. It has been a long time since I drove the Earth to travel. Since the space jump engine on the Earth has been installed, I will still drive the Earth. So, on the natural planet, countless civilizations of the Rebel Alliance who have just been exiled have complicated eyes. In front of the Earth, which covers half of the sky of the natural planet, a huge space jump channel is forming. After 3 days of construction of the jump channel, the space in the jump channel is continuously compressed and folded. Until the space in the jump channel is folded with the space 100 light-years away. The Earth accelerated and rushed directly into the jump channel. Then the jump channel was closed, and the Earth was already 100 light-years away. Afterwards, the space jump channel in front of the Earth continued to be built. Lin Xu stood on the dome of the Earth, looking at the huge space jump channel in front of the Earth. To be honest, watching the Earth jump, the scene was much more spectacular than when the Skylark jumped. And this time, Lin Xu's destination was 12,000 light-years away, and it was another war planet of the Rebel Alliance that had previously contacted the Rebel Alliance and informed them of Lin Xu's human identity. The reason why Lin Xu wanted to go to another war planet was to get the location of the cleanser's base camp. After completely occupying the war planet, Lin Xu thought it would be easy to get the location of the cleanser's base camp. Who knew that after the interrogation, he found out that the coordinates of the cleanser's base camp were not on this war planet, but on another war planet. Because the coordinates were originally calculated by another war planet and were not shared with this war planet. After all, the civilizations on the two war planets were originally in a cooperative relationship. Whatever results are achieved, they don't have to be shared. When this war star used this as a condition to negotiate with Lin Xu, it was originally thinking of getting something for nothing. That is, to reach a deal with this side first, and then tell the other war star that we have formed an alliance with an extragalactic system that can fight against the cleansers. If you want to join, you can exchange the coordinates of the cleansers. This was their wishful thinking at the beginning, but they didn't expect that the entire war star would be involved in the end. So now if Lin Xu wants to get the coordinates, He has to rush to another war star. Lin Xu doesn't care about this. He is also curious about whether there is more detailed information about the so-called maintainers in a small group on another war star that is said to have been a member of the maintainers. Lin Xu really wants to know what the purpose of the maintainers and cleansers left by humans 10,000 years ago was, and how it ended up like this. A distance of 12,000 light-years, calculated at 100 light-years per jump, takes a year. During this year, the Earth continued to jump in the universe. By the year 11,494 of the departure calendar, the Earth had crossed a distance of 12,000 light-years and arrived at the location of the war star when the two war stars communicated a year ago. Of course, after what happened a year ago, the war star here naturally could not be waiting in the same place. Instead, it had already chosen a direction to run. 1 year was enough for the war star to run hundreds of light-years away. On the Earth, on the beach of Hainan, Lin Xu lay under a parasol, looking at the tourists on the beach not far away, and the beauties playing volleyball in bikinis. The lively beach was full of noise. From time to time, some men passed by the volleyball beauties, and their eyes could not help but slide towards the beauties. Lin Xu also looked at the beauties, and from time to time he would comment with Nanzhu beside him, which volleyball beauties had a better figure. Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu were grilling various seafood next to them, and the aroma had spread over. Even Lu Yao rarely came out of the library, just took a book and lay on the beach to read. Nanzhu, who was also wearing a bikini, was shaking her furry fox tail in her fox ears. She was eager to play a game of volleyball. Go ahead if you want to play, but remember to hold back a little and don't blow up the beach. Lin Xu reminded. Indeed, Nanzhu was at least a fairy-level physical fitness. If she didn't pay attention and didn't hold back her strength, she might really blow up the beach with one ball. Okay, then I'll go play too. So Nanzhu jumped forward and took over one of the beauties who was playing volleyball. No one showed a strange look throughout the whole process. Even the beauty who was replaced by Nanzhu seemed to be a passerby standing aside and immediately changed her role. Even the people on the beach turned a blind eye to the big tail and fox ears behind Nanzhu. As for the reason, it was also very simple. On this seemingly lively beach, in fact, except for Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, the rest were just robots. Just like what Lin Xu had done in Chongqing, a large number of robots simulated the daily life of people in an entire city. In comparison, it was just a beach now, and robots were used much less. While Lin Xu was still enjoying the sunshine, beach, and swimsuit beauties of the 21st century, Zhengxing's voice rang out. Master, we have arrived at the target location. The hyperspace radar has locked onto the target war star that is fleeing 100 light-years away. What about outside the war star? Lin Xu asked. The senior officials on the previous war star who resolutely wanted to drive the doomsday spaceship and exile to the outer galaxy left an impression on Lin Xu. So Lin Xu was very suspicious that this war star would be just a bait left behind, and the real senior officials had already taken the doomsday spaceship and fled at a faster speed. At present, the hyperspace radar has not found the existence of any escape spaceship. Zhengxing replied. Okay, then catch up first. Lin Xu ordered. As a result, a space jump channel appeared in front of the Earth again, and the target was the war star that was 100 light-years away and was still fleeing at 100 times the speed of light. However, at this moment, there was also chaos on the war star. Because along with the appearance of the Earth, the quantum radar on the war star has also discovered the existence of the Earth. If it is a small target like the Skylark, it can completely block the detection of the quantum radar. But a large target like the Earth cannot completely block the detection of the quantum radar. Therefore, not long after the Earth appeared, it was discovered by the war star. So the high-level people of various civilizations on the war star, who had originally been lucky, gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Well, in fact, it is more like accusing each other. Humans are catching up, they are catching up, what should we do? It was you who disagreed at the beginning and left the war star and went into exile in the outer galaxy. Now you ask us what to do. I disagree, but didn't you object? Aren't you reluctant to leave everything here? That's right, this galaxy originally belonged to our native civilization. 10,000 years ago, humans came here and created the cleansers, which destroyed everything. Why should we escape? Why must it be us who escape to the outer galaxy? Go and tell humans this, and see if they will listen to you. Mutual accusations and abuse soon intensified. until someone finally shouted, "Stop arguing, what's the point of arguing? Now humans are so close, what should we do? What should we do? We can't escape, it's too late, everything is too late. We shouldn't have been so lucky before, we ran away at that time, maybe there's still hope to escape now." Speaking of which, since the last communication, we have not been able to contact the other war star. What happened to them? Do you know? Who can know this, but 80% of them are gone. Gone? Was it destroyed by humans? No, it's still a war star after all. For humans, what is a war star? After arguing for a long time, there was no good solution in the end. Until a voice, with a fierce tone, slowly said his thoughts. Actually, it's not that there is no solution at all. Do you have a solution? If you have a solution, tell me quickly. Let's die together. The voice said. Destroy together. That's right, use our war star to destroy the war star of mankind. Since we are destined to be no match for mankind and we can't keep the war star, why not destroy it together with the war star that is dragging mankind? What should we do then? Of course we will flee, pretending to use the war star to intercept mankind, but actually let the war star perish together. I understand, if we pretend to let the war star intercept mankind while fleeing, then mankind's attention will definitely be on the war star, first capture or destroy the war star, and then capture us. In this case, as long as the self-destruction of the war star can cause some damage to the war star of mankind, we may be able to escape in the chaos of mankind. If we can destroy the war star of mankind, it will naturally be better. But, do we just want to give up our war star? At this time, why do we need a war star? Isn't it better to be alive? Representatives of more than a dozen civilizations quickly reached a consensus. As for the ordinary people on the war star, whether they can still survive under the self-destruction of the war star is not within their consideration. In this way, the decision was made, and a group of senior officials began to act. Compared with a hasty escape from the other war star, they had a little more time. But they also quickly completed the carrying of various materials, boarded their respective doomsday spaceships, and left. Of course, they would not claim to be escaping to the outside world, but had various reasons. At the same time, they also issued secret orders to their confidants. Until 3 days later, the Earth jumped again and came to the vicinity of the war star. Then it accelerated to chase the war star at 1,000 times the speed of light. The soldiers who had already learned that the cleaners were coming and wanted to stop the cleaners' war star at all costs, began the battle of sniping the Earth with a tragic mood. Because the cleaners never accept prisoners, they can only fight to the death. But they don't know that they are not fighting against the cleaners' war star, and everyone has been deceived. Above the dome of the Earth, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates also rose to the dome of the Earth, and took off from here, rushing towards the war star that was still escaping at 100 times the speed of light. At the same time, a large number of warships on the war star had already taken off to fight against the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates. Unfortunately, the result was doomed. The warships belonging to the war star were constantly blown up by the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. However, the temporary warships were rarely damaged. In just a short time, the warships that rose above the war star were almost cleared out. In the next moment, a large number of temporary warships were about to land on the war star. At this time, the representatives of various civilizations on the Doomsday spaceship, who had already escaped far away, were also paying attention to this battle through quantum communication. Seeing that the war star was about to be landed by the temporary warships, the representatives of civilizations looked at each other on their respective spaceships through the holographic conference system, nodded, and issued the order that had been decided long ago. So, the war star, which had already quietly changed its course, drew another circle in the universe, changing its original escape into collision. At 100 times the speed of light, it crashed towards the Earth. Lin Xu, who had been paying attention to this battle on Earth, stared at it. Are they going to perish with us? Lin Xu's tone was a little surprised. It seems so, but don't they know that we are faster? Nan Xu said a little strangely. Sure enough, the Earth, which was sailing at 1,000 times the speed of light, only deflected slightly and avoided the war star that was about to hit it. Maybe, it's just a desperate attempt, Lin Xu guessed. And the next moment, a large number of various super light speed missiles on the war star were fired towards the Earth. Each huge missile was more than a kilometer long, and the speed of each missile was about 200 times the speed of light. At the moment when the Earth and the war star intersected, they shot towards the Earth rapidly. It's a pity that it didn't fall on the Earth after all, but just passed by the Earth at the speed of the Earth. Then it exploded nearby. Boom boom boom, one antimatter bomb after another exploded in the universe. If it is really hit, so many antimatter bombs may really cause serious damage to the Earth. Looking at the antimatter bombs exploding in the distance displayed on the hyperspace radar, Lin Xu's brows have already frowned. Did their top leaders run away? Lin Xu asked. Yes, the temporary warships that are chasing have set off and will soon be able to catch the escaped personnel. Zhengxing explained. Hasn't the announcement of persuading surrender been sent out? Lin Xu continued to ask. It has been broadcasted, but the other party's reaction is as if they have not received the announcement of persuading surrender. Zhengxing replied. Why? Lin Xu was puzzled. They seem to regard this as the bewitching of the cleansers. Zhengxing's tone was also a little helpless. The bewitching of the cleansers? When would the cleansers do such a thing? Lin Xu was a little amused. Theoretically, the cleansers will not persuade people to surrender, they just cleanse everything. But in the legends of various civilizations, the cleansers have long replaced the positions of various demons. All the sins, lies, frauds, etc. are related to the cleansers, so they think this is the cleansers' instigation, and they have reason to think it is a trick. Zhengxing explained. Forget it, just log in and occupy it. Just as the temporary warships landed on the war star one after another, and the Kin Terracotta warriors began to clear the resistance on the war star. Suddenly, a violent energy explosion spread from the war star to the universe. Even Lin Xu couldn't help but sit up straight. Because just now an antimatter bomb exploded directly on the war star. They detonated the antimatter bomb on the war star. Lin Xu looked at the huge gap that could be clearly seen on the war star, and his tone was incredible. Yes, they successfully destroyed a large number of temporary warships and Kin Terracotta warriors that landed. Zhengxing's report sounded. Is this a fight to the death with us? Lin Xu laughed. Master Lin Xu, do you want to continue logging in? Nanzhu saw that Lin Xu was a little angry, so he asked weakly. No, although we have enough autonomous mechanical aggregates, they are not meant to be lost like this. Since they are determined to die rather than surrender, let's fulfill their wish. Lin Xu shook his head and said. The next moment, Lin Xu had already opened the high-dimensional perspective. Under the high-dimensional perspective, in the space where the war star was located, Lin Xu slowly moved a bit of high-dimensional information. This caused a certain physical constant in the space where the war star was located to change in a short period of time. As a result, everything in the space where the war star was located changed along with a change of physical constants. The main structure that was originally able to support the huge material inside the war star could no longer support the war star. In an instant, the entire war star began to collapse inward. On the war star, countless explosions occurred one after another. That was because after the physical constants changed, various originally stable equipment or weapons became unstable and exploded one after another. But under the collapse of the war star, these seemed to be just minor problems. First, the curvature engine completely lost its function, and the war star, which was originally traveling at 100 times the speed of light, completely stopped. Then, the entire war star continued to collapse. The explosions on the war star became louder and louder. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire war star collapsed into a ball, and then exploded. It exploded into countless floating substances in the universe. And the scene was also presented to the representatives of civilizations in various doomsday spacecrafts who had run far away through quantum radar. All the representatives of civilizations looked at the entire war star, as if it was crushed into a ball by a huge palm, and then exploded. At that moment, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. Everyone secretly speculated whether it would be better to surrender. After all, a planet was crushed. Although it is not known what weapons humans used, the feeling that a planet seemed to be crushed by a giant's hand is too powerless. Of course, even if they wanted to surrender at this time, it was too late. Because the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates have caught up. Although each of the fleeing doomsday ships was tens of thousands of meters in size, it was definitely a huge ship. But it was still no match for the temporary warships. Soon, one by one, they lost their power and were finally towed back by the temporary warships. When Lin Xu saw the captured civilization representatives on the Kingfeng, the expression on his face was not very happy. I heard that one of you was a member of the maintainers? Which race? Lin Xu asked. Immediately, the eyes of all the civilization representatives turned to one of the figures. The figure was trying to hide in the crowd so that Lin Xu couldn't see him. But he found that he couldn't hide at all, so he confessed to Lin Xu with a sad face. I am, our race, once a member of the Protectors. I heard that the Protectors are composed of the former servants' races of humans. Lin Xu looked at the man, who looked 70% to 80% similar to humans, which was indeed quite in line with human aesthetics. Yes, we were once the servant race of humans. The man had to admit it. But then he immediately explained the general explanation. But in fact, our memory of humans is also limited. In the disaster 10,000 years ago, the main body of our civilization lost its trace. We are just a branch in exile, which is why we have survived. So, you don't know what happened 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu said, a little disappointed. We only know that it was a group of advanced civilizations that betrayed their promises to humans and even stabbed our main body of civilization in the back, which caused the disaster 10,000 years ago. The man was silent for a while and then said, but later you joined this group of advanced civilizations. Lin Xu asked with some amusement. Yes, in order to survive, we have no choice. In fact, the advanced civilizations of that year also suffered heavy losses, and even the specific information of that year was lost in their records. The man said in a defense. So that means no one knows what happened back then. Lin Xu was a little dissatisfied. For a moment, all the representatives of these civilizations fell silent, because they really didn't know. Okay, then you know the coordinates of the cleanser's base camp. Lin Xu changed the question. Suddenly, the representatives of civilizations became energetic. Yes, we know, as long as you can let us go, we can tell you immediately. The representatives of civilizations rushed to say, as if they were afraid that they would be a little late and fall behind others. For a moment, they didn't expect the things that so many people knew could be used as bargaining chips. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 154 Crazy Planetary Consciousness. In the silent universe, the wreckage of the shattered war star was still floating in the empty universe. The autonomous mechanical aggregates shuttled through it, cleaning up the battlefield, and also collecting some information from some of the intact databases. Not far in front of the Earth, the space jump channel has been opened, and the space folding is constantly taking place in the channel, compressing the distance between spaces. Until the space folding is enough for a 100 light-year jump, the Earth began to move towards the jump channel. At the same time, as the Earth began to move, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates, as if receiving instructions, quickly returned to the Earth. Carrying all the collected information, they returned to the Earth. The next moment, the Earth entered the space jump channel, and then the jump channel was closed. The Earth has already arrived 100 light-years away. On the Earth, Lin Xu has obtained the coordinates of the cleanser's base camp obtained by the Rebel Alliance through thousands of years of calculation. And the goal this time is to go to the calculated cleanser's base camp. According to calculations, the cleaner's base camp is near the center of the Milky Way, 10,000 light-years away from the current position of the Earth. It is an area of about 100 light-years, if the calculations of the Rebel Alliance are correct. The cleaner's base camp is in this area of about 100 light-years, or this area of 100 light-years is the cleaner's base camp. Let's go and see what the cleaner's base camp looks like. Lin Xu put down the information in his hand, lay on the beach, and looked up at the sky. The light of the artificial sun in the sky was splashing down and fell on Lin Xu's body. Beside him, Nanzhu was applying sunscreen on his body exposed to the sun. Why apply this thing? It's useless. Lin Xu, who came back to his senses, noticed what Nanzhu was doing. Atmosphere, atmosphere, since we are at the beach, of course we should enjoy this atmosphere. Nanzhu said, helping Lin Xu apply sunscreen in one breath, and then handed the sunscreen in his hand to Lin Xu. Okay, now it's Lord Lin Xu's turn to help me apply it. You're right, the atmosphere is indeed very important. Lin Xu thought for a moment, took the sunscreen and said. So Lord Lin Xu, be careful and apply it to every corner. Nanzhu nodded in agreement and said at the same time. Not far away, Liu Yao, who had just caught several large crabs from the deep sea, was quite emotional. Sure enough, a vixen is a vixen. A distance of 10,000 light-years, for the current Earth, It can be reached in 10 months. So when the time came to the 11,495th year of the departure calendar, the Earth had successfully completed the last space jump of hundreds of light years and arrived near the target location. The released autonomous mechanical aggregate has already explored forward. At the same time, the hyperspace radar and quantum radar are also running at full power. However, there is no need to wait for the results of the inspection. Just looking at the star field from a distance, the people on Earth have already noticed something wrong. The faint black color shrouded the star field. It was even darker than the darkness of the universe itself. If you were in that star field, you probably wouldn't notice the darkness around you, which was darker than the normal space. But outside that star field, civilizations that had the ability to observe it comprehensively could easily see it. The faint darkness enveloped that star field. Even the light of the stars seemed to be coated with a layer of black edges. What is this? Lin Xu lay on the porthole of the King Feng, trying to open his eyes wide, trying to see it more clearly. Why does this feel like disorder and filth? But it doesn't look like it. Lin Xu hesitated. It is indeed disorder and filth. No, it's better to say it's inert filth. Lu Yao, who is already corroded by disorder and filth, saw it more clearly. Although she had been studying hard for so long and had not yet been able to remove the disorder and filth that had stained her, she was indeed becoming more and more professional in distinguishing disorder and filth. Inert filth? That makes sense, but why is it so thin? Lin Xu nodded and shook his head. Even if it is inert filth, it shouldn't be so thin. You have to know that the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way, under Lin Xu's high-dimensional interference, although it has fallen into inert filth, it has lost the ability to assimilate order. It is still as thick as substance. The autonomous mechanical aggregate has collected samples and is ready for testing. At this time, the on-duty Yinghuo suddenly reported. The test results show that it is indeed inert filth. Analysis can conclude that after the disordered filth fell into inert filth, it lost the ability to assimilate order and proliferate itself. Only the total amount of inert filth is constant. The inert filth continues to spread naturally, and it becomes thinner and thinner without increasing itself. Yinghuo quickly came to the conclusion and continued to report. So, this area has slowly become like this after the inert filth has spread for who knows how many years. Lin Xu nodded, indicating that he understood. But, isn't this the base camp of the cleansers? Did the cleansers become what they are now under the influence of the inert filth, and clean the river system regularly? Lin Xu guessed. But didn't the people of the Rebel Alliance say that it was their betrayal that caused the cleansers to lose control? Miss Qiu said puzzledly. This is not contradictory. Maybe the inert filth here is related to the ancestors of the Rebel Alliance. It's just that I didn't detect the breath of inert filth on the warships of the cleansers fleet. Lin Xu recalled the cleansers fleet he had seen before and said, indeed, there is no breath of inert filth on the cleansers fleet. Lu Yao also said, then what's going on? Did the Rebel Alliance make a mistake in their calculations? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Their calculations should not be wrong. If they were really wrong, it would be impossible for the location they calculated to be this star field wrapped in inert filth. Lin Xu shook his head and said. While everyone was still discussing, Yinghuo suddenly reported new news. The hyperspace radar has found a cleaner fleet at the edge of the inert filth, 10 light-years away to the left, and is exchanging fire with the cleaner fleet. What? The cleaner fleet is exchanging fire with the cleaner fleet? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and even doubted for a moment whether Yinghuo, the artificial intelligence that could not make mistakes, really made a mistake. Yes, both sides are cleaner fleets, and they are exchanging fire. Yinghuo replied. So for a while, several people looked at each other, and finally everyone turned their eyes to Lin Xu, waiting for his decision. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xu ordered. So, the space jump channel was opened again in front of the Earth, and the space folding in the jump channel began. After about 7 or 8 hours, the space folding in the jump channel had already crossed a distance of 10 light-years. Then, the Earth rushed into the space jump channel. Go and see the scene of the internal strife of the cleaner fleet that everyone was curious about. In the blink of an eye, the Earth crossed a distance of 10 light-years. When it appeared again, it had arrived at the edge of the inert filth, and also saw the battlefield where the two sides were fighting. At this time, it was already the final stage of the war. All I could see were fragments of various cleansers' fleets scattered throughout the universe. In the past, Countless ordinary races had to go through great pains to knock down a piece of armor from a cleanser's battleship. Here, they were scattered throughout the entire universe, everywhere. The remaining cleanser's battleships were still bombarding each other. Even the appearance of the Earth did not stop the two sides from fighting. Both sides continued to fight as if the Earth did not exist. However, the two sides of the battle each divided half of their fleets and rushed towards the Earth. It seemed that they wanted to continue fighting with the Earth while fighting each other. What kind of logic is this? They are obviously unable to protect themselves, but they still want to divide their troops to fight us. Lin Xu said in confusion. Maybe it's because we have the curvature navigation technology, which triggers the cleaning standard. Lu Yao guessed. So while fighting each other, they also want to cleanse us? But why do they want to fight each other? And what should we do? Fight back. Lin Xu didn't know what to do for a while, so he had to look at Lin Xu. We must fight back. These cleansers are just rigidly following the established procedures. Even if we want to say something, they won't listen. So, don't expect to get along with each other in a friendly manner before we find the general program to control the cleanser's fleet. Lin Xu ordered. Then, on the Earth, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates rushed out of the Earth, combined into temporary warships in midair, and rushed towards the cleanser's warships of both sides. Soon, in the universe, huge cleanser's warships of tens of thousands of meters in size were smashed under the attack of temporary warships of more than 1,000 meters, which were much smaller. If the many civilizations ravaged by the cleansers in this river system saw this scene, they would definitely be full of disbelief. But Lin Xu didn't pay any attention to these. His sight was always on the two cleansers' fleets that were still bombarding each other in the distance. Inert filth. Lin Xu muttered to himself. One of them was affected by the inert filth. Is this the reason for the battle between the two sides? Lu Yao was also observing. Is it because the cleaner fleet entered the range of the star field that some of the warships were affected by the inert filth? Miss Qiu asked puzzledly. No, that shouldn't be the case. It's more like the cleaner warships have been preventing the warships affected by the inert filth from leaving the star field. Lin Xu shook his head and expressed his thoughts. What do you mean? Miss Qiu was a little confused. Remember the calculation of the Rebel Alliance? This is very likely the base camp of the cleaners. If this is the case, then a large number of cleaner warships must have been affected by the inert filth. Lin Xu guessed. So, normal cleaner warships are preventing cleaner warships affected by the inert filth from leaving the star field. Miss Qiu suddenly realized. But normal cleaner warships are cleaning all civilizations with curvature navigation technology in the entire galaxy. What's the difference between this and abnormal? Lin Xu complained. There must be a difference. The cleansing fleet affected by the inertial filth will certainly be more crazy. Maybe even civilizations without curvature navigation technology will be cleaned together. It is not certain that the entire river system will be directly destroyed. Lin Xu guessed. Lin Xu did not know what the cleansing fleet affected by the inertial filth would do, but it must be something much crazier than now. So, the cleansing fleet is saving civilization while cleaning it. Lin Xu said a little strangely. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Maybe the cleansing fleet is saving civilization in the way they think is right. Lin Xu said with a smile. This. Lin Xu was speechless for a while. Soon, the battle in the starry sky was coming to an end. Whether it was the two cleansing fleets attacking the Earth or the cleansing fleets bombarding each other in the distance, all of them were left with only a pile of wreckage. There was no cleansing fleet in the starry sky anymore. But then, space jump channels opened in the starry sky, and a large number of cleansers' fleets were rushing to the battlefield. These are normal cleansers' fleets that are not affected by inert filth. Lu Yao quickly distinguished which side the fleet that had already rushed out of the jump channel and was heading towards the Earth belonged to. It seems that they are coming for us this time. They are determined to kill us. Lin Xu sighed as he looked at the increasing number of cleansers' warships in the starry sky. Why are there so many? This is more than 100 times more than the cleansers' fleet we killed last time. Lin Xu looked at the overwhelming and increasing number of warships and widened his eyes. It's not surprising. This is the cleansers' base camp. It's normal to have more warships. Lin Xu didn't think there was anything surprising. Lord Lin Xu, do you want to continue fighting? Lin Xu asked. Forget it, this is the cleansers' base camp. It will never end if we keep fighting like this, and we didn't come here to fight. Lin Xu shook his head and said. But we are already surrounded. Can we still run away? Lin Xu said as he looked around. Isn't there still a gap? Lin Xu said with a smile. Gap? Ah, there are indeed very few warships blocking the inert filth area. What's going on? Lin Xu was puzzled. I guess it's their program that doesn't allow them to enter the inert filth area. Lin Xu guessed. I know, the main control program is afraid that the cleaner warships will be contaminated if they enter the inert filth area, just like those cleaner warships that have been contaminated. Lin Xu reacted immediately. It's just right, we need to investigate what's going on in this area, just rush in directly. Lin Xu ordered. So the next moment, the curvature engine on the Earth was running at full speed, rushing towards the inert filth area not far away at 1,000 times the speed of light. Along the way, there were cleaner warships intercepting from time to time, but unfortunately, under the escort of temporary warships, the cleaner warships were powerless and could only be blown up one by one. Finally, the Earth easily broke through the encirclement and entered the inert filth area. As the Earth entered the inert filth area, the cleaners that were chasing behind stopped chasing one after another. At the same time, the space jump channel in the distance was still opening, and a large number of cleaners were still coming. Soon, tens of millions of cleaners were filling the entire star field, densely packed. Seeing this, Lin Xu was a little emotional. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Even if he was not afraid, it would be troublesome to fight. However, all these cleaners stopped at the edge of the inert filth area. Just watch the Earth go farther and farther away. Finally, the cleaners opened the space channel again and left one by one. There are so many, how long will it take to fight? Fortunately, they ran away. Lin Xu said with some fear, patting the weapon. Strange, I thought that after entering this inert filth area, the cleaners affected by the inert filth in this area would also come out to chase us. Liu Yao said puzzledly. Unless, the number of cleaner warships in this area is actually limited. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. This area is only 100 light-years in range. For cleaner warships that can space jump, this distance can be reached with just one space jump. Unless, the cleaner warships that were affected just now are already the last contaminated cleaner warships in this area. Liu Yao further diverged his thoughts. Finally, did we come so coincidentally? Just witness the last warship being destroyed. Lin Xu was a little unconvinced. Since it is the cleaner base camp, at least it used to be the base camp, there should be a warship manufacturing factory, right? Could it be that the contaminated warship that was just destroyed was just produced? And now the factories in this area are still producing contaminated warships. Liu Yao thought for a while and guessed. Every time a new warship is produced, it wants to leave this area, and then it is blown up by the cleaner fleet guarding the edge. This makes sense. Lin Xu nodded and said. So if we can find a cleaner warship manufacturing factory here, even if it is contaminated, we should be able to learn a lot about what happened 10,000 years ago, right? Maybe we can know what happened 10,000 years ago, and the location of the remains left by humans in this galaxy. Maybe we can find it. Lin Xu suddenly realized. That's right, but judging from the number of contaminated cleaner warships that were destroyed, the scale of the factory may not be large. The inert filth spreads very slowly. It is possible that the cleaners moved the factory before it spread to the factory area, leaving only a small factory. Fortunately, the range of 100 light-years is not particularly large, and you can always find it if you look carefully. Lin Xu said, thinking about various possibilities. In this way, the Earth quickly sailed in this star field covered by inert filth at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. Because of the special nature of the Earth as the mother planet of mankind, the inert filth did not invade the Earth. And a few days later, the Earth approached a galaxy. Lin Xu looked at the star in the galaxy from afar, which was shrouded in a faint black color. In particular, he frowned at the slightly strange-shaped planets in the galaxy. Are these planets affected by the inert filth? I thought the influence of inert filth on order was not that great. I didn't expect that even planets could be affected to this extent. Lin Xu sighed. If it was disorder filth, these planets would have disappeared by now and completely become part of the disorder. Now, only the appearance has changed a little. In fact, they can still maintain order and have not been assimilated by the disorder. It's already very good. Although Lin Xu frowned, he still expressed his understanding. But the appearance of these planets is too abstract. Lin Xu couldn't help but complain. In fact, it's not just Lin Xu. Lin Xu always feels a chill when looking at the appearance of those planets. After all, those huge planets now seem like living creatures, twisting their huge tentacles. Lin Xu even saw a huge gas planet that was 100 times the size of the Earth, with eyes formed by storms appearing from time to time. Those eyes were like the eyes of some real giant creatures, staring at the distant starry sky. They were also staring at the Earth that was getting closer and closer. In an instant, there were even densely packed eyes appearing on the huge gas planet. At the same time, a large number of tentacles composed of gas waved and rolled towards the Earth, as if they were going to roll the Earth into the gas planet and be swallowed by the gas planet. These planets, can't they really have consciousness? Liu Yao frowned and said. It's not impossible, it's just a crazy consciousness. Lin Xu looked at the huge gas planet that seemed to be twisting its body and moving towards the Earth. In the end, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand. In an instant, the high-dimensional consciousness opened up, and the high-dimensional consciousness was used to conduct high-dimensional interference in the space where the gas planet that was 100 times the size of the Earth was located. The next moment, the space where the gas planet was located briefly changed the rules of physics. Everything seemed to pause for a moment. The huge planet that was still waving its huge tentacles arrogantly began to collapse inward in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, a huge gas planet that was 100 times the size of the Earth was crushed by Lin Xu. So the Earth, which opened up the way forward, broke through the turbulence left in the universe after the explosion of the gas planet and continued to fly towards the interior of the galaxy. A planet can actually produce consciousness? How is this possible? This is unscientific. Nanzhu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yes, it is unscientific, but this is a disordered zone after pollution. Even the pollution of inert filth is a kind of pollution. Under this kind of pollution, many rules of the universe will be in an abnormal and distorted state. It is not impossible for a planet to produce consciousness. Lin Xu also said with some emotion. Nanzhu wanted to say something else, but he didn't know where to start for a while. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 155 Earth Coming. The dark night enveloped the sky. Countless figures in black robes gathered at the top of a building that looked like a pyramid. However, this pyramid was built entirely of dark stones and was 100 times larger than the pyramids on Earth. At the same time, countless strange creatures were parked at the lower positions around the pyramid. Some of them were huge like two-headed bats. Some were giants with 4 hands and hundreds of eyes. Others were creatures covered with tentacles that looked like griffins. At this time, these strange creatures surrounded the huge pyramid, and each one was tamed like a pet. The owners of these strange creatures were the black-robed figures who gathered at the top of the pyramid and were holding a rally. Similarly, these black-robed figures gathered at the top of the pyramid bowed their heads slightly and muttered something in a low voice. If you listen carefully, you can hear words like great, the outer gods will eventually come, and escape from the sea of suffering. Finally, the figure at the top of the pyramid slowly raised his head and looked at the dark night sky. The black-robed people also stopped chanting and looked up at the night sky. The night sky of this star field is always shrouded in a layer of existence that is darker than the night. If Lin Xu and others were here, they would naturally know that it is the thin inert filth formed after the inert filth spread. Unfortunately, these black-robed people who have long been accustomed to all this do not think that there is anything wrong with such a night sky. They even think that darkness should be like this. And now their sights are all focused on the brightest star in the night sky, and their eyes are full of fanaticism. The great outer god Yugsis will eventually come, and he will devour this world. This is the fate of the world and the fate of the universe. The black-robed person in the lead chanted fanatically. Yugsis, Yugsis, Yugsis. The other black-robed people followed and shouted fanatically. In their respective countries and territories, they are also characters above thousands of people, but now they are willing to be lambs under the feet of gods. It's just because, in this crazy universe, only Yugsis, who represents the ultimate madness, is the final destination. We will eventually return to madness. Madness is our only destiny. For Yugsis, sacrifice this world. Sacrifice this world. Sacrifice this world. Sacrifice this world. Our ancestors betrayed mankind, but the facts have proved that our betrayal was correct. Whether it is the maintainers or the cleansers, they have eventually become part of the madness. Over the years, the remnants of the maintainers have tried to escape again and again, but they have been swallowed up by the great outer god Yugsis again and again. This proves that we are right. In this universe, only madness is the only and eternal thing. The entire universe will eventually be completely swallowed up by madness, and the only salvation is to completely devote yourself to madness. Devote yourself to madness. Devote yourself to madness. Devote yourself to madness. The atmosphere was fanatical and enthusiastic. In order to prove their faith in Yog-Sass, they decided to sacrifice the entire world. But how to do it is still a problem. And the top leaders of their entire outer god sect gathered here to discuss a way to sacrifice the entire world to the outer gods. And this method is best to get the answer directly from the gods. So they raised their heads and looked at the brightest star in the sky, the outer god Yog-Sass, in various ways. Some people's glasses have the function of telescopes, while others have directly modified their eyes to make them more powerful. In short, at this moment, they collectively used various methods to look directly at their gods. In an instant, Yog-Sass, which was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away and hundreds of times the size of the planet they were standing on at the moment, appeared in front of everyone. It was so grand and magnificent. The dense tentacles that spread across the entire huge planet, and the eyes that kept emerging on the planet. All the outer god cult members who looked directly at Yog-Sass had an urge to convert from the bottom of their hearts. They wanted to return to their gods, the sooner the better. And as they looked directly at the gods, the faces of the figures under the robes gradually changed. The faces that originally looked normal gradually became abnormal as they looked at the outer god Yog-Sass. Fine tentacles and densely packed compound eyes began to appear on their faces. Even the various strange creatures outside the huge pyramid began to become irritable as their masters changed. Just when all the people of the outer god sect were reluctant to stop looking directly at the gods and first find a way to sacrifice this planet to the gods before throwing themselves into the arms of Yog-Sass, another planet suddenly flashed out from behind Yog-Sass. That planet seemed to be only 1% of the size of Yog-Sass, but it rushed into the galaxy and completely ignored Yog-Sass, who was close at hand. In an instant, Yog-Sass became excited because of this planet. He had long coveted the rest of the planets in the galaxy and had long wanted to devour them. But even Yog-Sass was temporarily restricted by the rules of physics and could not move freely in the starry sky. He could only move his huge body bit by bit. Now, he has devoured a planet on the periphery of the galaxy, and the remaining planets are his next targets, including another planet that also developed planetary consciousness. Now, a planet suddenly appeared and even directly hit its orbit. Yog-Sass's planetary consciousness became excited in an instant. And along with Yog-Sass's excitement, the members of the outer god cult who were looking directly at Yog-Sass roared wildly. They couldn't stop. Their consciousness gradually began to be pulled out of their bodies. Their bodies had even begun to turn into a pool of mud. Dense tentacles began to surge on their bodies. The eyeballs on these tentacles were still looking directly at Yog-Sass in the starry sky. Then, they saw it. The moment of the god's death. At that moment, it was as if the entire universe was paused. It was as if a big hand came from an unknown distance, across the layers of the sea of stars, and grabbed Yog-Sass. Then just squeezed it hard. Yog-Sass was like a bug, and was crushed. Yes, it was literally crushed. At this moment, countless people on the entire planet observed this scene. After all, Yog-Sass is the brightest star in the sky. Even though the unobservable starry sky is a famous saying known to everyone in this world. But the instant extinction of the brightest star in the sky cannot be hidden from everyone. In particular, anyone on the mysterious side basically knows that the brightest star is the body of the outer god Yog-Sass. This incident is bound to set off a storm on the mysterious side. However, at this moment, the biggest wave is still accompanied by the death of Yog-Sass. The outer god cult is observing the frantic roars of his followers. With the death of Yog-Sass, all the high-ranking members of the outer god cult, whose consciousness was about to be extracted from their bodies, finally returned to their bodies. The bodies that were becoming more and more like monsters also stopped changing, and even regained their human form. However, they were not grateful for the existence that crushed Yog-Sass with one hand. They were also not grateful for the planet that suddenly appeared. Or in their view, it was this planet that suddenly appeared, or the new god, that killed their lord, Yog-Sass. The faith of the outer god cult collapsed. At the same time, this planet also observed the arrival of the Earth, and there were many beings who linked the death of Yog-Sass to the Earth. With the death of Yog-Sass, undercurrents surged across the entire planet. In the northern sky, there was a huge land floating above the clouds. This was a floating land built with anti-gravity technology. The electromagnetic barrier completely isolated the floating land from the outside world, minimizing the impact of earth filth on this land. It also made it easier for the people on this land to maintain their sanity and harder to fall into madness. At this time, the high-level officials on this floating land also gathered together, looking at each other at the changes in the starry sky. Could it be the cleansers who did it? Someone finally spoke first. Impossible. The cleansers have been polluted for a long time, and they are no longer the cleansers they used to be. Who else could it be? Are we the branches that drifted to other planets? Is there a possibility, that humans have returned? Someone suddenly said weakly. Humans? Don't be ridiculous. How could humans come back? They have long said that they would not come back. What if? No if. Who else could have done it? Is there any other existence that has this ability? This. At the same time, in countless kingdoms, the believers of the Der sect were celebrating. No one expected that Der's biggest opponent, the one who was eyeing the universe and was considered the only outer god, would die just like that. However, while Der had lost his biggest opponent, the believers were also worried about what the new god would stand for. Compared with the outer gods who wanted to completely devour the entire world and the more gentle Der, what kind of ideas did this new god have about the world? The most important thing is that this new god seems to be able to move freely in the universe. This is really terrible. If the new god also wants to hunt Der, who is still unable to fly freely in the starry sky, may not be able to escape. In short, this night, the creatures on the third planet in this galaxy were all worried. On the Earth, Lin Xu, who had just crushed a gaseous planet, also noticed this planet with intelligent life. Yinghe, let's go to that planet, let's get closer and take a look. Lin Xu ordered. The latest novels are first published on Liuji 9 Shuba. Yes, sir. Soon, the Earth arrived above the third planet. As the two planets approached, the anti-gravity equipment on the Earth began to operate. It offset the gravitational influence of the two planets approaching each other. In this way, the Earth was separated from the target planet. After one night, when the people of the whole world woke up the next day, they suddenly felt that it was already daytime. Why was the sky still so dark? Until they opened the window and looked up at the sky. Only then did they realize that a huge planet that occupied half of the sky was just across the sky of the planet. Some of the timid ones were frightened and fell to their knees on the spot, kowtowed to the sky, and prayed for the names of all the gods they knew, praying for salvation and forgiveness. Even the brave ones were frightened and sat on the ground, looking at the sky and talking nonsense, making it difficult to hear what they were saying. The high-level officials of various countries who knew some inside information were also worried when they looked at the sky. No one could have imagined that the new god who destroyed the outer god Yog-Sas would come so soon. Only the people on the floating land in the north still retained more knowledge and inheritance. Looking at the huge planet that appeared in the sky, some of the high-level officials had already recognized it. Could it be the legendary war star? It is said that our ancestors also had a war star, but now, could it be human? Someone else asked. However, no one answered. At the same time, Lin Xu stood on the dome of the Earth, and did not even use holographic projection, but directly observed the planet below with his naked eyes. The distribution of technology here is so strange. Nanzhu looked at the clearly divided areas below and said puzzledly. Some places are high-rise buildings, which are obviously modern civilization. But some places are in the Middle Ages. I also saw serfs and knights. What the hell? Lu Yao was also puzzled. It is indeed a high-rise building, but it is not a modern civilization. It is more like a modern civilization in the 18th or 19th century. Lin Xu gave a more accurate evaluation after seeing it. A mixture of the Steam Age and the Middle Ages. Nanzhu could only conclude in the end. Are the people on this planet indigenous? Lu Yao guessed. No, there are also many traces of advanced civilization here. For example, this floating land in the north is more like it was built directly on several abandoned but still anti-gravity spaceships. Lin Xu pointed to the north and said. So, is the civilization degenerated? Lu Yao frowned. Could it be the descendants of the maintainers? Or another descendant branch of the ancestors of the Resistance Alliance? Nanzhu thought about it and said. Let's go and see. Lin Xu had already made a decision. Not only to investigate whether the people here are natives, or descendants of defenders or betrayers. They are also curious about what changes will occur to intelligent life after being affected by an earth filth. Even an entire planet has developed consciousness under the influence of an earth filth, and even a crazy consciousness that wants to devour everything. So what will happen to the existence of intelligent life if its consciousness is affected? In this way, the group boarded the Skylark and soon arrived on the planet below. The Skylark used optical camouflage to hide its figure and landed silently over a city. Lin Xu and his companions stood at the porthole, looking at the chimneys pointing to the sky below, constantly spewing black smoke, and the river was full of waste chemicals from the factory. This is a big city that looks very big from space. But after a close look, it was found that the whole city was foggy, quite a bit like the charm of the former foggy city of London. The same sewage was flowing, exhaust gas was everywhere, and the thin workers were constantly kneeling down to the earth that suddenly appeared in the sky. It was rare for the foreman not to whip these workers at this time. If they were lazy at ordinary times, the foreman would have whipped them long ago. But seeing the huge existence that occupied half of the sky, and looking at the workers who kowtowed to it, the foreman dared not whip them. But he kept urging them to start work quickly, otherwise their wages would be deducted. After all, no matter how great the gods are, they are not as great as their own prophets. When the workers heard that their wages would be deducted, they didn't care about the gods and quickly got up and started working. In this way, another busy day in the city began. At this time, Lin Xu and his friends had already used nanorbits to put on a suit that matched the style of this world and came to the city. It stinks. Why is it so smelly? Was London like this before? Lin Xu hugged Lin Xu's arm, covered her nose and resisted the urge to run back to Earth. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't breathe through your nose? Lin Xu looked at her speechlessly. But this kind of ups and downs when breathing is also an interesting experience. Lin Xu finally stopped breathing through her nose and changed to directly extracting oxygen from the air. But then Lin Xu really felt that Lin Xu, who was holding his arm, no longer had his weapon moving. Lin Xu then understood what she was talking about. Sure enough, you are still good at playing. Was there such an era on Earth in the past? Lu Yao looked around curiously. She had also been to London on Earth, but it was not like this now. Of course there was. The robbers plundered the world, and when they had money, they began to whitewash themselves. Unfortunately, the stench in their bones can never be washed away. Lin Xu was helpless when he mentioned this. Master Lin Xu, look over there. Lin Xu had sharp eyes and was the first to discover a group of people gathered in front of a house not far away. Originally, this was nothing, just someone watching the fun. But the human tissue shoveled out of the house did not look normal at all. So a few people walked over. They heard a conversation between several passers-by. This is a language that is somewhat similar to Chinese. It is obviously evolved from Chinese, but because it has been too long, the sound is a little different. But under Yinghero's analysis, Lin Xu and his group quickly understood the meaning of this language. At the same time, this is also a kind of evidence that can prove that the civilization on this planet is not indigenous. Using a language that evolved from Chinese, they must be descendants of a race that had contact with humans 10,000 years ago. I just don't know if they are descendants of defenders or betrayers. This is the fifth one this month. Yes, this street alone is the fifth one. The bishop has repeatedly reminded us not to look directly at the starry sky, but these guys still secretly observe the starry sky. This time they are finished. Hey, you said that this professor is also a decent person, why does he have to observe the starry sky? Who knows? Lin Xu and the others looked at each other, and finally Lin Xu, who had hidden his ears and tail, greeted and asked, "Hello, can I ask what happened here? This girl, you seem to be a decent person, but you must not observe the starry sky, never." The middle-aged uncle said with a lingering fear. What will happen if you observe the starry sky? Lin Xu continued to ask. What will happen? Of course, you will be polluted by the starry sky, go crazy first, and then become a monster. I know you young people don't care, but this is all based on experience for us old guys. You must listen to the bishop. The bishop will not harm us. You must not observe the starry sky. Even if you really observe it, you must go to the church for help when you start to go crazy. You can't hide yourself, otherwise there will be no hope. The uncle looked like he was about to start nagging. Turned into a monster? Is it this kind of monster? Lin Xu said, pointing to the house in front of him. Some people in uniform who seemed to be police officers were carrying something covered with white cloth on a stretcher. At this time, the white cloth was suddenly blown open by the wind, revealing a pool of rotten meat inside, and densely packed eyeballs on the rotten meat. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers was frightened, and several people ran away at once. Among them was the uncle who Lin Xu was questioning. The police officers also became nervous and quickly covered the white cloth, and began to expel the onlookers. Lin Xu also pulled Nanzhu, who was still laughing, away. "You did it just now, right?" Lin Xu stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly on Nanzhu's forehead. "That's right, the gust of wind just now was done by Nanzhu on purpose. I just want to see what it looks like. But it's really a bit disgusting. It turns out that after intelligent life is affected by inert filth, it will become like that." Nanzhu recalled the scene he had just seen, and suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have seen it because it was really disgusting. First he became crazy, and then completely lost his mind and became a monster. Lin Xu said thoughtfully. "Yes, and when he goes crazy, he has to go to the church for help, so are there a lot of people in the church who are starting to go crazy but haven't become monsters yet?" Lu Yao and Lin Xu looked at each other and said, Let's go and see what those who haven't had time to become monsters look like." Just as several people walked towards the largest church in the city. In this church belonging to the Der sect, the bishop had just ended a video call with the sect's top leaders. Looking up at the new god in the sky, he was worried. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156: How to Save the World from Humanity. In the magnificent and majestic cathedral, people who entered here unconsciously lowered their voices. Lin Xu and his companions followed the pedestrians and lined up to slowly enter the cathedral. Nanzhu stuck his head out from time to time and looked at everything around him. He looked like a foreigner. The people who lined up to enter the cathedral did not care, but raised their heads proudly. Because this magnificent church is one of the prides of the locals. But what they didn't know was that Nanzhu was not looking at the scene inside the church. She had seen all kinds of magnificent buildings, and she was not surprised by a church where civilization regressed to the steam age. Nanzhu was observing various areas inside the church through nanorbits, which were invisible to normal people. In fact, Lin Xu and others were also observing, but no one had as rich body language as Nanzhu. "Are you a child?" Lu Yao couldn't help but complain. "Have you seen a child this big?" Nanzhu raised his head, straightened his chest, and said meaningfully. Lu Yao decided to skip this topic and not argue with this guy who could drive everywhere. "Are the people imprisoned in the dungeon at the back the ones who were polluted by the starry sky and went crazy? Is their treatment method really useful?" Miu Ziao ignored Nanzhu's driving and frowned. "The dungeon at the back? Let me see what's going on." Nanzhu, who originally connected his consciousness to the nanorbits that were spreading around and observing the surrounding scenes, also connected his consciousness to the nanorbits in the dungeon that Miu Ziao was controlling. So, Nanzhu immediately saw the scene that Miu Ziao had just seen. At this time, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao and others were also observing here. Lin Xu couldn't help but frown, because the scene here was really not very beautiful. "This is their treatment method? It's too disgusting." Nanzhu even complained. At the same time, in the dungeon, Sir Damoa was lying on the ground a little weakly, and a tragic scream could be heard in the distance. Beside him was his old friend, the monk Leto of the Der sect. He was comforting his emotions at this time. Unfortunately, Sir Damoa did not appreciate it. "Old friend, you don't need to comfort me, it's useless. I know my situation very well. I witnessed the fall of the outer god Yogsas with my own eyes. I am destined to fall into madness. It's useless, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Damoa's eyes flashed with suppressed madness, and his right hand was basically completely mutated. Eyeballs were embedded on his arm, and they were still increasing little by little. "Damoa, God there will not give up any believer." Monk Gelato thought about it and continued to persuade. "It's useless, ha ha ha, it's useless." Damoa continued to laugh wildly. At the same time, several other believers next to him had already walked into the room with bandages, daggers and other items, as well as a can of liquid with a fishy smell. Several believers nodded to Monk Gelato. Monk Gelato was a little helpless and could only give up his position. So several believers stepped forward and tied up Damoa. Damoa struggled violently, but it was useless. Let me go, I don't need treatment, I'm a professor, I'm a respectable professor, and I'm a knight." Sir Damoa shouted loudly, his voice full of fear. Unfortunately, The believers ignored him. Only monk Lin comforted him with some disapproval. Damor, you need treatment. Do you think I don't know your treatment method? You are murdering. The next moment, Damor screamed. Because after tying him up, several believers began to dig out the eyeballs on his arms with daggers, and then threw them into the jar of liquid with a fishy smell. Bubbles appeared, and the eyeballs disappeared in the liquid. In this way, soon all the eyes on Damor's arms were removed. The treatment stopped. Okay, Damor, believe me, as long as you insist on treatment, Gonder will not give up on you. Galatu stepped forward to comfort him. Ha, it's useless. You don't understand it all. You don't understand it all. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. It was just last night. But Domer continued to laugh in a hoarse voice. See? What did you see? Monk Lin said in surprise. Although his old friend did not listen to the advice and secretly spied on the starry sky, Galatu still recognized his knowledge, so it is very likely that he discovered something that others did not know. I saw with my own eyes that the planet that killed Ugasus, the planet that is now parked above the world, is not a new god at all. Domer said in a hoarse voice. What is that? Galata asked. It's a war star. It is a war star, and I saw it before the war star killed Ugasus. The war star appeared out of thin air. The madness in Domer's expression became more and more intense, and even his expression became extremely exaggerated. Appeared out of thin air? What does that mean? Galata said puzzledly. Of course there is only one possibility for it to appear out of thin air. Space jump, only space jump. Domer's expression began to become fanatical. Space jump? Are you talking about the cleansers? Giolito looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and asked. Because the existence of the cleansers is extremely secret knowledge, and it is also knowledge that is forbidden to be spread. Only some truly knowledgeable scholars can understand it. And Giolito, in addition to being a monk, is also a knowledgeable scholar. No, the cleansers do not have the ability to jump an entire planet. They can't do it, they can't do it, ha. At this point, the crazy expression on Damor's face became more and more distorted. Do you understand what this means? Damor stared at Giolito. What do you want to say? Giolito had already thought of the terrible possibility, but his face turned pale, and he would rather not think of it. It's just what you think. Humans are back, only humans, only humans. We, the descendants of the traitors, must die, all must die, ha. Damor laughed wildly again. The pale-faced Giolito no longer had the mind to comfort his old friend. Because under the stimulation of this news, Giolito felt that he was going crazy. No, I must report this news to the bishop. Galatu said, and ran out of the dungeon. It's useless, it's useless. Humans have returned, and the time for judgment has come. No matter what gods they are just fake puppets in front of humans. It's useless. We, the descendants of traitors, cannot escape the crime. Even if we create more gods as sustenance, we cannot escape the judgment. Damor's voice kept coming from behind him, like the whispers in hell. At this time, in the cathedral, Lin Xu, who happened to watch this scene through the nanorbit, looked a little surprised. We were recognized so soon? Did their civilization regress to the steam age? Mu Zai looked confused. The civilization has regressed, but obviously there are still data left. Even their data is far more than those of the Rebel Alliance whose civilization has not regressed. They can even recognize us just by relying on the jump of the Earth. Lin Xu was really a little surprised this time. However, it is precisely because of the decline of civilization that it is a bit troublesome to get the information they have preserved. Lin Xu sighed. They don't keep all paper materials, and there is no database, right? Nanzhu felt a headache when she thought about finding the required information from the vast amount of books. Even if there is a preserved database, it is not available on the internet and is hidden in some secret places. It is also very troublesome to find it. Lin Xu sighed. What about this Professor Damor? Nanzhu's eyes turned and suddenly suggested. He is a clue, let's rescue him first. Lin Xu decided. But what if he goes crazy after being rescued? Nanzhu was a little worried. It's okay, this level of infection, and the infection is only inert filth, it can be easily solved. Lu Yao on the side had already patted her chest. After all, she was determined to remove the disordered filth on her body by herself. She has been studying hard for so many years, and it is not in vain. Although there is still no way to deal with disordered filth now. But Liu Yao did not take the inert filth seriously. "It's good that you have a way, but won't your treatment method be as bloody as those cultists just now?" Nanzhu thought for a moment, and quietly took a step away from Liu Yao, as if he was afraid that the dirt on her body would stick to him. "Why are you hiding from me? I'm not a witch doctor." "Humph, just wait, when you accidentally get infected, you can't ask me to treat you," Liu Yao said with an attitude that I will make you unable to reach me in the future. "Don't worry, I am a member of the family after all, and I will not be infected by disorder and filth," Nanzhu answered without any fear. As night fell, the huge planet in the sky still covered the sky of the entire world. After a day of adaptation, people all over the world gradually began to adapt to the addition of such a huge planet in the sky. Everyone even began to discuss whether the planet in the sky is the body of the god Der. However, this statement was refuted by the Der sect. Everyone speculated again, is there a new god in the sky? This time, the Der cult chose to remain silent, because before knowing Der's attitude towards the new god, as mortals, they had no right to deny the god. However, Der had never given any new oracles, so the people of the Der cult did not know what Der's attitude towards the new god was now. The silence of the Der cult immediately made the people think that the Der cult had acquiesced. There really was a new god born, and even descended. So in just one day, more than one ambitious person who claimed to be the spokesperson of the new god appeared in every corner of the world. Of course, Damor, who was still in the dungeon of the church, was not clear about these things. He held his bandaged arm, looked through the narrow ventilation window above, and looked at the new god in the sky in the eyes of others, and the human war star in his eyes, with mixed feelings. I don't know if the church's treatment method really has a certain effect. Now Damor doesn't look as crazy as before. Although he is still suppressing madness in his eyes, he can think calmly. But now he would rather continue to be crazy. After all, facing the horror of the arrival of humans, he felt suffocated just by recalling the records he had read. Compared with humans, the horror of the so-called outer god Yagsas is just like a game of house. This is also the fact. As soon as humans arrived, they easily exterminated Yagsas. But Damor didn't understand why humans always parked the war star above the world. They could easily destroy this already polluted world. Could it be that there is still any value in this world that humans need? Thinking of this, it was like a flash of lightning passing through his mind. Damor suddenly figured it out. Yes, humans are not like the outer god Yagsas who only want to destroy everything. Since humans have not taken action, it means that this world must still have value. If this value can be found, can this world not be destroyed? Thinking of this, Damor suddenly became excited. The latest novel is published on the 69th book forum. He forced himself to crawl towards the door with his weak body. Then he tried to support his body and knocked on the door. Someone, I want to see the bishop. I want to see Coletto. Let Coletto come to see me. I am Sir Damor. Damor knocked on the door with all his strength, but it was useless. It was as if there was no one outside, and there was no response at all. At this moment, Damor suddenly heard a questioning voice in his ear. What do you want to see them for? Damor, who was crazy and excited, was a little bit of a tantrum. His mind was not very clear. At this moment, he completely forgot that he should be the only one in the room, and answered subconsciously. I want to tell him that we still have hope, the world still has hope, and humans are not here to destroy us, not to destroy us. Just as the voice fell, Damor, with a look of joy on his face, reacted all of a sudden. Who is talking? Damor slammed against the door with a thud. He leaned against the door and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that several people had appeared in the room. A man with 4 stunning women were looking at him with interest. The man spoke at this time. You even guessed this? Very impressive. Lin Xu nodded in appreciation. Who are you? Damor forced himself to calm down as much as possible, but it was too difficult to calm down with his crazy brain. Until one of the women on the opposite side came up and stepped on his body. Damor wanted to resist, but he had no strength at all. In addition, the woman was very strong and easily suppressed him. At this moment, Damor felt a little aggrieved. Although the woman was really beautiful and her high heels stepped on her body, it should make some people with unique interests excited, but he was not such a person. But then, he felt a refreshing feeling coming from his body, and his brain suddenly became clear. The feeling of going crazy because of the loss before seemed like it happened a long time ago. Liu Yao has returned to Lin Xu's side. Damor tried to get up from the ground and moved his arm. The arm in the bandage has completely healed. More importantly, his madness has stopped. How did you do it? Who are you? Damor was surprised. With his erudition, he had never heard that the madness caused by the starry sky could be cured. Even the church that claimed to be able to cure it was actually just trying to suppress this kind of madness. But now, he clearly felt that the madness in his body had been cured. It doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that you just said that humans are not here to destroy the world, right? In fact, we think so too, so we can cooperate. Lin Xu changed the subject. Cooperation? How to cooperate? Damor said vigilantly. It's very simple. Find what humans want and give it to humans to avoid the destruction of the world. Lin Xu said with a smile. He did not reveal his identity directly. In fact, even if he said he was a human, it was not certain whether the person on the other side would believe it. It's like one day you see a man on the street, who comes up to you and tells you that he is actually Qin Shi Huang, and asks you to give him 50 times less than him, and he will make you a king. I guess your first feeling is that this man is probably not a lunatic. But what exactly do humans want? Damor frowned. It's actually very simple. Humans want to know everything that happened back then, that is, the truth of everything. Lin Xu replied with a smile. The truth? Do you mean what happened 10,000 years ago? I understand. Humans have just returned, and they don't know what happened after they left, so they are eager to know the truth of that year. Damor's face suddenly enlightened, and the whole person became excited. However, this time he didn't act crazy. Then, he became a little strange again. How did you know? It's not difficult to guess. Give you some time, you can guess it yourself. Lin Xu said with a smile. Damor thought about it and found that it was indeed the case, so he temporarily put aside his doubts. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? Since you know so much about humans, you must also know something about the truth 10,000 years ago. Lin Xu asked again. Can I refuse? Damor said with a wry smile. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the person. Damor does not think that he has the right to refuse now. The dungeon of the church has always been patrolled by people. These people were able to sneak in here quietly. In addition, he knocked on the door for a long time just now, but no one showed up. Damor knew that the patrol might have been in trouble. In fact, you don't have to be too vigilant about us. We are all for the safety of this world, right? Lin Xu tried to dispel his concerns. I understand, I will help you, but if we just run away from here, we may face the church's wanted list later. It is better to tell our guest to the bishop, so that we can get more help. Damor wanted to try to persuade Lin Xu to join forces with the church. Unfortunately, Lin Xu did not like to make trouble, and a bureaucratic organization like the church might take 10 days or half a month to make a decision. It was too troublesome. Even if Lin Xu was bored and counted the stars for several days in a row, he did not want to waste time in the bureaucracy. We are not afraid of the church. Lin Xu replied lightly. Okay, so how do we get out of here? Moreover, I only know a little bit about the truth of 10,000 years ago. If we want to thoroughly investigate the truth, we still need to go to the university library. If it were normal, I could naturally bring people in and out of there at will, but now everyone in the school knows that I am receiving treatment in the church because of my madness. Once I show up. Damor said clearly. Don't worry about this, just leave directly. Lin Xu said as he walked past Damor. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao followed Lin Xu and also passed by Damor. Nanzhu was also curious and looked at some of the physical signs on Damor that were different from humans. The race that Damor belongs to is 80% to 90% similar to humans, but there are still some differences. Damor looked at Lin Xu and others who were walking towards the door in confusion, and saw Miss Qiu directly push the door open, while holding the door to keep it open, and respectfully invited Lin Xu to go out. The others also went out one by one. Only Damor's eyes widened. He clearly remembered that the door was locked from the outside, and he had knocked for a long time just now but couldn't open it. But Damor hesitated for a moment, and still followed. The other party now looks very polite, but that is based on the fact that he is still obedient. Period. Damor didn't want to try what the consequences would be if he didn't obey. And as the other party said, the other party's goal was also his goal. Since the goals are the same, they all want to find what humans want so that the world can survive, then let's cooperate. In this way, Damor followed Lin Xu and others and walked out of the dungeon. He left the dungeon unimpeded all the way. In the process of leaving, he could see the figures of guards fainting on the ground from time to time. Damor also checked it out and found that these guards were just fainted, not dead. This made Damor relieved, until a few people came outside the church and looked at a huge planet that covered half of the sky in the night sky. Damor suddenly had a sense of mission. He must find out the truth of the year and save the world. Don't dawdle, let's go to the library. Lin Xu, who is not far away, was already calling him. The library is closed at night, and we are fugitives now. Just go directly like this. Damor said in a daze. Let's go, we don't have time to waste. Lin Xu said with a smile. Don't worry, there are many ways to enter the library, and we are not fugitives yet, at least not until you are discovered and escape. Nanzhu said righteously. Then Nanzhu added, of course, it doesn't matter even if you are discovered. Okay. Damor smiled bitterly. He didn't know where these people got their confidence from. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 157 Humans are just mortals. Following behind Lin Xu and his group, Damor was always a little nervous. He didn't know if the church had discovered his escape. Has the wanted order for him arrived at a police station? No, in the eyes of the church, he is still a potential monster infected with madness and may get out of control at any time. So it will not be the police station that will track him, but the ascetics of the church. Damor couldn't help but shudder when he thought of those ascetics who dedicated themselves to the Gondar, took the initiative to be infected with madness, suppress madness through asceticism, and then use the power of madness to hunt madness. Compared with his previous self, in Damor's eyes, those ascetics are the real lunatics. In addition to the ascetics, there are actually many mysterious people in this world who are actively infected with madness, then rely on their will to suppress madness, and use madness to gain power. In Damor's eyes, Lin Xu and others are obviously such mysterious people. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain their abilities that obviously exceed common sense. For example, now, Lin Xu and his group took him to open the door of the library and walked in. However, the alarm device at the gate did not respond at all. Even the gatekeeper seemed to have not seen them. He watched them walk in right under his nose. But think about it. Apart from some scholars and mysterious beings, who in this world would know so much about human beings? The information about human beings is in the basement of the library. Only people with sufficient authority can enter there. However, people with authority are not interested in these things, so few people usually read them. After entering the library, Damor felt like he was back home. He walked to the basement with Lin Xu and his group with ease. He picked up the key hanging on the wall, opened the door of the basement, and walked in with Lin Xu and his group. The dim light bulb was lit, and the spacious basement appeared in front of Lin Xu and his group. I remember a book once recorded that 10,000 years ago, humans left for some reason, and they left servants and creatures to protect the universe together. But later, our ancestors were jealous of the power of the servants from humans, so they launched a rebellion. Damor said as he searched through the rows of books. However, his efficiency was too slow after all. Are you sure that book is here? Lin Xu asked. Of course, I haven't finished reading that book. It's just that at that time I wanted to study why humans left, and that book recorded the rebellion of our ancestors. You know, intelligent creatures always like to escape from reality. I don't like to study why my ancestors rebelled, so I put the book down at that time. Damor explained. But before he could continue, his hand stopped searching. Because he saw an incredible scene. The books in the entire basement seemed to be controlled by countless hands. One by one, they flew out of the bookshelf and were quickly flipped through in midair, as if something was reading so many books at the same time. Damor looked at Lin Xu and the others, as if he wanted to confirm. Did you do this? It's faster this way. Lin Xu nodded. While talking, Yinghe had already controlled the nanorbits to finish flipping through all the books in the basement. Master, we have found that book, and we have also found books with related records in the book, which can be used as evidence to verify each other. Yinghe's voice sounded, and at the same time, the books returned to the bookshelf one by one, but a few books floated in front of Lin Xu. Can you confirm what happened that year? Lin Xu did not flip through the books, but asked directly. According to the records, when humans left 10,000 years ago, they once gave the servants a divine artifact. Yinghe replied. Divine artifact. Lin Xu was a little surprised. Yes, it is a divine artifact. That divine artifact has unparalleled power and can even change the laws. Our ancestors once launched a rebellion because they were jealous of the power of that divine artifact. Damor recalled what he had read and said on the side. According to the description in the records, I think it should be a high-dimensional item. Yinghuo gave a more accurate answer. High-dimensional items? Those rebellious races rebelled because they were jealous of the power of high-dimensional items? But how did they rebel? This was something that Lin Xu never understood. As the maintainers of human servants, plus the cleaners, their strength must be far greater than those high-level civilizations that rebelled. How did their rebellion succeed? The ancestors released the disaster. Damor sighed and said, yes, the tribe to which Mr. Damor's ancestors belonged opened the blockade of disordered filth. At that time, the maintainers of the human servant race were using the high-dimensional items left by humans to purify the disordered filth in the blockade, turning the disordered filth into inert filth. Yinghuo replied. Then they really deserve to die. Lin Xu frowned and sighed. Yes, our ancestors really deserve to die. Damor smiled bitterly. It can be said that so much madness in this world was caused by his ancestors. Damor did not curse, which was already a great respect for his ancestors. And Yinghuo continued to speak. At that time, the betrayers of the advanced civilization deliberately opened the gap in the blockade of disordered filth because they were eyeing the high-dimensional items left by humans, causing the disordered filth that had been suppressed to spread to the universe again. So the maintainers had no choice but to detonate the high-dimensional item, instantly purifying all the disordered filth into inert filth. As a result, the maintainer group itself was almost wiped out in that disaster. Afterwards, the inert filth that should have been gradually eliminated after being purified into inert filth began to spread naturally because the maintainer group was almost completely wiped out and had no ability to eliminate the inert filth in the future. Finally, it spread to the entire star field, affecting hundreds of light years. What about the cleaners? What are they doing? Lin Xu asked. According to the records, in addition to the high-dimensional items, humans left behind only servants and creations. The maintainers are servants, so the cleaners are naturally just creations. Although the operating mechanism of the cleaners is not yet understood, it is obvious that they can only mechanically execute fixed programs and have no ability to modify the programs. Yinghuo continued to explain. So, the reason why the maintainer is called the maintainer should also mean the maintainer of the cleanser. Lin Xu finally figured out what happened in the star field 10,000 years ago. Although there are still many details to be supplemented, the general direction should be like this. The maintainer and the cleanser should complement each other. It's just because of the lack of the maintainer that the cleanser began to lose control, which is why there is a cleansing every 1,000 years. This is the current speculation. Yinghuo was just guessing. So, everything that this galaxy has experienced in the past 10,000 years is ultimately the sin of those betrayers. Nanzhu directly put the blame on the high civilization that had rebelled. Traitors, maintainers, and cleansers. Lin Xu was a little emotional. Everything was just due to jealousy 10,000 years ago. Several people fell into deep thought for a while. Only Mr. Damor next to him could understand what they were talking about at first, but later he gradually became a little confused. I know about the cleansers, but what is the cleansing that happens once every 1,000 years? Also, weren't all the cleansers who left this world devoured by the outer god Yogsis? Damor asked in confusion. The cleansers who left this world? Are there cleansers in this world too? Lin Xu was stunned. He didn't expect to have an unexpected reward. Of course, about every few decades, a batch of warships will rise from the sea and rush into the universe, but they will be swallowed by Yogsis every time and become Yogsis's food. It is said that there is a cleanser's warship production base on the seabed. Various countries have tried to take advantage of that warship production base countless times. Unfortunately, with the degeneration of civilization, various countries have become increasingly powerless to do anything about the cleanser's base. They can only watch as a batch of warships rush into the universe to die every few decades. Damor sighed. The cleanser's warship production base is actually here. Lu Yao was stunned and said in surprise. Although he had long guessed that there should be a warship production base in this star field covered by inert filth, he didn't expect it to be so coincidental that he would run into it directly. The warships we encountered before should not have been produced here. Nanzhu shook his head and said. That's right, because the warships produced here were all swallowed up by Yogsis. It seems that there is another production base. Lu Yao nodded and reacted. In fact, in addition to the cleansers, there are descendants of the maintainers in our world. Damor thought for a while and said tentatively. Did you find out? Lin Xu looked at Damor and laughed. He was a smart man. Yes, as a mysterious side, you don't know that the cleansers will try to rush into the universe every few decades. This is a major event that the mysterious side always stirs up a storm, and you always say that this world is not our world. Damor is not stupid to be a university professor. If he still can't see anything with so many questions, it can only mean that the collective IQ of the people in this world is not good. So, are you? Damor said, pointing to the sky with expectation in his eyes. Yes. Lin Xu nodded and did not deny it. At the beginning, he didn't take the initiative to say his identity because he was afraid that the other party would not believe it, and Lin Xu was too lazy to do boring things like proving his identity. But now that it has been guessed, Lin Xu is also too lazy to deny it. So, you are human servants? Like those maintainers 10,000 years ago. Damor's voice trembled, but he could only guess that they were servants. We are servants, but Lord Lin Xu is not. Nanzhu stretched out a finger and shook it. So Damor's legs softened and he almost sat on the ground. But he reacted immediately, holding the back of the chair next to him and standing up straight. You, please forgive my impoliteness, Lord Lin Xu. Damor saluted and said to Lin Xu. Okay, don't be so polite, and you don't need to worry, we are not here to destroy the world. Lin Xu waved his hand at Damor and said. Huh? Great, great. Damor suppressed his excitement. He suddenly felt that he had saved the world. I don't know if all the countries in the world should jointly give him a big medal. However, I actually have some questions. If you can help answer them, it would be even better. Lin Xu continued. Of course, I will tell you everything I know. Damor immediately corrected his attitude. You just said that there are descendants of the maintainers still. Lin Xu asked. Yes, the floating continent in the north is operated by the descendants of the maintainers. They are less affected by madness than us, so the speed of civilization degeneration is also slower, and they still retain some higher-level technologies. Damor answered immediately. Is the degeneration of your civilization also related to madness? Lin Xu was a little surprised. He only knew that many civilizations on this planet had all degenerated. But he never expected that the degeneration of these civilizations was also related to inertia and filth. Yes, the more you think, the closer you will be to madness, so people are less and less willing to think, and civilization is getting weaker and weaker. This may be the punishment of the universe for our ancestors for the betrayal 10,000 years ago, which makes us gradually degenerate and watch civilization die bit by bit. Damor said bitterly. At the same time, this can be regarded as a silent prayer. We have been tortured for 10,000 years. This is our own fault. Please don't give us more punishment. Lin Xu did not comment and said nothing about it. Compared to the descendants of the betrayers, he now wants to see the descendants of the maintainers. I wonder if the descendants of the maintainers have more detailed records of their ancestors. Although he has roughly guessed some things that happened 10,000 years ago. But Lin Xu still wants to know more details, such as what specific tasks were given to the maintainers when humans left them 10,000 years ago. Also, will the maintainers have clues to human relics? Lord Lin Xu, where are we going next? The production base of the cleaner warships in the sea, or the floating continent in the north? Nanzhu asked. The latest novels are first published on the 6th book bar. Let's go to the north first. Lin Xu decided. But before that, we seem to be surrounded. Nanzhu frowned. At this time, her tail and ears were no longer concealed. The tail swayed and the ears swayed, making Damor think that Nanzhu was going to become a monster too. But compared to the weird monster, this tail and ears are pretty good looking, and don't seem to be a prelude to madness. Wait a minute, now is not the time to focus on this. Surrounded? Was I discovered while escaping? Was it the police station or the ascetic monks? Damor asked with all his strength. It's a group of people in white robes. Lin Xu replied. It's over, it's the ascetic monks. Damor's face turned pale in an instant. Do you want to stay or go with us? Lin Xu thought about it and asked. Can I go with you? Damor was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I didn't plan to take you with me, but you will be wanted by the church, and it's because of us that we can't just leave you alone. As for completely eliminating the church, it's too troublesome, so why not take you with me? Lin Xu said lightly. Then please take me with you, please. Damor seemed to have walked through hell, and his face was almost crying. Just like that, Damor followed Lin Xu and others out of the library. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he was blocked by several white-robed ascetics. Domer, Godder is merciful. He is willing to save those lambs who have committed mistakes on their own, but you betrayed the mercy of God and escaped from the church. Since you are unwilling to accept help, you can only accept the trial. The leading ascetic had no sadness or joy in his voice, as if he was a person who had already eliminated all emotions. I didn't betray Godder, I just. Domer smiled bitterly, but didn't know what to say. Could it be that he was accompanying humans to investigate the history of 10,000 years ago? Not to mention that these ascetics would not believe it, even his previous self would not believe it. He now understood why Lin Xu did not reveal his identity at the beginning, because it was too incredible. Of course, Domer was more afraid that if he revealed Lin Xu's human identity, the ascetics in front of him would say something insulting to humans. After all, for fanatics, nothing is impossible. By then, it might not only be them who would suffer. What if the whole world was implicated? Forget it, Damor decided not to say anything. But who knew that when Damor decided not to say anything, the leader of the ascetics took the initiative to say something that frightened him. I know that many of you scholars often slander the gods, and even put a mortal race called humans 10,000 years ago above the great Godder. For you stupid so-called scholars who want to compare stupid mortals with gods, my consistent proposition is that you should all be purified. And now is the time for your purification. When the leader of the ascetics said this, his tone, which was originally emotionless, finally had some ups and downs, and even became more intense. It seems that he is extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of some scholars studying humans. It's like many religions still refuse to recognize the theory of evolution. In some countries, even the theory of evolution is not allowed to be taught in school textbooks. How ridiculous it is. You know the existence of humans, but you look down on humans? Can I know why? Lin Xu asked curiously. Just a mere mortal, how dare you try to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods? Such a stupid existence, no wonder it has long disappeared in history. Even if it has not disappeared, I will definitely kill all these people who deceive the world and steal the name in the name of God. Do they think that they can deceive future generations by compiling a few books casually? The leader of the ascetic monks seemed to be very excited when he talked about humans. I don't know why he has such a big grudge against humans. Kill all humans? You really dare to think about it? Lin Xu had a strange expression. It felt like hearing a few ants discussing about slaughtering and eating an elephant. Lin Xu only felt funny, and didn't feel offended at all. Instead, it was Damor who was so scared that he almost couldn't stand. Now he just wanted to beg this ascetic monk to stop talking. If you continue to talk, what if the person in front of you is unhappy and destroys the world directly? But, have you ever thought about whether it is possible that it is your Godder who compiled books casually and deceived future generations? Lin Xu asked curiously. They are blasphemous people. No wonder they are mixed up with the fugitives. Kill them all. The leader of the ascetics was immediately furious. The rest of the ascetics also had livid faces and rushed towards Lin Xu and his companions. It seems that no matter how weak their emotions are, once it comes to the gods, their emotions will all come back, and even become several times stronger. The ascetics were running very fast, far exceeding the speed that normal flesh and blood bodies can reach. Lin Xu even saw that under the white robe of a certain ascetic monk, it was not only his legs that were running, but also several tentacles that assisted in running. Lin Xu immediately understood. This is the ascetic monk, who uses his will to suppress his madness. And their will is to dedicate everything to Godder. The fanatical belief allows them to resist a certain degree of madness. But it also makes Godder a taboo for them. If someone insults the gods, they will fight to the death. No wonder these ascetics started to go crazy when they heard Lin Xu's words. However, even if they had any reasons, Lin Xu had no reason to let them go. Not to mention, there was another person beside Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, who had been trying to suppress his anger since the leader of the ascetic monks started to slander humans. Now, as Lin Xu signaled that he could take action, Miss Qiu finally didn't have to endure it anymore. He slashed forward with a sword. Lin Xu frowned and reminded him. Be careful, don't hurt ordinary people. So Miss Qiu noticed that there were many residential houses in the direction where the sword had just been drawn. Miss Qiu temporarily changed the sword's momentum slightly and deviated slightly to one side. But it didn't affect the several white-robed ascetic monks who were close at hand. Before they came into contact with Lin Xu and others, They were directly vaporized by Miss Qiu's sword energy. However, because of Miss Qiu's subtle adjustment of the sword's momentum, several ascetic monks, including the leader of the ascetic monks, escaped. At the same time, the sword energy continued to move forward, rumbling and extending directly along the street. In the end, what appeared in front of Damor was a street that was completely turned upside down and looked like a ruin. Damor swallowed hard. At the same time, the leader of the ascetics seemed to wake up from the sword, and he and several white-robed ascetics stood there in a daze. They looked like they didn't know whether to continue the fight. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 158, Destroying the Remnants of Humanity. Knowing that he was no match for the enemy, the leader of the ascetics did not retreat. Instead, a look of determination flashed across his face, and he began to mutter with his eyes closed. No, he is using himself as a container to call for the arrival of Godder. Damor was immediately shocked. Using oneself as a container to call for the arrival of the consciousness of the gods, even in the entire Der sect, there are not many people who can do this. And the ascetic in front of him is just one of them. However, the arrival of the gods also comes at a great cost, especially for those who are containers. Basically, the consciousness of Godder can only stay in his body for a few minutes. His body will completely collapse and become a pool of rotten meat. However, his extreme piety to Godder made him willing to dedicate himself. Even at this moment, after the arrival ceremony, the leader of the ascetics slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was suffering from the extreme pain of the arrival of the gods, his eyes were full of fanaticism. For him, it was a great honor for his body to be a temporary container for the gods and to carry the consciousness of the gods. Lin Xu watched this scene with great interest and did not stop it. He also wanted to see what the Godder was like. Was he like the foreign god that was captured and exploded before, with nothing but greed in his consciousness? However, as the body of the ascetic leader radiated more and more dazzling light, the light even sprayed out from the mouth, eyes, and ears of the ascetic. The other ascetic monks around all knelt down in front of the ascetic leader, welcoming the arrival of the god. The next moment, the consciousness of the god had appeared in the body of the ascetic leader. The consciousness was like some kind of jelly, squirming in the body of the ascetic leader, looking for a suitable position. At the same time, the consciousness also explored outward through the sprayed light. A natural pressure spread in all directions. The consciousness of the ascetic leader had been compressed into the corner of the body, and it even seemed that it would completely dissipate in the next moment. But he had no fear, but was filled with joy. That was the joy brought by close contact with a god. Although his consciousness was gradually becoming more and more crazy while he was in close contact with a god. Until, the god's consciousness exploring the surroundings came into contact with Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nansu, Liu and others who were not far away. In an instant, the light emitted from the eyes, ears and mouth of the ascetic leader paused. The god's consciousness in the ascetic leader's consciousness, which originally conveyed a sense of oppression in all directions, turned into fear in the blink of an eye. It was a kind of fear from the soul. At this moment, both the ascetic leader whose body was occupied and the ascetic who knelt on the ground were stunned. Godder was afraid. No, this must be an illusion. How could a god be afraid? And he was afraid of mortals. At the same time as fear, Godder's consciousness was also quickly withdrawn from the body of the ascetic leader. At the same time, there was obvious anger in that consciousness, anger at the ascetic leader for using the ritual of the descent of the gods to harm himself. The remaining consciousness of the ascetic leader was already confused. He didn't understand what happened. He conveyed his piety to Godder over and over again, but it was a pity that Godder's consciousness had left at the fastest speed. With a plop, the ascetic leader's body had begun to mutate and fell to the ground. Because the god took the initiative to withdraw and the god's descent ceremony failed, the ascetic leader with lifeless eyes has not died yet. But his lifeless eyes staring at the sky were like a girl who had just lost a most precious thing in her life, and it was taken away by hundreds of big men. Lin Xu couldn't bear to watch it. In the end, the ascetic leader only left a question. The whole person went completely crazy in an instant. His body mutated into a complete monster, and rushed towards Lin Xu. But he was chopped to pieces by Miss Qiu's sword halfway. Some of the other ascetic monks rushed up, and some turned around and ran. Miss Qiu easily chopped the ascetic monks who rushed up, and didn't care about those who ran away. It was not until everything was settled that Damor reacted. Was it Godder just now? But Godder? Godder. As a believer of Godder, Damor seemed to be unable to accept the reality. Even if reason told him that it was not incomprehensible for Godder to choose to escape in the face of humans. But when he really saw it, he still collapsed a little. Okay, we should go. Lin Xu did not let him continue to entangle this issue. The next moment, several people took off into the air, and also took Damor with them, and soon came to the sky, next to the Skylark, which was invisible with optical camouflage. Then they entered the cockpit of the Skylark and headed north. Such a short distance can be said to be reached in the blink of an eye for the Skylark. Damor was still in the cockpit, looking at everything curiously, and the figure of the floating continent had already appeared under the porthole. Is this a spaceship? This is the first time I have entered the interior of a spaceship. Damor was very emotional. Your ancestors once drove such a spaceship. Lin Xu thought about it and comforted him in disguise. It's a pity that we have already lost that technology. Damor could only smile bitterly at this comfort. At this moment, several people suddenly saw a rocket rising from the floating continent outside the porthole. That's right, it was the kind of rocket that launched satellites or spacecraft in the 21st century. Is this a missile? Have they discovered us? Are they going to shoot us down? Lu Yao stood by the porthole and asked curiously. Their civilization is also regressing. Although it has not regressed to the steam age and still retains the level of launching rockets, it is impossible for them to discover the Skylark. Lin Xu shook his head and said. So, they are just simply launching rockets? Is there a satellite in the rocket? Nansu asked curiously. The detection signal shows that the rocket is carrying a small spacecraft with astronauts in it. The voice of Yinghuo sounded. Astronauts? Are they going to carry out a space mission? Nansu asked puzzled. After all, they had not found any space stations or the like above this planet before, at most some satellites. No, I guess they might want to go to Earth. Lin Xu looked up at the huge Earth that still stood across the sky. The planet covered by the steel dome that occupied half of the sky looked like a war star. Earth? Are they going to find us? They are really brave. Nansu was surprised. Is it possible that they have guessed your identity? Damor on the side suddenly said. Guessed our identity? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. Yes, I can guess it, and they are said to be the descendants of the real maintainers. The information on humans in their hands must be more than what I have learned from flipping through the library myself. Damor explained. Indeed, if that's the case. Lin Xu nodded slowly. Who knew that at this moment, Yinghuo suddenly reminded him. There is a suspicious defect inside the rocket, and it is about to explode. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, as Yinghuo's voice fell, with a bang, the lower half of the rocket turned into a blazing fireball. At the same time, the flames spread rapidly to the upper part of the rocket. If nothing unexpected happens, the upper part of the spacecraft will also be involved in the explosion in a few seconds, and the astronauts inside will surely die. On the floating continent, countless people who were watching the rocket take off in front of the TV stopped cheering. But some of them were originally gloomy, but at the moment of the rocket explosion, a look of ecstasy flashed across their faces. Good explosion. You still want to contact humans at this point, those cowards who escaped 10,000 years ago? What qualifications do we have to continue to be loyal to? Godder, only by believing in the great Godder can we be redeemed. Long live Godder. Eliminate the remnants of humanity, the world belongs to Godder. But before they could be happy for a few seconds, what happened next on the live broadcast made the members of the secret Godder sect hidden in the floating continent stop talking. As the explosion of the lower part of the rocket just happened, Miss Qiu had already disappeared in the cockpit of the Skylark at Lin Xu's signal. The next moment, he appeared next to the exploding rocket. Just as the explosion in the lower part of the rocket spread to the upper part, and the rocket tilted and fell, Miss Qiu stretched out one hand, and in an instant a repulsive field defense wrapped the lower part of the rocket. As a result, the power generated by the explosion was immediately bound to the lower part of the rocket and could no longer spread upward. At the same time, visible ice appeared on the rocket, directly reducing the high temperature transmitted along the rocket body. After a series of operations, the small spaceship located in the upper part of the rocket, which was only a dozen cubic meters in size, rolled out of the rocket body safely and was directly caught by Miss Qiu in the air. The only two astronauts in the spaceship looked up through the window and could even see Miss Qiu not far above. So, Miss Qiu grabbed the spaceship in the air with his hand, and threw the other half of the explosion rocket with his other hand. In this way, the small spaceship and the 2 astronauts were saved. Damore on the Skylark was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Of course, he was not the only one whose eyes popped out. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast on the floating continent, as well as the high-level officials of the descendants of the maintainers on the floating continent, also saw this scene. When the rocket exploded at the beginning, several high-level officials even closed their eyes in despair. But then, accompanied by screams around them, after opening their eyes, they saw Miss Qiu, who seemed to be only the size of a grain of rice in the camera, holding the spaceship in one hand. As the live camera zoomed in quickly, they finally saw Miss Qiu's appearance. Many high-level officials stood up directly. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Human. This appearance feature is human. One of the high-level officials was so excited that his body was shaking. The human immortal clan to which Miss Qiu belonged was originally created based on the appearance of humans, so it was not surprising that he looked exactly like humans and would be recognized by these descendants of maintainers who knew the appearance of humans. After all, as Damore said before, as descendants of the maintainers, they have kept more information about humans. It's not certain yet. There are many different races in the universe, and it's not uncommon for people to look exactly the same. Some people are still cautious. Cautious? The other party has come to our door. What qualifications do we have to be cautious at this time? The leading man stood up directly. Okay, get ready to welcome them. Whether they are human or not, they are astronauts who saved us after all, and they deserve our warm welcome. So the rest of the people looked at each other in surprise and stood up to show that they understood. At the same time, Lin Xu on the Skylark, after thinking about it, also ordered the Skylark to remove the optical camouflage. In an instant, the Skylark, which was more than 100 meters long, appeared in the air, not far from Miss Qiu. The live broadcast camera that was broadcasting Miss Qiu instantly captured the scene of the Skylark appearing in the blink of an eye. It caused a sensation among the people watching the live broadcast on the floating continent. The high-ranking officials who were watching the launch at the rocket launch site had already come to the stands outside, watching the Skylark appear in the blink of an eye on the big screen, with all kinds of lights flashing in their eyes. But they were mostly excited. Only some of the followers of the Godder, who had already believed in Godder and even secretly sabotaged the rocket launch, looked at the Skylark on TV with undisguised anger in their eyes. Humans, they must be humans. They actually came back. They actually dared to come back. This world is already the world of Godder. The foreign gods are dead. Only Godder is the only true god, and mere humans dared to come back. Aren't they afraid of Godder's divine punishment? But if this war star in the sky really belongs to humans, I heard that it was this war star that killed the foreign gods. Some people also worried. That only shows that the outer god Yog-Sass is weak. In the past, we were deceived by the madness of the outer gods and thought that the outer gods were powerful. Now it seems that the so-called outer gods are just so-so. Yes, Godder is great and invincible. Are you doubting the power of Godder? How is it possible? I am a devout believer of Godder. I believed in Godder earlier than you. Don't slander me. Enough. This matter still needs to be reported to the church. Please ask the Archbishop to report the return of mankind to Godder. Everything is decided by God. The argument subsided. At the same time, Miss Qiu in the sky had landed on the rocket launch side of the floating continent with the spacecraft and the 2 astronauts in the spacecraft. At the same time, the Skylark also landed. When Lin Xu and others got off the Skylark, a group of high-level officials of the descendants of the maintainers came forward to greet them enthusiastically. At the same time, they also saw the scene of Miss Qiu obediently taking a step back and standing behind Lin Xu. Suddenly, a group of high-level officials who had already prepared a draft in their minds began to draft again. Because it was obvious that the group of people who looked like humans in front of them was led by Lin Xu. But before the senior executives could express their gratitude and welcome, Lin Xu spoke directly without following the routine. I heard that you are the descendants of the maintainers. Suddenly, the leader of the descendants of the maintainers who were walking in front paused. But he still nodded. Yes, I wonder who you are. I am a human. I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago. You should have information here, right? Lin Xu asked. Several senior executives of the descendants of the maintainers looked at each other. Finally, they nodded. Yes, although I can't be sure of your identity, It's no problem if I just check the information, the leader said cautiously. And these conversations were also broadcast through the live camera. Suddenly, the entire floating continent was in an uproar. Many descendants of the maintainers still know some legends about humans, but they are just legends. Except for some specialized scholars or senior executives, ordinary people's understanding of humans is more like myths. So when Lin Xu claimed to be a human, the descendants of the maintainers who saw this scene live seemed to see the existence of myths and legends step into reality, and the public opinion exploded instantly. However, Lin Xu didn't know these. Because he had come to the archives of the descendants of the maintainers under the arrangement of the high-level people of the descendants of the maintainers, where there are the most complete and richest materials preserved by the descendants of the maintainers. There are even some film and television materials, which can be regarded as helping Lin Xu to completely restore everything that happened 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, this river system was full of disorder and filth. A large number of advanced civilizations collected chaotic energy at the high-dimensional weak point in the center of the river, and then used the chaotic energy, leaving only disorder and filth as residue. After that, the advanced civilization did not effectively deal with the disorder and filth, but directly discarded it in a remote star system, causing the entire river system to be full of disorder and filth. The leader of the descendants of the maintainers was obviously familiar with the history of 10,000 years ago. While Lin Xu was checking the information, he directly introduced it to him. Isn't this the same as the Milky Way? What happened later? Lin Xu asked curiously, because in this galaxy now, except for this area affected by the inert filth within 100 light years, she seemed to have not found any disordered filth. Later, humans came to us and began to restrain higher civilizations and clean up disordered filth. They used the power of higher dimensions to degenerate disordered filth into inert filth, and then disposed of the inert filth. They also accepted some higher civilizations as servant races. With the assistance of these servant races, the entire galaxy was soon renewed. At this point, the leader even proudly straightened his chest. The other high-level officials were the same. Obviously, they were very proud of what their ancestors did. Until the last piece of disordered filth was left, which was also the largest piece of disordered filth in the galaxy that spread over more than 10 light years. It is this star field now. Lin Xu said that he guessed it. Yes, it is this star field now. However, when humans were about to clean up the disordered filth in this star field, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred, and they left this river system at the fastest speed. The leader frowned when he said this. Accident? What accident? Lin Xu's attention was also attracted. The thing that made humans leave in a hurry should not be what is in this river system, but what is ahead? Lin Xu guessed. It's not clear, and our ancestors don't know what humans found and left in a hurry. It's just that before leaving, humans compiled all human servants races into maintainers, and left a high-dimensional item for the maintainers, ordering the maintainers to use this high-dimensional item to first turn the disordered filth in this area into inert filth, and then clean up the inert filth. You will know what happened later. After speaking, the leader couldn't help but sigh. Where are the cleaners? Lin Xu nodded and continued to ask. The cleaners are the helpers that humans leave for the maintainers, or they can also be called weapons. The cleaners will cleanse those advanced civilizations that do not follow the order and are disorderly and filthy everywhere according to the instructions of the maintainers, so as to maintain the order of the universe after humans leave. Unfortunately, as the maintainers were polluted by inert filth and completely destroyed, only some remnants were left on various planets to survive, and the maintainers also lost the ability to issue instructions to the cleaners. The current cleaners will no longer accept the instructions of us, the descendants of the maintainers. The leader said with a wry smile. However, this branch of the descendants of the maintainers, who were trapped on this planet 10,000 years ago, obviously did not know what the cleaners had done in the entire river system in the past 10,000 years. Every 1,000 years, all civilizations are cleansed. But forget it, Lin Xu did not intend to tell him. So the issue of the maintainers and cleaners has been clarified, and now new questions have arisen. What was the reason for the humans to leave in a hurry 10,000 years ago? This is the first time Lin Xu has seen something that can prompt humans to leave in a hurry. Could it be that humans at that time encountered some danger? Although it was known that humans had successfully upgraded their dimensions later, and even if there was any danger at that time, it was definitely safe, Lin Xu still couldn't help but be curious. However, This may have to wait until the remains of humans left in this river system are found and the direction of human navigation is figured out before we can know. And just as Lin Xu was flipping through the information under the introduction of the leader, suddenly, several people who looked like secretaries came to the leader quietly and whispered a few words. The leader of the descendants of the maintainers had a slightly strange expression. He hesitated for a moment, but still came to Lin Xu and said to Lin Xu, "Mr. Lin Xu, the Archbishop of the God sect wants to see you." "To see me?" Lin Xu was a little surprised. "Yes, they used the few remaining jets in the sect to rush here. It is said that there is an oracle that they want to convey to you." The leader said. His face became more and more strange. "Oracle?" Lin Xu's face showed an expression of encountering something interesting. "P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket." Chapter 159. Who is the second son of mankind? There are quite a few oracles in the history of the earth, but they are all fake and fabricated by the charlatans. So when Lin Xu first encountered a real oracle, he really found it quite interesting. Although, Lin Xu did not think that a planetary consciousness could be considered a god. The leader of the descendants of the maintainers, the great commander Arafat, specially prepared a large reception room for Lin Xu to meet the Archbishop of the Der cult. To be honest, in fact, the relationship between the Der cult and the floating continent has been far from good over the years. There have even been conflicts from time to time. The main reason is that the Der cult has developed a belief in the god Der on the floating continent. Although the floating continent has not publicly declared that believing in the god Der is illegal, it has been cracking down on the Der cult. So now the organization of the Der cult on the floating continent has slowly transformed into an underground secret organization. This makes it more difficult for the floating continent to crack down on it. In short, the two sides have been fighting openly and secretly, so naturally the relationship will not be good. But when the Archbishop of the Der sect came to him openly, although Arafat was unhappy, he still received him according to etiquette. It was not until the great commander Arafat accompanied Lin Xu and met the Archbishop of the Der sect shrouded in a colorful robe in the reception room. The Archbishop first expressed his respect to Lin Xu, and then handed a list to Arafat before showing the so-called oracle. "Who is this?" Arafat was a little surprised when he looked through the list, because there were even many middle-level officials from the floating continent that he was familiar with on the list, and even these middle-level officials occupied very important positions. This is the latest list of all members of the Der sect on the floating continent. Some of them have done many things that violate the sect's purpose under the banner of the sect. Recently, someone reported that they wanted to send someone to assassinate Mr. Lin Xu. So I handed over this list just to show the sincerity of my Der sect. What they did was not instructed by the sect, but just their private behavior. The Archbishop said righteously. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was just a show of weakness and goodwill, throwing out some pawns to show that I don't know these things and they have nothing to do with me. Great, thank you for the honesty of the Der cult. I will order people to arrest all the people on the list. Arafat said, and handed the list to the secretary beside him and gestured. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. On this side, the show of goodwill ended, and the Archbishop finally spoke to Lin Xu. "Mr. Lin Xu, I am here to express my respect to you on behalf of the god Der. The god Der has always respected humans and believes that there should be no conflict between the god Der and humans." The Archbishop observed Lin Xu's reaction cautiously. I believe that since he became the Archbishop, he should not be so cautious. But facing humans, he had to do so. The oracle of the god Der has explained everything. He came here to express his submission to humans on behalf of the god Der. I just hope that humans will not crush him like they crushed the outer god Yagsas before. As the Archbishop, he clearly felt the fear of god Der. The Archbishop was actually a little fortunate about this. He was glad that his god was still rational and could feel the gap between the two sides. Otherwise, if he was really as crazy as the outer god Yagsas, it would be difficult for them as believers to deal with it. Of course, there is really no conflict between us, and if there is something, I may go to him later. Lin Xu said with a smile. Of course, he heard the Archbishop's constant weakness in his words, and tried to save the dignity of god Der, but he was not interested in delving into these issues. For him, there are still many things to do, and this is just a small episode. However, the Archbishop did feel a tightness in his heart when he heard Lin Xu's words. "You said to go to my lord, don't you know?" The Archbishop asked cautiously. I am still very curious about planetary consciousness, so I may go to him to do a small experiment later. Don't worry, it won't hurt him. Lin Xu said very sincerely. The Archbishop felt a burst of laughter and tears. After all, if someone tells you that you want to use the god you believe in to do an experiment, you will probably be in a dilemma. But the Archbishop did not dare to refuse. Because he believed that Godder would not dare to refuse. This, I will tell Godder. The Archbishop finally said this reluctantly. The great commander Arafat on the side saw Lin Xu casually saying that he wanted to use Godder for an experiment. As the Archbishop of Godder, he could only agree humiliatingly. For a moment, he just wanted to laugh. Der Sect, you have come to this day. Unfortunately, as a great commander, he needs to pay attention to the impact and cannot laugh. In the end, he could only retract the slightly upturned corners of his mouth before being noticed. Damor was also laughing. He did not expect to see such a wonderful scene. By the way, Mr. Damor should still be wanted by the Der Sect. Lin Xu looked at Damor and said with a smile. I have already solved this matter before I came. Please rest assured that the wanted order for Mr. Damor has been cancelled, and Mr. Damor can go home at any time. The Archbishop showed a brilliant smile to Damor, an ordinary professor whom he would not even look at in the past. At that moment, Damor felt as if he had become a big shot. So is this the feeling of a fox borrowing the power of a tiger? After sending away the Archbishop of Godder, Lin Xu wanted the Archbishop to send Damor back as well. But Damor himself refused. I have encountered such a fantastic adventure in my life, and maybe it has exhausted all my luck for the rest of my life, so no matter what, I want to complete this adventure until everything is settled. So, if Mr. Lin Xu doesn't mind me being a drag, can you continue to take me with you? Damor said to Lin Xu very seriously. Continue to follow us, but you may encounter danger. Lin Xu asked back. It's okay, I can be a cannon fodder for you to explore the way. Damor said indifferently. Okay, then before everything is over. Lin Xu thought about it and nodded. Then, the Commander-in-Chief Arafat originally planned to continue to accompany Lin Xu to check the information. However, Lin Xu shook his head and refused. The information that should be checked has been checked almost, and Yinghe has completely copied the database of the descendants of the maintainers. After scanning everything, no more information was found. Especially about what humans discovered 10,000 years ago that they had to leave in a hurry. And the location of the remains left by humans in this river system. There are no answers to these two questions. Thank you Mr. Arafat for your hospitality. We should leave too. Lin Xu said goodbye. Leave? Leave here. Arafat was stunned for a moment. Yes, the information that should be checked has been checked. There is no point in staying here. Lin Xu said as a matter of course. Then, can I ask, where are you going next? Arafat thought about it and asked. Until now, he has not found decisive evidence whether Lin Xu is a human being, and he is really unwilling to accept it. Go to the seabed, the cleaner's warship manufacturing factory. Lin Xu did not hide it. The cleaner's factory, can I go with you? Arafat's eyes lit up and he said without thinking. You? Aren't you the commander-in-chief? Can you just leave like this? Nansu was surprised. To be honest, when I was young, I also wanted to go on adventures everywhere. Now I have the opportunity to go to the cleaner's factory, of course I can't miss it. Arafat smiled and said. Lord Lin Xu. Nansu moved his lips and looked at Lin Xu. Let's go, if you want to go, let's go together. Lin Xu said indifferently. Thank you for your generosity, but can you please give me some time to explain some things? Arafat asked. No problem, go. Lin Xu nodded, looking very tolerant. So Arafat saluted and turned away. Lord Lin Xu, it's obvious that he is not going for adventure. Nansu complained. Yes, but they are descendants of the maintainers after all, so be tolerant of them. Lin Xu said indifferently. Okay. Nansu thought about it and nodded, agreeing with Lin Xu's statement. After all, he is the descendant of a human servant, so he is half his own. On the other side, in a conference room far away, the senior executives who were urgently summoned already knew that Arafat was going to follow Lin Xu to the bottom of the sea. Mr. Arafat, do you know your own identity? You are the commander-in-chief. Do you know how much impact your resolute departure will have on the entire floating continent? Someone reminded. Yes, please fulfill your duties and don't let your desire for adventure in your youth confuse your mind. Someone said with great sorrow. Everyone, can you confirm Mr. Lin Xu's identity now? Can you confirm that he is a human? Unexpectedly, Arafat talked about another thing. Of course we can be sure. Even Godder has taken the initiative to beg for mercy. We saw it with our own eyes. Yes, all the outer gods were killed. No, we can only assume that he is a powerful being, and we cannot be sure that he is a human. But in the base of the cleansers, there must be a way to prove his human identity. Arafat explained. And this is his purpose. He wants to confirm whether Lin Xu is a human. Domer, or Godder, and the Archbishop of Godder can easily determine that Lin Xu is a human. Because it is just a name, since Lin Xu calls himself a human, then call him a human. But they can't, they are descendants of the maintainers. They are descendants of human servants. You can't just casually determine that a person is a human. And the other senior officials also understood what Arafat meant. For a while, everyone was silent. What if you can't come back? Someone hesitated. If you can't come back, then you can't come back. It's nothing more than choosing a great commander. Arafat insisted. Well, since you are ready. Someone sighed. Arafat, you must come back. I won't accept someone else being the commander-in-chief. Go. If you can't come back, then prove that he is fake. Although we are not his opponents and it is impossible for us to avenge you, don't think of letting us tarnish the reputation of the defenders. We will not easily surrender to someone who claims to be a human civilization. The meeting was very short. When Arafat returned, Lin Xu and his friends were on a balcony, looking at the street scene below that looked like a normal city street. However, this street was floating in the sky. Is it over? Lin Xu turned his head to look at him. Thank you for your tolerance. Arafat saluted Lin Xu. He knew that the meeting just now might not be hidden from Lin Xu and others. In fact, he now tends to believe that Lin Xu is really a human. But he still lacks a key piece of evidence. He is the commander-in-chief, and he cannot be emotional. Just like that, Lin Xu nodded, and then waved to the sky. The latest novel is published on the 69th Book Forum. The Skylark, which had been docked in the air, slowly descended and arrived in front of the balcony. A staircase made of light curtains extended to the balcony. Lin Xu and his companions stepped on the stairs easily and boarded the Skylark. Damor and Arafat looked at each other, and then they mustered up their courage and stepped on the transparent stairs that looked like they could not support a person. They boarded the Skylark step by step. Then the Skylark flew away under the gaze of the people on the floating continent. Moving within the planet was as simple as going to the next community for the Skylark. In just a short time, before Damor had even finished introducing the various facilities in the cockpit to Arafat, the Skylark had already arrived above the underwater base of the cleaner. Then the Skylark rushed into the sea. Outside the porthole, there was a colorful underwater world, with all kinds of fish swimming in groups in the water. Above, the sun shone through the seawater, forming a series of light bands, and everything looked dreamy and beautiful. Damor and Arafat had never seen such an underwater scene before, and they looked out the window curiously. But soon, the Skylark quickly dived to a depth of tens of thousands of meters. The deep sea around was pitch black, without any light. Damor and Arafat finally experienced the pain of deep-sea phobia for the first time in their lives. The two turned their heads and never dared to look out the porthole again. Until they dived deeper and deeper, countless lights finally came from below. Everyone looked out of the porthole and saw a trench deep in the sea. A huge factory that seemed to be still in operation stood in it. That was the underwater construction factory of the cleaner. Every few decades, a batch of built cleaner warships would rush out of the sea and the planet. But unfortunately they could not rush out of the galaxy and were swallowed by the largest planet outside the galaxy, the outer god Yogses. However, even so, this factory continued to execute the program and build continuously. When a certain number of ships were accumulated, warships were dispatched. Now, with the arrival of the Skylark, various defense measures in the factory were alarmed. Various floating guns rose from the factory and aimed their muzzles at the Skylark. At the same time, turrets were also raised in various parts of the factory. At the same time, some of the tens of thousands of meters-long warships that had been built, which were originally only docked in the dock, were now slowly lifted off and aimed their muzzles at the Skylark. For a time, all kinds of weapons and equipment were aimed at the Skylark. Damor and Arafat looked at the various turrets. Just one floating gun was larger than the Skylark. And there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of such floating guns. In short, they couldn't count how many there were. The Skylark, which was pointed at by so many weapons and equipment, looked like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Those who didn't know might think that the Skylark had no virtue to make such a base so nervous. Well, at least Omer and Arafat now had almost the same opinion. What virtue did the Skylark have? This is too exaggerated. At the same time, the two of them only had one thought in their minds. This time they were doomed. Yinghe, did the shipyard respond to the signal we sent? Lin Xu asked, looking at the huge factory complex that looked like a hedgehog with its hair standing on end. If there was a real fight, Lin Xu was not afraid at all. With the existing force of this factory, it just looked more bluffing. Or it could bluff some people who had never seen the world. But in fact, this little defense capability would be nothing if it was thrown into a space war. There was a response. The computer in the shipyard responded to the signal we sent, showing that it welcomed the return of humans. Yinghe answered, and also displayed the information that had just been connected. Arafat was shocked at first. That was the surprise of confirming Lin Xu's human identity, but then he was confused. In fact, it was not only Arafat who was confused, Lin Xu himself was also confused. Is this how the factory welcomes me? Lin Xu pointed outside the porthole, and was still facing the direction of the Skylark, constantly adjusting the muzzles of countless floating cannons. The other party replied that the established program is being lifted. The original program was authorized by humans 10,000 years ago, and your authorization is required to lift it. Yinghe replied. Authorize him. In this way, Damor and Arafat looked at the endless muzzles outside the porthole and spent the most difficult 10 seconds of their lives. They didn't know if those cannons would fire at the same time in the next second, leaving them forever on the seabed. Until more than 10 seconds later, the endless floating cannons outside the porthole slowly landed back to the factory. The rest of the various defense measures were also lifted one by one. Even those warships that were tens of thousands of meters long slowly landed back to the dock. The crisis was lifted, or was the crisis lifted in the eyes of Damor and Arafat? The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then the factory gate opened to welcome the Skylark. The small spaceship, which was only 100 meters long, entered the huge gate that was tens of thousands of meters wide, just like entering the mouth of a giant. People who didn't know might think that this was the mouth of the abyss. Soon, under Lin Xu's authority, Yinghe took over every corner of the entire base, including all databases, at the fastest speed. After an inventory, it was found that the current situation in the base was not very good. At present, people in the entire galaxy believe that the cleaners call themselves the second son of mankind. But in fact, the title of the second son of mankind was not originally called by the cleaners. After all, the cleaner fleet is just some machines that execute programs, so how could they call themselves so? Those who call themselves the second son of mankind are actually the maintainers. In other words, the earliest maintainers believed that the maintainers and the cleaners together were enough to bear the title of the second son of mankind. So when the maintainers commanded the cleaner fleet to perform various tasks, they would act in the name of the second son of mankind. Until the great changes 10,000 years ago, the maintainers disappeared. Only the cleaners were left in the galaxy. The cleaners began to carry out their missions according to the established procedures, and while carrying out their missions, they still called themselves the second sons of mankind. As a result, over time, the intelligent life of the entire galaxy thought that the cleaners called themselves the second sons of mankind. But they didn't know that it was actually the maintainers who thought that the maintainers and cleaners could bear the title of the second sons of mankind, so they called themselves so. The reason why the maintainers called themselves so was also related to the clans that always followed humans. The ancestors of the maintainers believed that the human clans were the eldest sons of humans. Then they, the maintainers, were naturally the second sons. However, even the ancestors of the maintainers themselves knew that they could only call themselves the second sons, because they had never been recognized as clans by humans from beginning to end. Maintainers and cleaners were just a chess move left by humans in this galaxy. Just like the Galaxy Alliance in the previous galaxy. Dispensable. Even so, they are also working hard to complete their tasks. Looking forward to being truly recognized by humans one day. And even if the maintainers are not human relatives, the cleaners are always human creations. So the maintainers plus the cleaners are considered the second sons of mankind, and it is not without basis. Unfortunately, with the rebellion 10,000 years ago, this dream was shattered. And the shipbuilding base of the cleaners has become more and more dilapidated after 10,000 years of erosion by inert filth. If it were not for the high-dimensional bonus of human creation, it would have collapsed long ago. How could it continue to produce warships? Lord Lin Xu, the database has been backed up. Some data has been distorted under erosion and is no longer readable, but most of the data is well preserved. Yinghua reported. What did humans discover 10,000 years ago? This is the issue that Lin Xu is most concerned about now. I'm sorry, there is no information on this. Is that so? Lin Xu nodded, not surprised by this. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, have you found the location of the human remains? Found it. Yinghua replied. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 160, God's might is like a prison? No, it's the might of man that is like a prison. In the deep sea, the cleaner battleship manufacturing base, which was extremely grand to Damor and Arafat, seemed a little small to Lin Xu, who had seen all kinds of grand things. Everything here was very human-like in architectural style, and it was also a style that Lin Xu had long been accustomed to, so he did not have any nature of visiting. However, for Damor and Arafat, everything here was so magical. After obtaining Lin Xu's consent, the two of them took the internal vehicle with great interest and visited the entire manufacturing base. Of course, it was just a cursory visit. There were various manufacturing bases throughout the huge trench, and a single dock was tens of thousands of meters in size. It was too late to visit carefully, because Lin Xu didn't plan to stay here for long. After obtaining the information from the manufacturing base database, this base was actually of no use to Lin Xu. After hesitating again and again, Lin Xu made a decision. What? You said you want to transfer this base to us. Arafat was not feeling well when he learned of Lin Xu's decision. It felt like 300 million suddenly fell from the sky and hit his head. Arafat even pinched his thigh hard to make sure he had heard it wrong. But why didn't it seem to hurt? Ahem, Commander-in-Chief, you pinched my leg. Domer endured the pain and maintained his demeanor. Sorry. Arafat said immediately. Then he identified his leg and pinched it hard. It hurt. It didn't seem to be a dream. Why? Can I ask why? Arafat asked Lin Xu seriously. 10,000 years ago, humans left behind the cleaners for the purpose of complementing each other with the maintainers, maintaining the order of this river system and preventing the spread of disorder and filth. So, I am not handing this base over to you, but just following the old rules to let the maintainers and the cleaners establish a complementary relationship again. This is your right and responsibility as the descendants of the maintainers. Of course, if you don't want to take this responsibility, it doesn't matter. After all, 10,000 years is enough to eliminate many things. I give you the right to refuse. Lin Xu explained for Arafat. No, we accept it, of course we accept it. Arafat answered immediately without any hesitation. Okay, then everything will follow the old calendar 10,000 years ago. The maintainers and the cleaners will establish a contract again, and I, as a human, will be your witness. Lin Xu said solemnly. I, the Grand Commander of the Descendants of the Protectors, will represent my descendants of the Protectors and once again assume the responsibility of the Protectors to fight for humanity. Arafat was so excited that his whole body was shaking, but he tried to respond in a calm voice, and at the same time saluted Lin Xu with the highest etiquette. Hello, Protector Arafat, Cleaner Base 30,778 can execute a cleansing order at any time. The cleaner will judge whether the cleansing order and combat order issued by the Protector are in accordance with a procedural code left by humans. Please cherish the authority you have, and the cleaner will reserve the right to refuse the order. A voice sounded from all directions. It was the response of the AI program in this base. Under the witness of humans, the Protector and the cleaner signed a contract again and joined hands again. Okay, next, it's time to do another thing. Lin Xu, who had completed one thing, had something more important to do. The inert filth that permeated this 100-light-year star field must be cleared. Theoretically, at this time, with a huge fleet of cleaners that cleans the advanced civilizations once every 1,000 years in the entire galaxy, it is not difficult to clean up the inert filth in this star field. After all, this is not disordered filth, but inert filth that has lost the ability to disorder order. With a number of cleaners' fleets, it is not difficult to clean up. However, after losing the guidance of the maintainer, the huge fleet of cleaners seemed to have fallen into a dead end, and they just rigidly executed the program of cleaning advanced civilizations. They even stayed outside the range of inert filth and destroyed the cleaner warships that were infected by inert filth and were about to leave the range of inert filth. But they just didn't clean up the inert filth itself. Otherwise, after so many years, it would have been cleaned up long ago. And since the cleaners didn't clean it up, now it can only be Lin Xu who takes action. So, after witnessing the maintainer and the cleaner sign a contract again, Lin Xu brought Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nansu, Liao, Damor and Arafat back to the Skylark, rose all the way to the sea level, and left the manufacturing base of the cleaner warship in the deep sea. Arafat lay on the porthole, looking at the cleaner base below, still a little reluctant. But he quickly adjusted his mood and clenched the communicator in his hand. That was the communicator left for him by the cleaner base. With this, he can contact the cleaner base at any time, and even let the cleaner base send a spacecraft to pick him up. Think about it, before, their civilization regressed to the rocket age, and even cheered for the launch of the manned rocket. Now they have a powerful base that can send civilization back to the space age at any time. It would be strange if they were not excited. Although there are still various agreements with this base, and they cannot borrow the power of the base at will, that is enough. Okay, the next thing is to solve the problem of inert filth. This is the root of all the problems in the starfield. If it is not solved, it will always be a problem. So do you want to go back now? Or continue to follow? Lin Xu asked. Damor immediately said that he would continue to follow. After all, he had not had enough of such a magical adventure. After looking at the communicator in his hand, Arafat hesitated for a moment and decided to continue to follow. Although it is important to report the good news back, the contract has been reached. Knowing more about humans is the most important thing for them, the descendants of the maintainers. That's right, Arafat has confirmed that Lin Xu is indeed a human. As a descendant of the maintainers, he has re-signed a contract with a cleaner under the witness of humans. If this is not a human, then what is a human? So, the Skylark rose all the way until it reached the sky above the planet. At the same time, from all around the Skylark, Lin Xu's personal space opened and a large number of nanorobots poured in. Suddenly, Damor and Arafat saw that there were colorful lights around the Skylark, and black smoke was rising. The colorful light spread in all directions, and the black smoke also spread rapidly. The black smoke was like the ashes left after the flames burned out. The colorful light was like a flame that was still spreading and burning. Arafat even saw that the colorful smoke even passed over his body, and at the same time, a black smoke rose from his body and then disappeared. Liao, who was watching this scene, even had an envious look in his eyes. What is this on our bodies? Arafat moved his body and felt a sense of relaxation, but he couldn't tell where it was relaxed. That's the pollution on your body, which has been removed by the nanorobots. Lin Xu replied. Why don't I have it? Damor said a little strangely. The pollution on your body was removed when I treated you last time. Liao said. Then he muttered quietly, damn it, if only the disorder and filth on my body could be removed so easily. In short, under the witness of Domo and Arafat, the colorful light quickly spread to the world. Soon, people on the ground also saw the colorful light spreading rapidly in the sky. Finally, the colorful light spread to the surface of the planet. As the light passed through everyone's body, a puff of black smoke rose from everyone's body and then disappeared. As the black smoke rose, everyone felt refreshed. The professors in the university laboratory leaned back in their chairs tiredly. The math problems in front of them reached a certain point, and they could no longer calculate, as if their limit was here. As long as they continued to calculate, all kinds of strange things would continue to emerge in their minds. He knew that it was the prelude to madness. Madness comes not only from looking directly at the starry sky, but also from knowledge. When a person explores the limits of knowledge, the highly activated brain will get closer and closer to madness, until it is really crazy. For countless years, countless scholars have verified this point, and this is also the fundamental reason why the civilization of this world is constantly regressing. But suddenly, he saw a colorful light passing by all around, and then a puff of black smoke rose from his body. In an instant, his brain, which had just been used to the limit and had some signs of going crazy, actually calmed down. The professor was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic, and immediately bent over his desk to continue calculating. The math problems that were once extremely difficult are still extremely difficult now, but he will not gradually fall into madness because of thinking about difficult problems. He can always maintain an extreme thinking state. This feeling is really wonderful. In the ascetic order of the Goddard, a large number of ascetics are struggling to resist the changes in their bodies at all times. They are all ascetic predecessors who can no longer resist the changes by their own will, and can only wait to die again, or wait to completely turn into monsters and then be killed by the younger generations of ascetics. But they are not dissatisfied in their hearts, because this is the path they have chosen, and for the glory of God, they are willing to become like this. But today, with the colorful glow of the sky, waves of black smoke rose from the bodies of the ascetics. In an instant, the ascetics who thought they would soon be unable to hold on and become monsters felt a sudden sense of relief. It was as if they had never felt so good before. The mutations on their bodies disappeared, and their madness was completely cured. God, miracle. Praise God. Praise my Lord. Well, no matter what good things happen, they will always attribute the credit to their God. And not just them, the younger generations of ascetics, as the black smoke rose from their bodies, also felt the power from the mutations on their bodies leave them. Suddenly, the expressions of these younger generations of ascetics changed drastically. They took the initiative to approach madness in order to obtain the power of madness and use this power to serve the gods. But now, although they have also been cured, their power has also left them. What happened? Where did my power go? Is it an attack by pagans? Everyone be alert. Be careful and report how much power you have left. Well, once something bad happens, they will always blame the pagans. In short, their gods, and even themselves, must be always right. In this way, the rapidly spreading nanorobots completely cleared the inert filth on the entire planet. This is very simple for nanorobots. You know, nanorobots themselves have some high-dimensional characteristics along with the dimensionality of humans. Even against disordered filth, they can still fight back and forth. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Not to mention that they are only facing inert filth. Moreover, these inert filth have been diffused for tens of thousands of years and have been diluted to a certain degree of inert filth. It is too easy for nanorobots to clear it. Basically, wherever it spreads, the inert filth can be removed. In comparison, if the cleaner fleet wants to remove the inert filth, it may need to use ship guns or various small weapons to burn the inert filth 1 inch at a time. It takes a long time. But it is easy to leave it to the nanorobots. As long as it is not as dense as the inert filth that spreads for countless light years like the center of the Milky Way, even nanorobots need time to clean it up. And it is very simple to clean up thin inert filth like this. Soon, as the inert filth on the entire planet was cleaned up, the Skylark continued to rise until it entered space. At the same time, Lin Xu continued to open the portable space around the Skylark, and a large number of nanorobots continued to infuse into the universe. So the colorful glow rose in the universe and quickly spread to the surroundings. And wherever the colorful glow spreads to, the inert filth in the universe is also swept away. In the eyes of Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, as well as Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, the layer of black veil covering this star field was finally brushed away bit by bit. Of course, Damor and Arafat could not see these. The two of them just watched the colorful rays of light spread towards the depths of the universe, feeling awesome and handsome. Let's go, it's time to meet the Goddard, Lin Xu said. Then the Skylark instantly accelerated and entered the curvature navigation state. However, even in the curvature navigation state, nanorobots are still spreading. At the same time, there are a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates pouring out from the portable space. These autonomous mechanical aggregates are constantly combined into temporary warships, and then with this galaxy as the core, they jump to the other galaxies around. Then spread nanorobots in those galaxies. This is the only way to speed up the removal of inert filth. Otherwise, relying on the nanorobots to spread by themselves, it will take a long time to spread to a range of hundreds of light years. In the blink of an eye, the Skylark returned to a straight line from the curvature navigation state. A huge planet was in sight not far ahead. It was the planet closest to the star, the main body of the Goddard, a huge planet with a fiery red body. Damor and Arafat had just come back to their senses from the various magical scenes outside the curvature navigation porthole. They saw the autonomous mechanical aggregates that kept appearing around them, as well as the warships that were decomposed and assembled from these autonomous mechanical aggregates. Then these warships flew away in all directions. Damor didn't know them, but Arafat had learned about them from the records of his ancestors, and he recognized them in a flash of inspiration. It's an autonomous mechanical aggregate. Yes, you actually know it. Nanzhu on the side praised. But then, Damor and Arafat's attention was attracted by the fiery red planet in front of them. After all, as the natives of this world, the main body of the great god that they had read and seen since childhood was much more attractive than any autonomous mechanical aggregate. Is this it? Damor's voice trembled a little. After all, he is also a believer of Godder. Even though the other believers of Godder did a lot of things that made him lose his head after meeting Lin Xu, including the Archbishop, Damor still believes in Godder. Is this Godder? Although Arafat was also amazed, he was much stronger than Damor. After all, he did not believe in God. With the arrival of the Skylark, the huge fiery red planet stretched out fiery red tentacles composed of storms and magma on its surface. Those tentacles were waving with joy. The scale of any of the tentacles was tens or hundreds of kilometers thick. The Skylark was as small as an ant in front of these tentacles. Damor and Arafat looked at the tentacles on the huge planet, which continued to extend deeper into the universe, and some of them had already passed by the Skylark not far away. They were waving more and more frantically, as if the arrival of the Skylark had stimulated the planet. Both Damor and Arafat began to be afraid at this moment. Even though they both knew deep down in their hearts that humans were stronger than Godder. Otherwise, Godder would not have shown weakness. But now there was only a small spaceship on their side, and the other side was a huge planet. Should we retreat first and take a long-term view? At least bring that war planet over. With that war planet as a support, we should be safe. Until, the spreading nanorbits began to pass over those huge planet tentacles. In an instant, those tentacles began to collapse. Just like snow falling into water, it instantly dissolved and dissipated. It was the twisted inertia and filth that supported the existence of the tentacles, which was cleared away by the nanorbits, so those tentacles naturally lost the basis of their existence and dissipated. Damor and Arafat watched this scene, watching the huge storm and magma tentacles that were tens or hundreds of kilometers thick, and immediately disintegrated after the colorful rays of light passed and the black smoke rose. Their eyes were about to pop out of their heads in surprise. What are you doing? Human, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. The voice was full of majesty and grandeur, as if it had the power to dominate everything. Just by hearing the voice, Damor and Arafat felt a splitting headache. If the inert and filthy madness in them had not been cleared, they would have gone crazy directly after hearing the voice of Godder. Of course, for Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, this voice was nothing. Several of them even heard the cowardice in it. I remember what I told your Archbishop before. I will do a small experiment. I hope you can cooperate. Lin Xu replied indifferently. Small experiment? You are erasing the basis of my existence. Godder screamed wildly. With a continuous spread of nanorbits, even to the surface of the planet, Godder could no longer maintain his dignity. Even Damor and Arafat, who had a splitting headache, could hear the fear in his voice. This is exactly the purpose of the experiment. I want to see if your planetary consciousness, which is distorted by inert filth, can still be preserved after the influence of inert filth is eliminated. Lin Xu answered without reservation. He disdained to deceive. In his eyes, the so-called planetary consciousness in front of him, the great Godder, was nothing more than a lab rat. Just like this so-called Godder, he also used his believers as lab rats. He let his believers take the initiative to be infected with madness and then fight for him. Lin Xu had no sympathy for such an existence. Lin Xu just did what Godder had done before on him. No, I will die, spare me, great human, please forgive me. The voice of Godder went from being majestic at the beginning to being without any majesty now, and even begging for mercy weakly. Damor and Arafat, who heard this, only felt a wave of complicated emotions. In any case, this is also the God that their world has believed in for thousands of years. It's useless. It is a set matter to remove the inertial filth in this star field. Even if you don't cooperate with the experiment now, the inertial filth on your body must be removed. Lin Xu replied lightly. No, please forgive me, I am willing to give everything, great human, forgive the tiny existence. Godder is still praying, but unfortunately his voice is getting weaker and weaker. Until Damor and Arafat, listening to the voice that still rings in their minds, they no longer have the feeling of a splitting headache. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 161 Glory comes from the favor of mankind. The fiery red surface of the planet, the violent hurricanes and the hot magma, rolled up huge tentacles tens of thousands of kilometers thick. Those tentacles stretched out of the planet and extended hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the starry sky, as if to drag everything in the universe to his body. Like the outer god Yogsis, Godder also instinctively desires to devour everything. The only difference is that Godder is more rational than the outer god Yogsis, so he can still suppress his desire. But in the long run, with a lifespan of the planet calculated in hundreds of millions of years, it is conceivable that in the future, Godder will eventually have a day of complete madness. Just like his believers, they were infected with madness and suppressed with reason, but one day, reason could no longer suppress madness and became a complete monster. However, Godder is different from his believers. His believers are originally intelligent life, infected with madness by inert filth. Lin Xu only needs to remove the madness infected by the inert filth to restore his believers to their original state. But the so-called planetary consciousness of Godder himself was born under the crazy distortion of inert filth infection. It can be said that Godder was born from crazy pollution. So after removing the crazy pollution, can his so-called planetary consciousness continue to exist? This is exactly what Lin Xu was curious about. So he personally conducted this experiment. As the nanorbit swept across the planet, the inert filth of the entire planet from the inside to the outside was swept away. And everything that was infected by the inert filth was also cleared of the influence of the inert filth. The voice of Godder transmitted to the minds of Lin Xu and others became weaker and weaker. Damor and Arafat no longer felt a splitting headache because of the voice. It's just that the head will still feel swollen because of the sequelae of the headache just now. At this time, listening to the constant pleading of Godder in the brain, the two of them actually felt a sense of sympathy. Then, the two looked at each other again and felt it was so absurd. I am actually sympathizing with the gods? What qualifications do such a small mortal like me have to sympathize with the high gods? But things in the world are often so absurd. Great human, Der is willing to be your believer, forever worship you, and kneel before you. Der's voice was weak, but it was still ringing. Great human, please have mercy on me. Domer and Arafat looked at each other again, their eyes full of absurdity. The high and mighty god actually begged to become someone else's believer. I wonder what Der's believers would think if they knew about this scene. Anyway, for Domer, a former believer of Der, he would never believe in Der again. And at this time, Lin Xu finally responded to Der. Congratulations, the experiment is over, and the inert filth on your body has been completely removed. I am very happy to see that your consciousness has not dissipated. Lin Xu showed a smile from the heart. Der's madness has been removed, although it seems that his consciousness has been greatly weakened. At least Der can no longer roll up his monstrous tentacles on the surface of the planet. But at least his planetary consciousness is still there, which means that even if his consciousness was born under the distortion of inert filth, once it is born, it will no longer be bound by inert filth. Even if the inert filth is removed, the consciousness is still there. Although the consciousness has been weakened, it is natural that the consciousness born from inert filth is more affected by inert filth. As long as the consciousness does not dissipate, it is good news. I survived. And I am no longer affected by madness. At this time, Godder also reacted. His voice continued to sound in the minds of several people. Although the voice was much weaker, it was much more normal. I got rid of madness. I finally got rid of the influence of madness and greed that is always there. It's great, great human, praise you, great human. Godder's voice was full of joy, and the voice immediately became excited again. Damor and Arafat were full of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Godder, who had been begging for mercy just now, would thank Lin Xu now. It seems you are very happy. Lin Xu asked with a smile. Yes, that madness has been affecting me. That madness always makes me burn with a burning desire, a desire to devour everything. Although I am trying to suppress it, I know that I can't suppress it forever. Just like the outer god Yog-Sass, one day I will succumb to that desire. But now, I can't feel that desire at all. That's great, that's really great. As Godder spoke, the whole planet seemed to feel Godder's joy and shook slightly. But compared to the raging storms and flames that Godder could set off before, this was just child's play. But your control over the planet seems to have decreased. Lin Xu said as he observed the results of the experiment. That kind of control was originally achieved by borrowing the power of inert filth that you mentioned. It is a shackle and a curse. It is naturally a great thing to be able to remove the shackles now. Thank you, great human being. Godder continued to thank him. Lin Xu was very satisfied with his statement, regardless of whether he was sincere or false. However, Arafat became a little worried. Now that Lin Xu is still here, Godder will naturally obey. But what if Lin Xu leaves in the future? Will Godder germinate in a solid state? And Lin Xu seemed to see his worries, and did not avoid Godder, or said it to Godder, and said to Arafat, "It doesn't matter, the fleet of the cleansers will supervise him." But, how many warships are produced by the underwater base now? Arafat was still worried. After all, in previous years, every time the underwater base gathered dozens of warships, it would set off to the starry sky, and then be swallowed by the outer god Yogsis. Not to mention the current underwater base, which doesn't even have dozens of warships. Don't worry, the number of warships will soon be more than that. A huge fleet of warships in the starry sky has gathered. It's just a planet, and it can't make any waves. Lin Xu smiled and comforted. Hearing Lin Xu say this, although Arafat didn't understand how many so-called huge fleets of warships in the starry sky there were, he had to relax for the time being. Arafat's understanding of the cleansers came mostly from the information left by his ancestors, but it was a pity that reading the information and experiencing it personally were two different things. Lin Xu believed that he would soon understand. In front of the maintainers and cleansers, a planet really meant nothing. It was like a tiger kept in a zoo. If a tiger could have wisdom, even if a weak human cub pulled its beard and mocked it in person, the tiger would not dare to fight back. Not to mention not daring to fight back, it had to take the initiative to move the other side of its beard over, for fear that the human uncle would be unhappy and stew him. Thinking of this, Lin Xu looked at Arafat now and felt only sadness. The descendants of the once powerful maintainers who dominated the entire huge galaxy have now fallen to the point where even a planet is afraid. This is simply a disgrace to their ancestors. And it is not only a disgrace to their ancestors, but also to humans. After all, their ancestors were once servants of humans. Afterwards, Lin Xu stayed outside the red star body of the Godder for about a month. It was a close observation of the changes in the consciousness of the planeter. After all, just because it was fine when the purification was just completed did not mean that it would be fine in the future. However, Lin Xu was still satisfied with the results of the subsequent observations. At the same time, Der himself felt emotionally stable. After humans helped cure his madness, he no longer thought more about any messy things every day. In the past, he spent every day between going crazy and suppressing madness, drooling at the huge stars in the distance. If it were not for reason telling him, he would not be able to devour the stars at all, and would even be vaporized by the stars. It is estimated that he would have to fine-tune his orbit and throw himself into the arms of the stars. But now it's good, now I don't want to eat anything. There is no need to suppress madness. Every day, I just need to report my situation to Lin Xu, and I can empty myself and be in a daze for the rest of the time. For this reason, he even conveyed the oracle directly to the Archbishop of the Der sect and directly disbanded the Der sect. The Archbishop was caught off guard and has not dared to announce the news yet. Instead, he is trying to communicate with Der and ask him to take back his order. But Der is determined. In the past, the reason why Godder established the Der cult was that he had some ideas about that planet. He always thought that he would eat up that planet sooner or later, so he established the Der cult. But now, he has completely become a Buddhist and has no desires. Since he has no desires for that planet, why should he keep the Der cult? Let the Archbishop and some chosen ones call him every day and listen to their nagging? So, I, Godder, will disband the cult today. I will see how you can bother me. Then I will not answer your calls again. I will not answer them. See what you can do. Anyway, I have disbanded the Der cult. It has nothing to do with me in the future, so don't come to me. I am afraid that the human uncle will misunderstand that my madness has not been cured. In this way, with the death of the outer god Yogsis, the outer god cult fell into division and existed in name only. The Der cult was also disbanded. Although the Archbishop is still suppressing the news, he is not the only one who received the oracle. I believe he will not be able to suppress it sooner or later. At that time, it is unknown whether the Der cult will disband directly or fall into civil strife. In short, this is not something that Der considers. It is not something that Lin Xu has to consider. Of course, Lin Xu's stay for a month is not just to observe Der's planetary consciousness. In addition to observing the strange phenomenon of planetary consciousness, Lin Xu is also constantly commanding a large number of temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates to jump to various galaxies within 100 light-years. When these temporary warships arrive at a galaxy, they spread nanorobots in it. These nanorobots, according to Lin Xu's orders, clear the inert filth in each galaxy. Although it will take a long time for the nanorobots to slowly spread to the large areas between galaxies and completely clean up the inert filth between galaxies, the inert filth inside the galaxy has been almost cleaned up very quickly in these days. The latest novel is first published on 69shu.com. The remaining descendants of the maintainers on each planet, as well as the descendants of the rebels of the past, have gradually gotten rid of the influence of madness and the curse of the continuous degeneration of civilization. At the same time, Lin Xu also used Arafat, a descendant of the maintainer, as a special envoy to convey the news of the return of mankind to the branches of the descendants of the maintainers on those planets. Of course, Arafat did not go alone, but returned to the floating continent first. After announcing a series of good news, he led many high-level officials of the floating continent to form a special envoy group, riding on the battleship of the Cleaner, accompanied by the pilotage of the temporary battleship, to go to each planet to announce this important news. The descendants of the maintainers on those planets were all stunned. Some descendants of the maintainers are still fighting with the descendants of the betrayers. With the help from the sky, there was no need to fight to the death. The descendants of the betrayers who still wanted to resist were directly beaten to pieces. On some planets, due to the harsh natural environment, the descendants of the defenders and the descendants of the betrayers had forgotten their heritage and merged into everything. Faced with this situation, Arafat could only express regret, and after giving some basic help, he left. After all, the descendants of the defenders who merged with the betrayers had lost the opportunity to regain the glory of the defenders. On some other planets, the descendants of the defenders and the descendants of the betrayers were both well off. Although they were secretly scheming against each other, they were at peace on the surface. This situation was similar to the situation on the floating continent where Arafat was located. Over the long period of tens of thousands of years, the two sides compromised with each other for survival. Although they did not fight to the death, they did not merge either. In this case, the leader of this group of descendants of the defenders was also included in the new Defender Council and became a member of the council, just like Arafat. By the way, this new Defender Council was just formed by Lin Xu a month ago. The current speaker is Arafat, and the counselors are the leaders or clan leaders of the descendants of the maintainers on each planet. There are already 13 members in the council, which can be regarded as the recovery of 13 branches of the descendants of the maintainers. In addition to the warship manufacturing bases of the remnants of the cleaners that have been discovered in various galaxies during this period, the Maintainer Council actually has a small fleet consisting of hundreds of cleaner warships. In addition, during this period of time, the temporary warships encountered several planets that also had planetary consciousness while performing tasks in various galaxies. Some of these planets have gone completely crazy. After seeing the temporary warships, their first reaction was to devour the temporary warships. As a result, some were directly bombarded into slag by the massive temporary warships summoned. Some were directly blown into pieces by several antimatter annihilation bombs. Some of the more rational and less crazy planetary consciousnesses, after being cleaned of inert filth by nanorobots, regained consciousness like the Goddar. This made these planetary consciousnesses as fortunate as the Goddar, not choosing to confront, but to cooperate. The madness that had lasted for countless years was cured, and everyone was celebrating. In short, within a month, the inert filth existing in the galaxies in the star field that spread over 100 light-years was cleared away, and it was completely restored to normal. The intelligent life on countless planets was also cheering, finally getting rid of the madness that was everywhere. In particular, the descendants of the maintainers were always in a carnival. Because they finally regained the favor of mankind, they could finally regain their former glory. However, some high-level people from various branches of the maintainers who knew the inside story, as many as hundreds of people, were not as happy as the lower-level people. Instead, they gathered in a huge conference room on a cleaner battleship to hold a meeting, and everyone at the meeting was gloomy. Everyone should have seen that the current situation is not optimistic. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions, or even tens of millions of cleaners are gathering at the edge of the inert filth. It seems that they are ready to jump directly into the galaxy at any time. What should we do? 99% of the star field within 100 light-years is still covered by inert filth, but that 99% of the area is basically the empty space between galaxies. Under the cleaning of Lord Lin Xu, the area inside the galaxy has basically returned to the normal universe. Under this situation, the large army of cleaners that have been isolated by inert filth will naturally return to eliminate us who have been polluted by inert filth in their eyes. Someone sighed. Why don't they jump directly? What are they waiting for? Of course, they are waiting for the concentration of inert filth in the galaxy to return to zero. Should we report to Lord Lin Xu and ask him to slow down the cleaning speed of inert filth in the galaxy? Someone said hesitantly. Lord Lin Xu will not agree. You can do this kind of thing to get scolded by yourself. I am just making a suggestion. The man said weakly and stopped talking. Tens of millions of cleansers are approaching, but we only have a few hundred cleansers, and they are all old, weak, sick and disabled. We can't resist them at all. Yes, although I don't want to trouble Lord Lin Xu, I can only ask you for help at this time. Yes, we can't resist it at all. Everyone talked about it, and finally all eyes were focused on the speaker Arafat. Especially the members of the 13 branches, they whispered to Arafat, because here, only Arafat and Lin Xu had the closest relationship. Everyone also took it for granted that he was the channel to communicate with Lin Xu. After all, everyone knew nothing about Lin Xu's personality. If they went there and said something wrong, wouldn't it be a big trouble? If Lin Xu is compared to the emperor, then Arafat is the close minister. Everyone pointed at him to talk to the emperor. I understand. Although I don't want to disturb Lord Lin Xu, I have no choice in this situation. I will go to find him. Arafat stood up and said solemnly. In fact, he didn't have much contact with Lin Xu, and he didn't know Lin Xu's personality. Instead, the scene of Lin Xu using the Gondor as an experimental subject at close range deepened his impression of Lin Xu's incomparable majesty. It was far greater than the gods, and it was the pressure from the supreme existence. He didn't know whether Lin Xu remained silent in the face of tens of millions of cleansers' warships, testing the new maintainer. But in order to prevent the new maintainer from dying, Arafat still plucked up the courage and decided to meet Lin Xu. Glory comes from the favor of mankind. Arafat performed a unique etiquette. That etiquette was an ancient etiquette of the maintainers 10,000 years ago. It was recently found out by these new maintainers from the classics, and then it was determined as the unified etiquette in the future. It can be regarded as a restoration of the ancient system. The slogan is brand new, and it was just thought of recently. This combination of the old and the new can be regarded as a footnote to the new life of the maintainers. Glory to mankind. Countless parliamentarians and senior officials stood up and answered with the same etiquette. Arafat nodded to the hundreds of people in the conference room and turned to walk out. The senior officials did not look at each other until Arafat was far away, and then left. They still have a lot of things to do. Whether it is on their respective planets, because of the aftermath of this major incident that happens once in 1,000 years, or dealing with this crisis that is so close. All kinds of things, thousands of threads, need them to deal with. The rise of the new maintainers has never been just relying on the favor of great beings, but also requires their own practical efforts. Humans will eventually leave one day. This river system cannot restrain the pace of human beings. And they must not repeat the mistakes of 10,000 years ago after humans left. History taught them lessons and also spurred them. Now, humans have given them a second chance, and they must seize this opportunity and learn lessons. At the same time, Arafat on the other side once again came to the Skylark, which has always been stationed in the orbit of their star. Compared with Arafat, who had a lot of things to do and left early, Damor is still here and has never left for a month. But even after staying for a month, Damor didn't get tired of it. Instead, when he saw Arafat, he greeted him with full spirit. "Excuse me, where's Lord Lin Xu?" Arafat, who didn't see Lin Xu, or even the girls, was a little strange. "Oh, Lord Lin Xu is under star, conducting on-site research, and will be back soon." Damor smiled a little mysteriously, as if hiding something. "P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." Chapter 162, The Final Battle of the Cleansing Battleship. On the Planetary, Lin Xu was in the midst of flying sand. Below was the red earth, with magma surging from time to time. At this moment, the planet seemed to be welcoming Lin Xu. The magma on the earth consciously retreated and made room for Lin Xu's arrival. Although Lin Xu brought Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao to the sky, they did not take the Skylark. Only 5 people did not need such a large landing space. Even if these 5 people landed directly on the magma, there would be no problem. But the Red Earth still took the initiative to give way, as if paying tribute to the arrival of several people. Lord Lin Xu, is it really possible to succeed? A grand voice echoed between the earth. The sound seemed to be formed by the vibration of the earth and the friction of the strong wind. The roar resounded between heaven and earth, but it could be clearly heard that it was indeed a voice speaking. This was the planetary consciousness, the Godder, making a sound. Although he now lacks the assistance of an earth filth, it is much more difficult to control everything on his own planet. But he can still do many things that seem incredible. At least on the surface of the planet, it is not difficult for Godder to do these things. Try it. Anyway, for you, it doesn't matter if you fail, but if you succeed, you won't be trapped here. Lin Xu said with a smile. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Godder's voice was very solemn. Then, Lin Xu waved his hand, and the space around him opened. A husky was sent from the earth that was still in the galaxy. As soon as the husky appeared, it was frightened by the violent wind and sand around it, and hid behind Lin Xu and others. Is this the body you prepared for me? Godder's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Although it was a sound composed of various natural sounds, it should not have any emotions, but Nanzu on the side inexplicably heard a mixed feeling from it. That's right. I can't get an intelligent creature to possess you and occupy someone else's body, so this is the best. And this is her who has just been genetically enhanced. His body is strong enough to withstand your consciousness and can adapt to various harsh environments. Otherwise, in your environment, he would probably suffocate to death due to poor breathing as soon as he appeared. Lin Xu reached out and touched Erha's head to comfort him. Erha also became a little older after having the support of humans, and dared to look around carefully. Then I'll trouble you. The sound composed of the vibration of mountains and sand sounded. I don't know whether Godder is really grateful or dare not thank him. The reason for this scene is that Godder has thought about it these days, and it is his own wish. Godder wants to breed real life on his own planet, that is, on the Der Star. He will slowly transform this planet into a planet that is truly suitable for life to survive by relying on his own will. Then he will personally guide the evolution of life. This is a little fun that Godder has found for himself. Just like humans used to like to grow flowers and small animals. After losing his madness, Godder began to find some goals for himself, or to be more hypocritical, the meaning of life. So he asked Lin Xu if he could help him get a body where his consciousness could perfectly descend. After all, the bodies of ordinary life could not bear the arrival of his consciousness. Then when needed, he could descend his consciousness onto this body to guide the development of civilization on the planet. Lin Xu was also very interested in his plan, not in nurturing life on the planet. But he was interested in the transfer of consciousness. So the two sides hit it off. There is now. The only deviation may be that the organism prepared by Lin Xu is a fool. But Godder did not dare to raise any objections. Anyway, it was just a descended body, so let it be. Then Lin Xu slowly closed his eyes and opened a high-dimensional perspective. In the high dimension, the consciousness of Godder on the planet was clearly visible. Godder's consciousness was born under the influence of inert filth. And inert filth, to put it bluntly, is the degradation of disordered filth. The disordered filth is the residue after the use of the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy comes from the high dimension and is a high-dimensional energy. Therefore, although the disordered filth is only the residue of the chaotic energy, it actually contains some high-dimensional characteristics. These high-dimensional characteristics still exist after the disordered filth becomes inert filth. It is precisely the existence of these high-dimensional characteristics that makes the planet successfully breed consciousness. Therefore, the consciousness of the planet is related to the high dimension. Otherwise, according to the physical rules of this universe, how can the planet produce consciousness? And now, from a high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu can easily see the high-dimensional consciousness of Godder. At that moment, Godder only felt like a little bit being stared at by a giant. Trembling all over, but not daring to move. Later, under Lin Xu's high-dimensional interference, Godder only felt that his consciousness seemed to have entered an extremely narrow place. But that narrow place was still solid. So he did not explode that narrow place. This is completely different from the experience when he descended on the believers. In the past, when he descended on the believers, even if he only separated a wisp of consciousness, he could basically feel that the bodies of the believers had been collapsing since he descended. Basically, in just a few minutes, the believers' bodies would be completely damaged, and his clones would have to return. But now, this body couldn't withstand the arrival of his original body. This made Gardner suddenly feel that Urha seemed to be able to accept it. Speaking of which, Gardner had never tried to descend with his original consciousness completely. This is why he had to descend with the help of Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective. His consciousness belongs to the planetary consciousness, but he was also trapped by the planet. It is no problem to separate a wisp of consciousness to descend, but it is impossible to completely transfer consciousness to another body. It is just like it is impossible for intelligent life to transfer its consciousness from one place to another at will. This is equivalent to changing the body, unless with the help of high-dimensional power. From the perspective of Lin Xu and others who were watching, they only saw the completion of the consciousness transfer. The storm on the entire planet seemed to be smaller immediately. The Earth, which was originally rumbling and shaking from time to time, also stopped completely. It was as if the entire planet had become quiet in an instant. The Urha, which was originally quiet, began to vibrate instead. Subtle vibrations continued to come from Urha. Urha kept making a low roar from his throat, and finally, as Lin Xu completed the transfer of Gardner's consciousness, Urha raised his head and let out a long howl. Lin Xu didn't understand why, even though the long howl sounded quite majestic, she always wanted to laugh. It was as if Urha, a creature that existed in time, was a creature that had nothing to do with majesty. And this Urha, along with a long howl, was constantly expanding and growing in size. From the beginning, it was only half a person's height, and it continued to absorb various substances around it, expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it expanded to more than 10 meters high. It became like a giant beast, although it was a giant beast. The more than 10-meter tall giant beast raised its head and howled, and then lowered its head towards Lin Xu and others below. At the same time, a clear voice came out of its mouth. Master Lin Xu, thank you for everything you have done. With this body, I can better guide the future intelligent life on this planet. It's okay, as long as you are satisfied. Lin Xu waved his hand. He was also very satisfied. Today's experiment was very successful, verifying that the transfer of consciousness in a high dimension is actually a very simple thing. By the way, I have established a consciousness channel between your new body and your star at the high dimensional level. You can transfer consciousness between the two at any time. Lin Xu reminded again. Praise you, Great Master Lin Xu. Urha's voice was full of surprise. So, in the future, you will be the dog godder of the new races on this planet. Lin Xu couldn't help but said with a smile. I think the dog god is better. Miss Qiu on the side said with some consideration for Der's face. I just mean, is there a possibility that Urha actually looks very similar to a wolf? Even if he claims to be a wolf god, no one will see it. As long as you don't do anything stupid. Lu Yao said speechlessly. Wolf godder? There is no feature at all. Lin Xu felt that it was not good. It still had to be distinctive to be impressive. Instead, it was Der himself who quickly took over the topic. Wolf godder, it's a good name. When I use this body in the future, I will be Wolf godder. Der decided to use the name Wolf God. He was afraid that if Lin Xu was persuaded by Lin Xu, he would also want him to call him Dog God, and he would not be able to refuse. On the Skylark, Damor opened the detection telescope with ease. The holographic image on the Der star was displayed in front of Arafat. Then Damor zoomed in with 2 fingers, and soon the picture of the surface of the planet shot from top to bottom appeared in front of the two. It was a huge giant Urha, carrying Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao and others on its back, rushing on the surface of the planet. Every step taken by the giant Urha was more than 100 meters away, and even a strong wind was blown around it while running. You said this is the godder? This big dog? Arafat's eyes were about to pop out, with a look of disbelief. That's right, but it's not called a big dog. Lord Lin Xu said it's a husky. Damor corrected. Is there a difference? No, it's not important. What is godder going to do? Arafat's eyes were still full of incomprehension. Then, Damor told Der's plan. He wants to breed intelligent life under. Arafat was surprised. Yes, he also wants to go back and sign an agreement with you maintainers. He will be an ordinary planetary consciousness and hope that you will not discriminate against the intelligent races born under in the future. Damor said, conveying the words of godder. Of course he won't discriminate, but his change is too fast, isn't it? He wanted to devour the planet before, but now he has become peace-loving and wants to breed civilization with his own hands. Arafat's tone was full of disbelief. In fact, He is essentially a very gentle planetary consciousness, otherwise he would not have been fighting against madness for so many years. Compared with the madness of the outer god Yog-Sass, Gondar is countless times better. Isn't it normal for such an existence to have such a transformation after clearing the pollution? Everything is the fault of the inert filth, isn't it? Domer said a few good words for Gondar. After all, he was once a believer of Gondar, and seeing the god he once believed in become like this, he was also full of emotion. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Yes, everything is the fault of the inert filth. The other Arafat still holds a rational and cautious attitude, but only the disgust for the inert filth is not concealed at all. If it weren't for the inert filth, how could their civilization regress to this point in 10,000 years? If humans had not returned again, Arafat even suspected that in a few thousand years, his race would have become barbarians who ate raw meat and drank blood. So, as long as you call it laziness and filth, Arafat will treat you as a good friend. At the same time, Urha, who was running wildly on the Planetary, also howled happily from time to time. Even Lin Xu on his back could hear the happiness in his voice. "Are you happy?" Lin Xu asked. "Yes, I have never driven my body so freely as I do now. This feeling is really wonderful." The new wolf Gondar's voice was full of joy. "Indeed, it was very troublesome for you to move before, let alone move freely." Lin Xu expressed his understanding. "Yes, my consciousness was born inside the planet, but unfortunately, the planet is not born as an intelligent life body. There is no neural network inside the planet that can connect the various parts of the body, nor are there organs and tissues such as muscles, bones, limbs, etc. that support activities. So my consciousness stays inside the planet, more like a vegetative person who can only move his fingers occasionally, and even blinking is difficult, but my consciousness is still very clear." Dur's voice was full of emotion. "That's really miserable." Nanzhu agreed. At this time, Lin Xu was lying in the soft back hair of the giant Urha, his head resting on Nanzhu's thighs, and his body covered by Nanzhu's tail. At the same time, Nanzhu's hands were constantly passing through his hair, massaging his scalp. Half of his head was covered by the murder weapon, and the other half was the red sky. It looked different. After resting for a while, Lin Xu got up, and after saying goodbye to Gondar, they returned to the skylark above the far Earth orbit together. Arafat, who was a little anxious at first, didn't know why. When he saw Lin Xu, he felt calm inexplicably even though he hadn't said anything to Lin Xu yet. It was as if there was nothing in the world that humans couldn't solve, and Lin Xu couldn't solve. Then, Arafat reported to Lin Xu what he was encountering. The main thing was that outside the inert and filthy area within 100 light years, tens of millions of warships of the cleaners were approaching. However, according to the latest intelligence, it seems that there are no tens of millions of warships, but the number of warships is already in the billions. "Lord Lin Xu, what should I do?" Arafat asked carefully. "You can't solve this matter, and you don't have to think of a way to solve it. This is my problem, I'll solve it." Lin Xu waved his hand and took it over. Suddenly, Arafat felt the pressure on his shoulders loosen instantly. The whole person relaxed. Maybe this is the happiness of having a strong enough existence behind you to cover you no matter what difficulties you encounter. However, Arafat also knew that he shouldn't let his guard down so much. Even though Lin Xu said that he would take care of the matter, as new maintainers, they should still do something. "Lord Lin Xu, do you need us to do anything?" Arafat asked. "Reorganize the internal affairs. If there are any hidden dangers, tell me as soon as possible. I can still help you solve them before I leave. I may not be here for long." Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Arafat's heart tightened immediately. But he couldn't ask Lin Xu to stay. "Your will." In the end, he just bowed his head and accepted the order. "Next, you guard your respective star systems. If a small group of cleaning fleets come in, defend if you can, and retreat if you can't. I will deal with the large forces of the cleaning fleet as quickly as possible." Lin Xu said at last. "Understood, we will do what we should do." Arafat nodded heavily. In this way, Arafat left the Skylark. Not long after he left, he saw the Skylark accelerate and head towards the Earth that was still docked above their world. The people of the whole world have experienced waves of shocks during this period of time, and now they are almost numb. Everything started more than a month ago when a huge planet stopped over their own planet. The huge planet that occupied half of the sky in sight has been standing there motionless since it came to the sky above the world. In the past month or so, Countless major events have happened in the world. First, the outer god Yog-Sas fell, and the outer god cult fell into division and civil war. Then, just when everyone thought that the cult of Godder would take advantage of the situation to rise and replace the former position of the outer god cult, something unexpected happened to everyone. Godder issued an oracle and the cult of Godder was disbanded. At first, the archbishop kept it a secret, but as time went on, no one in the entire sect could contact the gods, or the gods no longer responded to their prayers. The archbishop reluctantly announced the oracle. Fortunately, because Godder was still there and had not died, although the cult of Godder had also split and became countless small forces, at least it maintained peace on the surface and did not fight. After all, everyone felt that Godder was still watching. Even if Godder asked them to disband the sect, what if this was just a test? For ordinary people living in the world, these two major events are the most important events. But for the top leaders of various countries, as well as the mysterious forces, especially for the people on the northern floating continent, the real major event is another one. That is, humans have purified all the pollution in the entire star field. From now on, the various races under the starry sky will no longer have to live in pollution. This is a devastating blow to the mysterious side. For thousands of years, almost everything on the mysterious side has been based on various research and utilization of pollution. Now, all of a sudden, the pollution is gone, which is equivalent to the entire mysterious side disappearing in an instant. From then on, the top leaders of various countries no longer have to worry about whether the mysterious forces will crawl into their dreams at midnight and cut off their heads. The floating continent no longer needs to open the protective shield all the time to filter pollution and reduce the degree of pollution of people on the floating continent. Of course, for the people on the floating continent, another more important thing is, they are recognized by humans again, inherit the cause of the maintainers, and become new maintainers. Now, after a month of emergency maintenance, the floating continent has become a spaceship that can enter space again. They no longer have to cheer for a rocket to take off. They can enter space at any time. From now on, they no longer have to compete with the descendants of the traders on the land for living space on the land. Because the living space in the universe is infinite. In short, everything has changed dramatically. The top leaders of various countries, the original mysterious existence, and the people on the floating continent all know that all this is brought by humans. And the huge planet above is the proof of humanity. But now, this planet has left. And it didn't leave slowly, but disappeared in an instant like a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, the sky changed from being occupied by half of the planet to being empty. It was as if the planet that occupied half of the sky did not exist in the first place. Everything was just an illusion. After being at a loss, everyone suddenly had a feeling. The new era has really arrived. At the same time, a few minutes ago, Lin Xu, who returned to the Earth, ordered to set sail. Located on the back of the Earth that no one on the ground can see. A space jump channel had already been opened 3 days ago. The space in the jump channel has also been compressed and can be used at any time. So Lin Xu gave an order, and the Earth rushed directly into the jump channel and disappeared from everyone's sight. Including Arafat, who caught up, he only saw the Earth disappear in the space channel. I don't know why, watching the Earth leave, Arafat only felt a sense of emptiness. It's like a baby bird leaving the nest, finally leaving the big tree behind, to face the wind and rain. But he didn't know whether the new maintainer could withstand the coming storm. On the other side, the Earth, which set sail again, appeared 100 light-years away, outside the inert filth pollution area. Facing hundreds of millions of cleaning fleets, like Don Quixote rushing towards the windmill, he launched a charge alone. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. The cleansing fleet is ordered to return. Mr. Speaker, the quantum radar has found traces of Lord Lin Xu. A staff officer rushed in from outside the conference room and shouted. Where is it? In the conference room, all the members, including Arafat, stood up nervously. Outside the inert filth area, Lord Lin Xu's war star is rushing towards the cleaners' warships. The staff officer reported. But there's only one war star, and the cleaners have hundreds of millions of warships. A member of the parliament said nervously. What do you mean? Are you doubting Lord Lin Xu? How is it possible? I am obviously worried about Lord Lin Xu. Enough, stop arguing. Order the radar operator to continue to follow up and take over the holographic image. Arafat ordered the staff officer. Yes. The staff officer took the order and left. Soon, the holographic image detected by the quantum radar appeared on the conference table in front of the members. However, the holographic image seemed to be disturbed from time to time, producing double images, snow screens and other conditions. The members of the parliament frowned from time to time. What's going on? Arafat asked. Report, the radar operator is on duty urgently. You know we just took over the warship not long ago. We are learning everything on the spot and are not very proficient yet. The staff officer quickly replied. Arafat had no choice about this. After all, the new maintainers really don't know anything and have to learn everything from scratch. It is understandable that there are so many problems. Even the warship used for the meeting was borrowed from the cleaners in the inert filth area. The operators were also on duty temporarily and learned many things on the spot. After all, the relationship between maintainers and cleaners is more of a cooperative relationship. It's just that the maintainers give instructions that comply with regulations and the cleaners execute them. Strictly speaking, they are not superiors and subordinates, so maintainers need to borrow the cleaners' warships, not just use them whenever they want. However, even if the holographic image appears from time to time, the congressmen still watch intently. Watching the war planet, that is, the Earth rushing into the cleaner fleet. Lin Xu never introduced the Earth to them, so they always thought it was a war planet. The Earth's dome on the surface of the Earth opened up a series of gaps, and countless autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out from these gaps, combining into temporary warships and engaging in a confrontation with the cleansing warships. They pushed the cleansing warships back directly against the massive cleansing warships. Suddenly, more than a dozen members in the conference room cheered, and Arafat also smiled. But gradually, as the Earth and the temporary warships surrounding the Earth went deeper and deeper into the depths of the cleansing fleet, the members gradually quieted down, and they began to feel that something was wrong. Because although many cleansing warships were destroyed, the huge number of hundreds of millions was just a drop in the bucket. Instead, as the Earth went deeper and deeper, a large number of cleansing warships went around the back of the Earth. It was like a lone cavalryman who rushed into the infantry group. At first, he was unstoppable, but as the impact force gradually ran out, he was surrounded by the infantry. Although the Earth was still charging forward and going deeper into the cleaner fleet, as if the impact force would never run out, the Earth was indeed gradually surrounded. What should we do? The counselors began to get nervous. It's okay, trust Lord Lin Xu, trust humanity. Arafat remained calm, or he had no way out. All the intelligent life in the area surrounded by inert filth had no way out. Once the cleaners outside rushed in, they would inevitably start to clean the creatures contaminated by inert filth. They were machines that only knew how to execute programs and would not adapt at all. Therefore, Arafat had no choice but to trust Lin Xu and humanity. At the same time, on Earth, in a sphere suspended in the air above the Pacific Ocean that looked like a miniature version of the Earth. This was the Earth Command Center built by Lin Xu. Or it could be said to be a place similar to a cockpit. In fact, the Earth did not need such a place. Lin Xu could command the Earth's navigation no matter where he was. But this is the biggest confrontation that the Earth has encountered so far, and it is the most direct conflict that the Earth needs to face, so in order to be more serious, Lin Xu built such an Earth cockpit. The cockpit looks like a scaled-down version of the Earth, with a diameter of about a kilometer. At this time, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, plus Professor Damor, are in the cabin at the center of this Earth cockpit. The floor under their feet and looking out in all directions are the dark space. Of course, this space is a holographic projection. The few people here are like the incarnation of the Earth itself, sailing in the space, and at the same time, they can reflect all the scenes of the Earth in all directions to this cockpit in real time. Let the people in the cockpit see everything happening in all directions of the Earth. Just like now, the temporary warships composed of a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates around the Earth, and the temporary warships escorting them are even more peripheral, and there are dense and endless cleaning warships. The temporary warships guarded the Earth, rushing forward continuously, blowing up the cleaner warships along the way. The Earth itself also relied on its huge size and used various shields generated outside the Earth's dome, whether it was a repulsive field, an electromagnetic field, a quantum field, etc., to directly crash into the cleaner warships. All the warships encountered along the way were directly smashed into pieces. In this way, the Earth relied on violence to move forward. The group of people in the Earth's cockpit looked at the scenes happening all the time around them. Even Lin Xu, Nan Xu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, who had experienced wars in various universes, felt excited. Not to mention Duamor, who had only lived in a steam civilization before and had never felt the existence of such a grand battlefield. Duamor now even had the illusion that he was experiencing a war of gods. He was now extremely fortunate that he chose to cooperate with Lin Xu. Can you bear it? Do you want to take a rest? Lin Xu looked at Duamor's condition and said a little worriedly. After all, Duamor's current appearance was too reminiscent of a patient who was about to get sick. At this time, Duamor was in an abnormal flush, his face turned pink, his pupils dilated, his breathing was rapid, and Lin Xu believed that he would fall down and die in the next moment. It's okay, I'm just too excited. Lord Lin Xu, you promised me that you would let me leave after this adventure is over. Duamor was not worried about dying at all. If he missed this battle, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Okay. Lin Xu nodded. This was indeed what he promised. In this case, let him do it. And Lin Xu really didn't have much energy to focus on him now. It seemed that the assault on the entire Earth was easy, but in fact the pressure was indeed increasing. After all, the number of cleaners was too many. It was impossible not to say that Lin Xu had to help. So Lin Xu slowly closed his eyes and opened a high-dimensional perspective. The next moment, under the high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu began to interfere with the physical constants in the universe above the direction of advance. It was just a short moment of interference, which caused the physical constants in the front area to change in an instant. In an instant, a large number of cleaner warships in the entire starry sky exploded because the internal structure of the warships could no longer support the huge volume of the warships themselves due to the change in physical rules. The next moment, the physical rules were restored, but the warships that had exploded could not go back to the past. In just a moment, it was as if a big hand from a higher dimension crushed millions of warships in the blink of an eye. It directly cleared the entire airspace in front of the Earth. So the Earth took this opportunity to speed up immediately. When more cleaner warships made up for the loss of warships in this area, the Earth had already moved away. In this way, Lin Xu kept taking action, destroying warships in one star field after another, allowing the Earth to move forward at a faster speed. Finally, at a certain moment, the front of the Earth suddenly became clear, and hundreds of millions of cleaner fleets had already rushed out. What appeared in front of the Earth was an ordinary planet. But Lin Xu knew that the planet was the remains of humans left in this galaxy. At the same time, it was also the headquarters of the cleaners and maintainers. It is also the location of the program center of the cleansers. So the Earth continued to rush towards the planet. This immediately alarmed the planet's own defense system. The space around the planet fluctuated, and from the countless subspaces anchored around the planet, endless floating guns and various strike weapons suddenly emerged. In just a blink of an eye, the planet, which was originally ordinary, was surrounded by various doomsday weapons. These defense facilities are usually hidden in the subspace, but once there is an external threat, the defense weapons will be activated. However, when these various doomsday weapons that are enough to destroy the world pointed their muzzles at the Earth, they did not fire for a long time. Even though the Earth was already close at hand, various weapons did not fire, because Lin Xu had sent an identity authentication to the defense center. At the same time, he boarded the Skylark and headed directly for this relic planet. Soon, Lin Xu landed on this seemingly ordinary planet. The weapons in the countless subspaces around the planet have been withdrawn and returned to the subspace. The relic planet returned to its ordinary appearance. At the same time, in the inert and filthy area in the distance, the congressmen who were still in the conference room stared at the holographic projection in front of them with full concentration. Even though there was no trace of the Earth on it. After flying a certain distance, the Earth was beyond the detection range of the quantum radar. But including Arafat and other congressmen, they continued to stare at the vast number of cleaning warships without blinking, analyzing the deep meaning of every move of the cleaning warships. Until a space jump channel appeared in front of the vast number of cleaning warships. Suddenly, Arafat felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he almost fainted. The cleansers are about to jump. Is the target of the jump here? It's over. It's all over. We can't hold on at all. We only have a few hundred cleansers, How can we fight against so many identical cleansers? Is there no news from Lord Lin Xu yet? Is it too late? The counselors were all sad. No, we still have a chance. Hold on, as long as we hold on until Lord Lin Xu succeeds. Unexpectedly, Arafat bit his tongue hard and woke up. He knew that he couldn't fall down now, absolutely not. But how can we hold on? We can't even delay the attack of the cleansers. Retreat, hide, take as many people as you can, hide far away. Arafat replied. But, is it too late? Someone worried. Whether it's too late or not, you have to leave. Everyone act immediately. Take as many scholars and children as possible. You and I stay here, we will leave last. Arafat ordered. Just like that, in an instant, all the descendants of the maintainers on the planets in more than a dozen galaxies controlled by the maintainers in the inert filth area took action. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. It was too late to take away the rest of the intelligent life, especially the descendants of the betrayers. After all, the descendants of the maintainers may not have time to take away all their own people, so how could they care about the descendants of the betrayers? Just like that, hundreds of cleansers landed on more than a dozen planets, and each planet had dozens of warships. Each warship was tens of thousands of meters in size, and dozens of them landed on a planet together, which caused a great shock. Although many other civilized races have heard that the maintainers have regained their former glory, they are just hearsay after all. Until then, looking at the warships covering the sky, many civilizations on the ground realized that the descendants of these maintainers were rising to the top, unlike themselves. Arafat and a group of parliamentarians were waiting anxiously. Now Arafat was extremely regretful and blamed himself. Why didn't he start the transfer earlier? If he started the transfer earlier, could he take more people away? However, it was useless to think about it now. I just hope that before the jump of the cleaner fleet begins, as many people as possible can be loaded on board. However, the world never runs according to someone's ideas. The parliamentarians were waiting anxiously, and suddenly a parliamentarian shouted, pointing at the holographic image in front of him, and his whole body was shaking. Everyone looked immediately and saw that the cleaner warships on the holographic image had completed the preparations before the jump, and rushed into the jump channel opened in front one by one. The next moment, in the galaxy where Arafat was located, countless space channels opened, and the cleaner warships had already jumped and arrived. They are coming. Not just our galaxy, they are attacking together. A large number of cleansers have descended on more than a dozen galaxies. Lord Arafat, what should we do? The counselors looked at Arafat. Order all the warships to leave immediately, and don't worry about the rest. As for us, we will cover the rear. Arafat's eyes swept across the faces of all the counselors one by one. The counselors were hesitant to speak. After all, they only had one warship here, and it was better to say that they were sending themselves to death than to cover the rear. But no one said anything against it. At this moment, several cleansers' warships closest to the warships where more than a dozen counselors were located had already pointed their guns at the warship. The guns began to charge. The next moment, the shelling would begin. Get ready, at least destroy one of the other warships. Arafat strode out of the meeting room and loudly ordered the staff officers in the command hall, who had already begun to get a little confused. In an instant, the command hall became quiet because of the appearance of the backbone. Yes, sir. So everyone became busy nervously. A dozen congressmen followed Arafat. Since they were ready to die, they still relaxed. But at this moment, the operator of the quantum radar suddenly rubbed his eyes in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The next moment he jumped up from his seat. Report, the other side has put away the ship's guns and stopped charging. What? The ship's guns are put away? Are you serious? How is it possible? What's going on? Arafat went over to check it out. Sure enough, not only the cleansing warships that were close at hand, but also the cleansing warships in the distance that had already formed a battle formation and were ready to start a devastating bombing of the planet, also put away their spare ammunition one by one. Just as the staff officers were talking, the congressmen were in doubt, and Arafat himself was confused. Suddenly, the communicator also jumped up. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we received a communication from the cleansing warship on the other side. The communicator seemed to be unable to believe what he saw. While shouting, he was also confirming the content of the communication again and again. What communication? Read it out. Arafat couldn't wait to go over and read it, and directly ordered. Descendants of the maintainers, the cleansing fleet is here to return to the base under the order of mankind. The communicator finished reading the words with a trembling voice. For a moment, the entire command hall fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, as if they still couldn't believe what was happening. But then, everyone shouted out at the loudest voice and cheered. Even the parliamentarians hugged the guards around them. At this time, there was no difference in status, only the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Great, great, ha ha ha, great. After confirming that there was no problem with the communication received by the communicator, Arafat sat down on the ground with his back against the instrument. He cried and laughed. At this time, he didn't have the reserve of the speaker. He was just like a child. Speaker, how should we reply? Although the communicator was also very happy, he still remembered his duties. Yes, I have to reply. Arafat remembered it. So he quickly cheered up and thought about it. Soon, the communicator replied a communication. Welcome back, please don't hurt our personnel by mistake. All follow-up matters will be decided by Lord Lin Xu. At the same time, on the relic planet, Lin Xu, who had confirmed the authority at the program center of the cleaner fleet, issued an order to all the cleaners in the entire galaxy to stop cleaning and wait for follow-up orders. Then, Lin Xu opened the subspace anchored on the relic planet. In an instant, a huge space channel appeared above the planet. Through the channel, you can see a huge human relic building complex on a very similar planet opposite. After tens of thousands of years of closure, it was opened for the first time. The subspace where the human relics are located belongs to a different subspace from the subspace where the defense weapons are stored around the planet. The two sides do not interfere with each other. Or to put it more simply, the subspace where weapons are stored is more superficial. The subspace of human ruins belongs to the deep subspace. It is more hidden and more difficult to detect. Now, with the opening of the subspace of the ruins, the temporary warships surrounding the Earth instantly disintegrated into countless autonomous mechanical aggregates, rushing into the space of the ruins. These massive autonomous mechanical aggregates passed through the space channel and entered the ruins in the subspace, exploring every corner of the ruins. Originally, there were also defensive measures in the ruins, but these defensive measures did not attack after detecting that the autonomous mechanical aggregates entered. Subsequently, Yinghe had established a connection with the main control program in the ruins, and the two sides exchanged information. In addition, Lin Xu had also arrived in the ruins in person and set foot on the buildings in the ruins. The ruins program, which confirmed Lin Xu's identity, took the initiative to hand over all permissions to Yinghe. Yinghe quickly took over the database in the ruins. As a result, everything in this ruins was completely transparent to Lin Xu in the shortest time. Yinghe, where's Wang Jian? Lin Xu asked. This was not the first time that he had seen Wang Jian in the ruins. Lin Xu was already familiar with the place. He asked right away. In the high-dimensional space near the core of the planet. Yinghe replied. This answer was not unexpected, because that guy was always there. Tell me the route to go. Lin Xu continued to ask. He really wanted to know what humans had discovered that made them leave this galaxy in a hurry. Logically speaking, with the strength of humans at that time, there should not be anything that could move humans. Route sent. Yinghe replied. In Lin Xu's consciousness, he had received the map transmitted by the nanorobots. After a quick look, the ground of the ruins under Lin Xu's feet instantly cracked like a living thing. Those were the nanorobots that made up the ruins. Under Lin Xu's command, they directly made way. They even saved the door. Damor, who had never seen this scene, was startled and fell indirectly. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao were much more familiar with the route. The group entered the depths of the ruins and soon arrived at a high-dimensional space. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 164, High Dimension Fallen Starry Sky Monster. The space with high-dimensional characteristics has all kinds of incredible characteristics. The stars like the Mobius ring hang in the sky, like a burning star waterfall, flowing endlessly. Below is a small wooden house hanging upside down in the stars. Damor was stunned by everything he saw along the way. He already knew that this was a space with high-dimensional characteristics, but it was still shocking to see it with his own eyes. The owner of the wooden house seemed to have noticed someone coming. When Lin Xu and others appeared in front of the wooden house, he pushed the door and walked out. That's right, it was the familiar shadow of Wang Jian. When he saw Lin Xu, Wang Jian pursed his lips, immediately stepped forward and grasped Lin Xu's hand, shaking it up and down vigorously. "Brother, why did you come here just now?" As he said, he looked like he was in tears. "Go, be normal, what are you doing?" Lin Xu quickly shook off Wang Jian's hand, and rubbed the hand he had just held on the other's clothes with disdain. "Brother, I miss you so much." Wang Jian was crying and wanted to shake Lin Xu's hand. Lin Xu had already stepped back 3 steps to avoid him. Wang Jian looked at the people around Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao, all of them were girls and obviously not suitable. So he set his sights on Professor Damor, and after thinking about it, he felt that this person was not suitable for the first time, so he finally gave up. "What's wrong with you? Wasn't it normal the first 2 times?" Lin Xu knew that the shadow in front of him, belonging to Wang Jian, would get the memories of the first 2 ruins after the shadow disappeared, so he was also an old acquaintance, but he didn't look like he was going to cry the first 2 times. "Hey, haven't I been holding it in for too long?" Wang Jian said, waving his hand, and a set of sofas and coffee tables appeared on the ground in the starry sky. He sat down first, and also motioned Lin Xu to sit down and talk. "Too long? I said that if you hold it in for too long, something will happen. You said that you are the same. When you left the shadow here, why didn't you say that you would be equipped with a robot or something?" Lin Xu sat on the sofa and complained. "Who said I've been holding back on that for too long? I've said I don't have that kind of worldly desire." Wang Jian looked up and down at Lin Xu with a brewed tea, as if he would pour this cup of tea on you if you say that again. Lin Xu looked at him, and suddenly he put his hands deep, hugged Nanzhu and Miss Qiu on the left and right. Nanzhu also immediately cooperated and came over. "Lin Xu, you did it on purpose. I've tolerated you for a long time, believe it or not, I won't tell you anything this time," Wang Jian said with a glare. So Lin Xu immediately let go of Nanzhu and Miss Qiu. Nanzhu also cooperated and sat aside honestly. "Tell me, what happened? You're so excited when you come here." Lin Xu changed the subject smoothly. "Hey, it's been 10,000 years, 10,000 years of fear, I'm so upset. I finally met someone, and you're still making fun of me, can you be a human being?" Wang Jian said, sighing. "Fear? What happened?" Lin Xu was shocked and puzzled. "You must be wondering why humans suddenly left this galaxy so anxiously 10,000 years ago." Wang Jian calmed down a little and started to talk. "Yes, it is said that humans discovered something, so they set sail urgently." Lin Xu nodded. This was also something he was very concerned about. "Yes, not long after we built a simple high-dimensional detection device, we detected a high-dimensional shock wave that swept across the entire universe. For a moment, we even thought that the universe was about to be destroyed." Wang Jian recalled what happened at that time, still with a lingering fear on his face. High-dimensional shock wave? Sweeping the universe? Did something happen in the high dimension? Lin Xu frowned. "Yes, something happened in the high dimension. According to the information we detected at that time, we judged that there was a high-dimensional race that fell into the high dimension for unknown reasons and reduced its dimension." Wang Jian replied. "Dimension reduction? Falling from the high dimension? Are you serious?" Lin Xu stared at him in an instant. "Yes, we don't know the reason why the high-dimensional race was reduced in dimension, but if we can observe how the high-dimensional race was reduced in dimension, it will definitely be of great help to the human dimension upgrade. And our detection device detected the place where the reduced dimensional race fell into this universe, which is a location 5 million light-years away," Wang Jian explained. "So, humans went there." Lin Xu finally understood what Wang Jian had been worried about for the past 10,000 years. "Yes, since then, I have been worried about whether humans are still there, whether they will be affected and wiped out because of the close observation of the dimensionality reduction, or whether they will be eliminated by the original high-dimensional race after the dimensionality reduction. This is what I have been worried about for 10,000 years. Until not long ago, I received the memory of the first shadow and knew that you had come here, and you have become a high-dimensional creature. Humans have successfully upgraded their dimensions. I was completely relieved," Wang Jian said, collapsing on the sofa and taking a long breath. It felt like being tired for a long time and finally being able to rest. "The high-dimensional race after the dimensionality reduction," Lin Xu repeated, full of curiosity. "The high-dimensional races after dimensionality reduction can no longer be called high-dimensional races. At least compared to high-dimensional creatures like you, They are already low-level existences, even if they were high-dimensional in the past. Wang Jian reminded. I know, but I'm still curious. Lin Xu nodded. If you're curious, go and have a look. You'll know after you go and have a look. You're going to move on, aren't you? Wang Jian smiled. Yes, I'll go and have a look. Lin Xu nodded. Afterwards, the two talked about what happened in this river system, and both were filled with emotion. Wang Jian didn't expect that when humans left in a hurry, they thought that the maintainers and cleansers left behind were enough to maintain the peace of this river system, but they didn't expect that so many things would be caused in the end. The two talked for a long time, and Damor listened on the side, feeling the excitement of witnessing history. He thought that he would write all this into a book when he went back, although even if it was passed down, it was estimated that future generations would only regard it as a novel. After all, the content was too bizarre. But Damor still wanted to record it all. You said, is the success of human beings and upgrading dimensions later related to the close observation of high-dimensional fall this time? The two chatted and talked about this topic again. Of course it is related, otherwise why would we take such a big risk to observe? Danger breeds opportunities, and we obviously seized this opportunity. At this point, Wang Jian's face showed a happy smile again. But why did that high-dimensional civilization reduce its dimensions? Lin Xu was a little puzzled. It may be an active dimensionality reduction, or it may be forced to reduce its dimensions. Maybe there is a war in the high dimension, or it may be due to some other reasons? Who knows? Wang Jian shook his head, indicating that he could not answer. Finally, before leaving, Lin Xu took out a hard drive that he had collected for Wang Jian on the last relic planet, which was full of various film and television materials of that planet, and asked him if he wanted to take a look. Of course I have to watch it. When you leave, remember to take this with you and give it to the next me. Anyway, I will finish watching the 2000-episode TV series sooner or later. Wang Jian ignored Lin Xu and went back to his cabin. Lin Xu smiled and left with a group of people. This was the third time that Lin Xu saw Wang Jian in the ruins in the 11,495th year of the sailing calendar. This trip to the ruins was very rewarding, and the biggest thing was that he learned what humans had discovered that year. Lin Xu had made many guesses before, but he never expected that what humans would discover would be a civilization that had fallen into a higher dimension. To observe the moment of a high-dimensional fall at close range, such an opportunity may be the only one in the entire universe, from birth to destruction. Even in the multiverse, many universes may not encounter such a thing once from birth to destruction. No wonder humans left in a hurry 10,000 years ago. Compared with this kind of thing, everything else is a trivial matter. Afterwards, Lin Xu stayed on the ruins planet for a few days. These few days were the time for Yinghe to read the database and move various equipment from the ruins. Various new technologies. If the Earth manufactures equipment from scratch, it will take more time. But if there are equipment in the ruins, it can save a lot of time. As a result, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates kept shuttling between the ruins in the subspace and the Earth, transporting various equipment. At the same time, Yinghe was also reporting to Lin Xu about various new technologies, as well as various equipment on the Earth, and how much the performance could be improved after upgrading. Whether it was vacuum zero-point energy technology or space jump technology, all could be upgraded. Especially the space jump technology. After upgrading, the preparation time before each jump was shorter. At the same time, the jump distance was also farther, and the maximum jump could reach 1,000 light years. And the preparation time for a jump of 1,000 light years only took 1 day. If the jump distance was shorter, the preparation time could be shortened accordingly. This is exactly the jump technology used by the current cleaner fleet. It is far better than the jump technology used by Lin Xu before. However, the application of new technologies on the Earth still needs time. After all, the Earth is too big. Even with the engineering capabilities of the autonomous mechanical aggregates that have evolved countless times, it will take several years to complete the transformation and upgrade of the new space jump technology of the entire planet. However, the transformation of the Skylark was much simpler. So it took only a few days for the Skylark to be modified. As for the Earth, Lin Xu thought about it and put the Earth back into his personal space, and began to speed up the transformation. He planned to wait until the transformation was completed, and then take it out and continue to use it. Now let's use the Skylark. Just like that, when everything was ready, Lin Xu went to say hello to Wang Jian before leaving. Wang Jian reluctantly ended his drama, handed the hard disk data to Lin Xu again, and told him to keep it well. After waving goodbye, Lin Xu closed the subspace entrance of the ruins. Riding the Skylark, he returned to the star field surrounded by inert filth. At this time, the periphery of this star field was densely filled with countless cleaner warships. It's just that these warships are just parked here silently, and there is no feeling of tension, but there is still a sense of oppression. At least the new maintainers represented by Arafat still feel like a thorn in their backs when facing the cleaner warships with hundreds of millions of troops pressing in. Although these cleansers are now their allies in theory and will not attack them. But they remain silent and stay there, motionless, which is really worrying. The key is that Lin Xu is still not there at this time, which makes everyone even more worried. Everyone wants to find those cleansers to ask where Lin Xu is and when he will come back, but unfortunately the information sent out is like a stone sinking into the sea, and the cleansers remain silent. So after the initial ecstasy, after these days, as Lin Xu never came back, everyone gradually began to worry. Until this day, a jump channel appeared in the starry sky, and the Skylark appeared from the channel. In an instant, the quantum radar operator who has been monitoring all the time detected the unique signal belonging to the Skylark at the first time. At the same time, the message was also delivered to Arafat's hands at the first time. In an instant, Arafat felt that he was relieved from head to toe. Many members of parliament were also very happy. Then Arafat led many members of parliament and drove the warship to welcome Lin Xu's triumphant return. All the hundreds of warships that had been prepared for a long time were dispatched. The maintainers on various planets also received the news that Lord Lin Xu had returned victoriously. The latest novels will be released on the 69th book bar. Suddenly, the streets were crowded with people. Facing the enthusiasm of these new maintainers, Lin Xu couldn't be too cold, so he showed up a few times and greeted everyone in the live broadcast. Then he found Arafat and the two chatted alone. Lord Lin Xu, thank you for everything you have done for us. Although he had already thanked him on behalf of the maintainers in public, Arafat still thanked him again in private and bowed. You're welcome, you should know why I'm looking for you. Lin Xu waved his hand and motioned him to get up. Are you really leaving? Although Arafat knew that this day would come, he was already full of reluctance at this time. I still have my own things to do, but I will stay for a few more days until you have completed the handover work, including sorting out the relationship between you and the cleaner fleet. Lin Xu explained. Thank you for your favor. Arafat bowed deeply again. Okay, go and continue to host the celebration. Lin Xu nodded. Arafat bowed for the third time before leaving. After Arafat left, Lin Xu looked at Damor. Damor, as agreed at the beginning, your adventure is over. Lin Xu smiled and said. Yes, it's over. Next, I will use the rest of my life to record all this with pen and paper. Damor smiled and said. Be careful that others think you are writing a legendary story. I won't come out to support you. Lin Xu said with a smile. It's okay, just record it. I know this may be a little different from the official records of the maintainers, but this is the charm of exploring history, isn't it? Let future generations slowly explore it. Damor also bowed, then turned around and left. Naturally, someone would send him back to the surface of the planet, so Lin Xu wouldn't need to do anything. Just like that, a few days later, all the aftermath work was completed. One morning, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao boarded the Skylark quietly. Without notifying anyone, the Skylark soared into the sky. Soon it disappeared into the starry sky. The guards of the palace where Lin Xu lived these days realized that Lin Xu had left. So they immediately notified all the bigwigs who could be notified. Arafat dropped all his work and came, but in the end he found nothing. Lin Xu didn't even leave a letter, he left so thoroughly. Only the last light and shadow before the Skylark jumped was left in the starry sky. 5 million light years, how long will it take? On the Skylark, Nanzhu sat on the sofa, counting with his fingers. Now we can jump 1,000 light years a day, and 5 million light years is about 5,000 days, which is 13.7 years, close to 14 years. Lu Yao, who was sitting at a table not far away and doing a big question, took time out to calculate with her fingers. Then she continued to calculate a big question. It's only 14 years. Why do I feel that the farther I go, the less time I spend on the road? Nanzhu sighed. Isn't this a good thing? Lin Xu, who was lying on the sofa and resting his head on Nanzhu's thigh, said with a smile. It's a good thing, but it still feels so fast. Nanzhu put down his hand and continued to massage Lin Xu's temple. Compared to speed, I am more worried about whether the dimensionality reduction civilization we will encounter next will be easy to talk to. After all, they were high-dimensional creatures in the past. If they are too arrogant and fight to the death as soon as they meet, it will be difficult to deal with them. Liu Yao, who was standing aside, did not forget to gossip in the interval between doing questions. Yes, they have reduced their dimensions, but humans have increased their dimensions. No one would feel comfortable. Nanzhu nodded in agreement. And I'm also worried, did they fight with the humans at that time 10,000 years ago? They had just descended to a lower dimension at that time, so they certainly didn't look down on low-dimensional creatures. As a result, when they came to the low-dimensional space, they found that there was a civilization spying on them. I don't believe that they didn't fight. Liu Yao continued to gossip. Hiss, then if we rush over like this, won't it be troublesome? Nanzhu began to worry. Not only that, they were at least a former high-dimensional civilization that had just descended to a lower dimension, and they must have been stronger than the humans who had not yet upgraded to a higher dimension at that time. Maybe they almost wiped out the human race at one point, but humans survived, and now they have upgraded to a higher dimension and can easily kill them. Do you think that when these enemies meet, they will be particularly jealous? Liu Yao continued to exaggerate. Stop guessing, we don't know the specific situation yet, at least wait until we get there and see the situation first. Lin Xu interrupted Liu Yao's increasingly unreliable speculation. That's what I said, and it may not be impossible. My guess is still very reasonable, so when you get there, don't just say you are a human. Let's observe the situation first. Liu Yao reminded. Okay, let's observe first. Lin Xu nodded. Although he said Liu Yao was guessing, Lin Xu still listened to her reminder. This time he really had to be more cautious. After all, he was facing a former high-dimensional civilization. Even if the other party has now been reduced in dimension, it is no longer the same. And he also benefited from the human's dimensionality upgrade and also upgraded. Lin Xu thought it was better to be careful. And he also wanted to investigate in a low-key manner what happened between humans and this race that was reduced in dimension. If it was really like what Liu Yao said, then it would be a good opportunity to take revenge. If there was no grudge, Lin Xu would not be interested in provoking them. In this way, the Skylark kept jumping between the stars. Each time it takes 1 day to prepare, it can jump out 1,000 light years. Soon it was far away from this galaxy and headed towards the target location. 13.5 years passed in a flash. Time went from 11,495 to 11,509. There are still a few thousand light years away from the target galaxy, that is, the galaxy where the high-dimensional civilization fell. That is to say, it can be reached after another jump. However, just as the Skylark began to prepare for the jump, Zhangxing, who was on duty, suddenly reported. Master, a giant biological body is found 100 light years ahead of the Skylark. Zhangxing reminded. At this time, Lin Xu was lying on the lap of a beauty by a bamboo forest on Mount Huishan on Earth, imitating the ancients. Even the beauty has fox ears and a long fox tail. Those who don't know would think it was Deji's reincarnation. Lin Xu, who was wearing an ancient hanfu, turned over and sat up from Nanzhu's knee pillow, who was also wearing a bright red hanfu. Not far ahead, accompanied by the gurgling stream, Miss Qiu was still dancing with a sword. Giant biological body? How big is it? Lin Xu asked. It's the same size as the Earth. Zhenzing replied. Starry sky giant beast? Does such a thing really exist? Lin Xu said in disbelief. Lord Lin Xu, the dragon race is actually quite huge, maybe not this big, but it's also quite big. Nanzhu mentioned the dragon race, one of the human clans that Lin Xu had never seen. So, is this the clan of that dimensionality-reducing race? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Insufficient data, unable to analyze. Zhenzing replied. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xu stood up and said. At the same time, the Skylark also began to change the jump destination, changing the original jump to 1,000 light years away to the vicinity of the giant biological body, 100 light years away. When the Skylark changed the jump location and began to jump, Lin Xu also took Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu back to the Skylark from the Earth in the portable space. At the same time, Liu Yao, who was originally studying hard in the library, also followed and killed after hearing about the magical existence of the starry sky giant beast. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 165 Dimensional Civilization and the Arena of Gods and Demons. In the ancient land, gravediggers were using various tools to dig the hard rocks on the ground. The downward tomb passage continued to extend until it was 100 meters deep. Gravediggers holding various iron digging tools suddenly dug up some leather-like material with their hose. The experienced old gravedigger immediately raised his hand to stop the actions of the other young people. Holding a flickering hurricane lantern in his hand, he leaned over to observe carefully and finally confirmed it. "Found it, we found food!" the old gravedigger shouted excitedly. "Found it, the tribe has a new food collection point, we have food!" Suddenly, all the gravediggers cheered. In the distance, the lights of the city were dim. The gravediggers who climbed out of the deep pit did not move towards the city. The city is the residence of the big men. They are just tribesmen in the wilderness and are not qualified to live in the city. They followed a familiar road and walked towards the tribe in the dark. The temperature transmitted from the earth made this dark world not cold. With only a few hurricane lanterns, they quickly returned to the small tribe. Soon, the whole tribe cheered. It is not easy to collect food. In theory, there is food everywhere under the rock layer of this land. But the rock layer is not so easy to dig. From time to time, you will encounter hard rock layers that cannot be dug. When you encounter them, you can only avoid them and dig again. After digging again and again and disappointing again and again, the old people and children in the tribe can only endure hunger, because the remaining food must be given priority to the gravediggers. Only when the gravediggers have food and can save their physical strength for the next digging, the whole tribe will have hope. Now, they have finally found a place to collect food. With food, the children will not starve to death, and they can even go to the city to exchange some salt, or even more hurricane lanterns. So, the people in the tribe set up a bonfire in the eternal dark night and sang and danced around the bonfire. In the big pot on the bonfire, the food rock just collected from the ground was stewed. The so-called food rock is edible rock. This kind of rock is buried deep underground. It feels very hard when touched, but it feels more like leather. It must be cooked in the pot for a long time before it can be chewed and digested. If you are extremely hungry and don't wait for it to be cooked, or swallow it half-cooked, you will end up with what you eat and what you poop out. So if you want to eat edible rocks, you must be patient. The tribesmen are patient. They sing and dance and laugh all night until the edible rocks cooked in the pot give off a strange fragrance. Only then, under the order of the tribal elders, do they start to distribute the cooked food. Afterwards, everyone ate the food in small bites while listening to the elders telling those old stories. What the world is actually a huge fish, and what we are eating is the meat of the fish. What children should be obedient and not make noise. Because the children's noise will wake up the huge fish. Once the huge fish wakes up and finds that we are eating its meat again, it will be angry and kill everyone. There is also something like, our ancestors once lived in a world with huge torches in the sky, but later because they disobeyed the gods, they were punished by the gods and left the beautiful world and came to this world of eternal darkness. Every time at this time, there will be children asking the elders what the huge torches burning in the sky look like. The elders hesitated for a long time and could only talk nonsense. Because they have never seen what it would look like with a huge torch burning in the sky. Well, the whole world is bright, and everyone can see everything around without lighting a bonfire or a lamp, and there is no dark place. The elder described it like this, and he heard the description from the elders at that time when he was a child. Everywhere is bright? Is it bright when sleeping? Wouldn't it be comfortable to sleep at any time? Yes, sleeping in a bright place, without worrying about wild animals, is very comfortable. The children discussed it one by one. But how to cook without a bonfire? Do you take the food to the sky to cook? Another child asked. Silly boy, you can light a bonfire when you cook, and the torches are not always in the sky at that time, and they will go out from time to time. The elder smiled and rubbed the child's head and explained. It will go out? Is there someone responsible for lighting the bonfire and extinguishing it? The children looked at the elder with blinking eyes. Yes, maybe our ancestors offended the gods who lit the bonfire and were exiled here. The elder thought about it, but didn't know how to explain it to the children, because he didn't know, so he could only sigh and said. Just then, a child suddenly pointed to the sky full of stars and said in surprise. Grandpa Elder, look there, it seems that there are stars flying over. Silly boy, that's called a meteor. Meteor? What is that? It's a kind of flying star. I heard that when we were in the world with torches burning in the sky, meteors were quite common. I don't know why after moving to the giant fish, meteors are rare, and they seem to be getting farther and farther away from the stars in the sky. The elder was puzzled. While the elders were puzzled, a place in the sky that the tribesmen could not see. It was also a place that the big men in the city could not see. A space jump channel was formed, and the skylark jumped out of it. Lin Xu in the cockpit directly saw the huge creature that was floating in the space, which was as big as a planet and round like a ball. It looked like a huge goldfish-like creature. The creature was covered with hard rocks all over its body. It looked like meteorites in the universe kept hitting it, forming a layer of rock shell that completely covered the surface of the creature. Lin Xu could only vaguely judge from some exposed parts of the giant goldfish that it was a huge goldfish with a deep red body. Is this a fish? Nanzhu curiously leaned on the porthole to look at the strange creature. Is he dead? Lu Yao also leaned on the porthole to look at it. The giant creature in front has no breath of life. Zhengxing reported the test results. It seems to be really dead. How long has it been dead? Lu Yao asked immediately. The autopsy report has not been generated yet. We need to inspect it at close range. Zhengxing replied. Wait, why does this fish seem to have a light on it? Nanzhu saw with his sharp eyes that there was a faint but real light on one side of the spherical fish body, near the spine. It looked like just a little light in the universe, but in fact it should be at least as bright as a big city to be observed in the universe. Detection data shows that there are still intelligent life on the surface of the giant organism ahead. Zhengxing replied. Intelligent life? Do they regard this fish as their home planet? Lu Yao looked incredible. Since she followed Lin Xu to wander the universe, she has seen a lot, but she has never seen this. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xu also became curious. So the skylark began to accelerate towards the surface of the giant goldfish ahead. As the distance got closer, the goldfish, which was the size of a planet, gave people a more and more oppressive feeling. Lin Xu suddenly remembered a picture he had seen on the internet in the 21st century. The web picture shows a huge fish approaching the Earth from the universe, and the Earth looks as small as a mouthful of food on the fish's mouth. Someone asked, how long will it take for humans to resist this fish? Someone answered below, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Now look at the red goldfish in front of you, it has a bit of the charm of the fish in the web picture. It's just that this one is dead, and it's not that big, just the same size as the Earth. Soon, the skylark entered the thin atmosphere formed by the surface of the red goldfish over a long period of time. After getting close enough, you can no longer see the whole picture of the huge goldfish, but you don't feel so much pressure, as if you are landing on an ordinary planet. Is there even an atmosphere? How long has this goldfish been dead? Nanzhu sighed. The autopsy report was sent back, and the time of death was 10,000 years ago. Zhengxing replied. 10,000 years ago? Isn't that the time when humans came here? Lu Yao said in a daze. 10,000 years ago? This fish should not be the work of humans. Lin Xu asked. Genetic sample analysis shows that it was not made by humans. Zhengxing replied. So, is it the work of that dimensionality-reducing civilization? Lin Xu continued to ask. Insufficient information, unable to confirm. Zhengxing replied. Soon, the skylark arrived at the place where the lights were lit just now seen in space. As the distance approached, it was finally clear that this big city built on the fish body. The whole city was brightly lit, neon lights flashing, and around the city, you could even see industrial areas that were constantly spewing black smoke. It's an industrialized big city, but the development is a bit deformed. Lin Xu stood in front of the porthole, looking at the city below with sufficient electricity, and then looking at the entire land in the distance that was pitch black. On the surface of this planet-sized fish body, with such a huge area, Lin Xu and others have only seen such a big city, and the rest of the place is all pitch black. According to the report sent back by Zhengxing, it's not that no one is living in that pitch black, but the living environment is completely different from that in the city. Are they the native race here? Lu Yao looked at the city below in confusion. No, if it is a native race that can develop to such a level of electrification, it is impossible that there is only one city. Such a deformed civilization looks like a colony. But, colonizing on the body of a fish? And there is no colony spacecraft. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Did something happen to them and they are trapped here? Nanzhu thought for a while and said. If it is really a colony, they should also come from the river system we are targeting this time, And they may know something about the dimensional reduction civilization. Lu Yao tilted her head in thought for a while and said, "Yes, so this is a good opportunity to learn about the dimensional reduction civilization in advance." Nan Xu also nodded in agreement. After a while, the Skylark continued to float over the city, with the optical camouflage on its body turned on, and the entire city could not detect the existence of the Skylark. At the same time, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates were also spread all over the world without the knowledge of the people in the city, and began to drill holes downwards, collecting various tissues and organs from the huge red goldfish for more detailed analysis. Lin Xu is now worried. If this red goldfish is really the work of a dimensionality-reducing civilization, then they must have created more than one. Maybe the river system ahead is like a real big river, full of these red goldfish. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Maybe there are bigger fish, behemoths that can really swallow the earth like a mouthful of fish food. After all, it was once a high-dimensional civilization. Even if it is now reduced in dimension, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Lin Xu will not underestimate the other party's civilization at all. Walking on the bustling streets, Nan Xu looked at everything around her with curiosity. But what made her most curious was that there was no concept of day and night here. What time do people here go to bed? The lights here are on 24 hours a day, right? Nan Xu said suddenly while looking at the street lights beside her. Yes, there is no sun here to illuminate them, so the lights are their only source of light. Lin Xu nodded. How do those people living in the wild survive? Nan Xu was incredulous. I can only say that life can always create miracles. Lin Xu was also full of emotion. But how do they maintain the temperature here without sunlight? It can't be 24-hour floor heating, right? Although it is indeed quite warm underground. Lu Yao stomped on the ground and said, "Planetary geothermal? No, it's the residual heat of the fish body. They can't afford this fuel for floor heating, and they can't maintain a planet." Lin Xu shook his head and said, "The residual heat of a fish body can last for 10,000 years. Lu Yao sighed with emotion. Yes, and according to Zhangxing's report, the staple food of the people on their planet is also fish corpses. There is no sunlight on this planet, and there are very few plant species that can grow. They rely on digging down to dig out the meat of this fish that has been dead for 10,000 years to eat." Lin Xu looked at the latest report sent by Zhangxing and could only sigh that life is indeed diverse. A fish that died 10,000 years ago? This is not zombie meat, it must be stone meat. Nan Xu just thought about it and felt extremely disgusted. The locals call this kind of food edible rock, which means the rock that can be dug out and eaten. Lin Xu continued, discussing how people survive on this planet, no, on this fish corpse. Suddenly, there were bursts of shouting on the street ahead. A large number of people were attracted by the sound and went to watch, and then there were bursts of cheers. Lin Xu and his friends looked at each other curiously, and then went to watch. Who knew that as soon as he walked over, he was stuffed with a small flag by several people dressed in student clothes. Lin Xu looked at the words written on the flag. This time it was not Chinese. Lin Xu guessed that it might be a language related to the race that had reduced dimensions, or it might be the original language of this civilization. However, Zhangxing had already collected and analyzed the text and language of this civilization, and transmitted it to Lin Xu's brain through nanorbits, so Lin Xu could understand the text now. The meaning of the words written on it, translated as "We want light, not darkness. Return to the God and Demon arena and fight for civilization. Our civilization should not sink like this." At the same time, on a high platform not far away, someone was giving a loud speech. "Fellow countrymen, we have been escaping for too long. It is time to return to the gods and demons arena and take back our honor. Our civilization has been escaping for too long. We can't continue to escape. When we first came here, we still mastered the technology of space travel, but now, we can't even launch satellites. Without the sun, we are like a group of trapped beasts, and can only survive here. We must return to the Milky Way and be under the light of the stars again. Only in this way can we save civilization. Some people say that if you bathe in the sun, you must participate in the gods and demons arena, but so what? If this is the rule of God, if this is the price of bathing in the sun, we are willing to pay it. It is better than rotting here bit by bit." As the people on the high platform spoke, applause came from below without saying a word. In the end, the cheers shook the sky. Yes, they have had enough here. Enough of the sky that is always dark. They also want to see with their own eyes the blue sky, flowers and trees that they have only seen in film and television materials. Everything that can only be enjoyed when bathing in the sun. They want to return to the gods and demons arena. Even if the civilization is destroyed, it is better than continuing to survive like this. However, before the person on the podium finished his speech, teams of military police came from a distance. The students gathered immediately, trying to stop these armed personnel so that the speaker could escape. Unfortunately, facing the oncoming sticks, not only did the speaker not escape, but even a group of students were arrested one by one after being beaten up. The crowd of onlookers had already run away in the noise and chaos. Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao stood on the side of the road eating melons and watching the excitement. The people coming and going passed by several people several times, but they seemed not to see them and ignored their existence. It was the nanorbits that affected their sensory judgment and made them ignore several people. Until the military and police took away all the arrested people, only a mess was left on the street. God and Demon Arena? The price of bathing in the sun. Lin Xu muttered the words he had just heard, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Does basking in the sun require a price? Can't we just find a galaxy with stars? Nanzhu asked puzzledly. They say this is the rule of God. Could it be the rule set by that dimensionality-reducing civilization? Lu Yao guessed. The only one who can be called a god on this galaxy is that dimensionality-reducing civilization. But what exactly is the god and demon arena? Nanzhu was still confused. Okay, stop guessing. Since even the students know about it, it shouldn't be difficult to investigate. Lin Xu reminded. That's right, but who should we ask? Wait, I think I found it. Nanzhu pointed to the picture being played on the big screen in front. Lin Xu and Lu Yao were also looking at that picture. I saw that the picture on the screen was a picture of a movie. It seemed to be a movie shot a long time ago when this civilization was still bathed in the sun. In the movie, two different races were fighting hard on a piece of land. The two races looked like they came from two completely different planets. One race looked like an upright arthropod covered with a shell, while the other race was clearly based on the civilization itself. The most important thing was that above the stage where the two races were fighting, there was a huge, living red goldfish in the background of the starry sky. The goldfish stared with two eyes as big as a planet, and its terrifying pressure made people feel like they were there even through the screen. It seemed as if it was going to swallow the two races fighting below in one gulp. Finally, this civilization won the fight, and the race represented by the arthropod lost. Then, the gods who had been watching the battle in the sky blessed the winners. The gods were pleased with their performance. The movie ended here. The movie should be just fiction, but many of the things it conveyed made Lin Xu frown constantly. This god is the civilization that reduced dimensions, Nanzhu said affirmatively, with a very unhappy tone. They really treat the civilization of the low-dimensional universe as a toy, right? Lu Yao also felt very unhappy. They may have forgotten that they are now also a member of the low-dimensional universe, and have been high and mighty for too long. Electric arcs flashed between Mu Xiaoyu's fingers, and it felt like she was about to hit the Lin Xu palace in the next moment. What is their purpose in doing this? They fell from the high dimension, don't they want to return to the high dimension? Doing these things is self-degradation. Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Who knows, maybe it's just that the gap is too big, and they can't recover and become useless. Nanzhu thought about it, and it was also incredible. Forget it, don't think about it. It seems that this civilization may also know that it is now living on a fish. I just don't know what the high-level leaders of this civilization think. Let's go and ask directly. Lin Xu decided. Since you want to investigate everything in this world and learn more about the dimensionality reduction civilization, it's easier and more convenient to ask the high-level leaders directly. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 166, A New Script of Human Evil. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. This is fully demonstrated in the corpse of a giant fish the size of this planet. The people in this world dig up rock food for food, which is actually eating the body tissue of fish. It's just that this fish is big enough, and it is estimated that it will be enough for them to eat for millions of years. The premise is that by that time, the fish has not completely rotted. Many aspects of daily life also make full use of the tissues of fish. For example, in this big city, there are many tall buildings that are built with small scales and burrs excavated from the fish's skeletons. This race that migrated here from nowhere has obviously made effective use of the unique materials here over a long period of time. However, living in this world also has a bad side, that is, the lack of many mineral resources, especially some metal substances needed for synthetic materials. The rock strata of this world are all formed by meteorites in the universe hitting the fish body. Although the mineral resources brought by them are also very rich, they lack many resources that normal planets have. This led to the degradation of the technology level of this sparsely populated migratory civilization, which was originally composed of a small number of people migrating here, due to the lack of materials. At least when they came here, there must have been spaceships, but now Lin Xu didn't even see a satellite in outer space. "Hello, sorry to bother you." Lin Xu greeted him friendly. German was a little confused when he just woke up. But then he remembered what had just happened. He was holding a banquet at home, entertaining some partners from the political and business circles. Everyone was getting in touch with each other and discussing some topics such as how to consolidate power. Who knew that he would faint and pass out? When he woke up, he was here. "Who are you? Where's this? Where? German looked at the surrounding environment, and he couldn't say the word where. Because he had seen clearly that he was now in the sky, and the cold wind was blowing on his body. Under his feet was a transparent material of unknown material, which supported his body in the air. Looking down, German was almost scared and fainted again. "Hello, I want to ask you some questions," Lin Xu said politely. "You, please ask, I will definitely tell you everything I know," German said with an ugly smile. "I want to know what the God and Demon Arena is." Lin Xu asked the question he wanted to know most. "God and Demon Arena? Don't you know it?" German was stunned for a moment and said cautiously. "You only need to answer my questions, not ask me questions." Lin Xu frowned. The God and Demon Arena is an arena built by gods and demons. All civilizations must prove the value of their civilizations in the God and Demon Arena. Civilizations without value have no meaning to exist. German answered immediately. Civilizations without meaning to exist, so they cannot bask in the sun. Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. "Yes, a civilization that fails in the God and Demon Arena is not qualified to bask in the sun unless it regains its honor." German replied. "Then how to regain the honor?" Lin Xu asked curiously. "Defeat a civilization of the same level under the sun and take everything from them." German replied. "Defeat the civilization under the sun? With your current situation, this is too difficult." Lin Xu shook his head and said. "Yes." German smiled bitterly. "Then what are gods and demons? What are they?" Lin Xu continued to ask. "Gods and demons, naturally, are gods and demons. The great god Apocalypse clan, and the universe demon humans that wreak havoc on the universe." German replied. "Demon humans that wreak havoc on the universe." Nanzhu next to him widened his eyes in surprise. "Yes, there is. Is there any problem?" German noticed something wrong from the looks of several people and asked in a low voice. "No problem, then can you tell me more about the Apocalypse clan and humans?" Lin Xu asked. The great god Apocalypse clan is a race that descended from the higher dimension, and humans are extremely evil beings born in this universe. Humans coveted the power of the Apocalypse clan, so they used various methods to steal the technology of the Apocalypse clan, and the Apocalypse clan was very generous about this and didn't care. Until one time, humans angered the Apocalypse clan, so the Apocalypse clan drove humans away. German answered broadly. "Where did you hear this standard propaganda rhetoric?" Lin Xu asked curiously. This is what the Apocalypse said when our civilization was still in the God and Demon Arena." German said a little embarrassed. Obviously, as a politician, German knew that this rhetoric was unreliable, but the problem was that at the level of his civilization, he couldn't know more. "Okay, don't you know anything else besides these?" Lin Xu continued to ask. "Well, our civilization did hear some gossip at the beginning," German said after thinking for a while. "What gossip? Tell me." Lin Xu immediately became interested. It seems that the Apocalypse and humans built the God and Demon Arena together, and then for some reason, humans left. Then the Apocalypse was very angry about the departure of humans, so they started to smear it in various ways. German was very smart. He had already discovered that Lin Xu and others seemed to be very interested in the things about the Apocalypse and humans, so he picked the key points. Build the God and Demon Arena together. Lin Xu frowned. Lin Xu didn't believe that the God and Demon Arena was something that humans did. But German didn't know more. Then Lin Xu let him go, and then randomly captured a few high-level people, and the results were similar. As for what happened between the apocalypse and humans, no one can tell clearly at their current level. But at least Lin Xu knew that the race that fell from the high dimension was called the apocalypse, probably. And he also knew that the apocalypse and humans jointly established a so-called god and demon arena, but Lin Xu was skeptical about it. In addition, Lin Xu also had some understanding about the god and demon arena. But more of the understanding came from the video after Hang Xing obtained enough digital data of this civilization. It is said that it was a precious picture recorded when the god and demon arena just appeared in their civilization 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago? Did they say that this god and demon arena was built 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. 10,000 years ago, this civilization was still eating raw meat and drinking blood. Hang Xing replied. Oh, then continue. Lin Xu sat down on the sofa and gestured. So, in the cockpit of the Skylark, the front wall lit up, and the wall that originally had a display function served as a projection function. Lin Xu held potato chips in one hand and a cup of milk tea in the other, and occasionally fed Lin Xu, who was also sitting on the sofa next to her, and watched it like a movie. Lu Yao, who was sitting on the other side of her, held a bucket of popcorn in her hand, and occasionally exchanged potato chips with Lin Xu. Miss Qiu, who was on the other side of Lin Xu, didn't like snacks so much, but her hands were not idle. She played with Lin Xu's fingers and occasionally peeked at Lin Xu's expression, as if she was afraid that Lin Xu would notice. However, Lin Xu really didn't notice it. His attention was already attracted by the picture in the video. Obviously, the person who shot this video 5,000 years ago used a random device to shoot it, so the picture was extremely shaky. But the picture clarity was not bad, and it was still possible to see clearly what happened. The owner of the video should have been eating lunch in an open-air restaurant at the time. The owner of the video originally wanted to record the lunch scene, but he recorded everything that happened. First, the earth began to shake with a rumble. The video owner thought it was an earthquake and was about to hide, but suddenly found that people around him were staring at the sky in amazement. So he also looked up at the sky, and at the same time, the camera turned to the sky. Something incredible happened. A tower of unknown height and size appeared in the sky. The tower fell from the sky, spanning between heaven and earth, and then broadcast to everyone in the world. Congratulations to the current civilization for being selected to join the God and Demon arena. It has obtained a precious, unlimited opportunity for evolution. This is a game about evolution, and the victorious civilization even has the opportunity to become a god. Lord Lin Xu, this kind of tower descends, the plot of global evolution. How come it looks so much like a certain loose novel? Lin Xu, who was chewing potato chips, suddenly said. Eating can't stop your mouth. Lin Xu reached out and grabbed the piece of potato chips and said. Wouldn't this god and demon arena really have something to do with humans? The sense of déjà vu of this reference novel is too strong. Lin Xu couldn't help but worry. Yes, magic, cultivation, and even cyberpunk, and now it's a certain Lu novel, such a consistent bad taste. I don't believe it now that it's not done by humans. Lu Yao nodded repeatedly. Don't make a fuss, how could we do such a thing? It must be that the Apocalypse tribe read our novels and imitated them, it must be. Lin Xu refused to admit it. The video screen continued to play. In short, everyone in the entire civilization can enter the tower, go to the trial space to train, get rewards, and then become stronger. Finally, there will be a fight between civilizations, the winner will get everything, and the loser will eat dust. Get various skills and then become stronger? What a mess. No matter how strong a person becomes, what does it have to do with the evolution of civilization? And even if you become stronger, you know the fact but not the reason, you don't know the principle of the skills at all, and you can't apply it to the progress of civilization. It's just that your personal strength has become stronger. What's the use of this? Lin Xu frowned more and more as he watched, and couldn't help complaining. Yes, and the individual strength has become stronger, and the source of strength is also given by that tower. If it can be given to you, you can take it away. Is this really your power? Lu Yao also complained. Look at their civilization, slowly they have begun to pursue personal strength more and more, and even scientific development has stagnated. Is this really a game for evolution? I think it is hindering evolution. Miss Qiu also complained rarely. That's right, I think this god and demon arena must have nothing to do with humans. How could humans do such a thing? Lin Xu stood on the side clearly. That's right, This is definitely not done by humans. Miss Qiu also nodded immediately. The video screen continued to play, but it was no longer the perspective of the person at the beginning, but later many different videos were cut in, and even official news broadcasts. In short, since the tower came, the atmosphere of the entire civilization has changed. Everyone is pursuing to enter the tower and then become stronger. More and more strong people appear in this civilization, and the force belonging to the civilization is becoming more and more difficult to restrain these strong people with strong individual strength. Slowly, various privileges belonging to the strong gradually appeared. Later, the classes also slowly began to differentiate again. The strong wanted to rely on their own strength to monopolize power forever, and naturally did not want the force of civilization to continue to develop. So the strong used their own influence to gradually stop the research of various advanced weapons. The strong advocated that their own strength was enough to ensure the continuation of civilization, enough to help civilization win the victory in the God and Demon arena, and win the competition with other civilizations. There is no need to waste people's money to research advanced weapons. Wouldn't it be better to give the money directly to everyone and let everyone enjoy it together? So, the whole people cheered, and the era of not spending huge amounts of money on researching weapons has arrived. The army has no budget and is becoming increasingly desolate. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. The money originally invested in the army can be invested in the welfare of the people, and the people will naturally continue to cheer. As for the strong slowly monopolizing all rights, who cares? Anyway, those strong men are high above, and have nothing to do with ordinary people. As for the strong men who gradually act more and more unscrupulously, and even start killing people in the streets, and there is no official to restrain them. When a small number of people wake up, it is too late. The army has been abandoned, and it is impossible to rebuild it. As scientists are gradually dying, the research on advanced weapons is impossible to start from scratch. It's like the United States in the 21st century. Once it is deindustrialized, it wants to reindustrialize? What good is it? However, because of the powerful strength of the strong, everything still looks like a flourishing flower on the surface. Until the arena war with another civilization comes. Everything collapsed. The remaining people relied on the remaining spacecraft to escape from their homes and fled here to survive. Looking at everything shown in the video, Lin Xu gradually couldn't eat potato chips. You deserve it. Miss Qiu said angrily. In fact, with their original development model, they may not be unable to develop slowly. But they were dragged into the God and Demon arena by some external tower. It seems that they have gained a lot of benefits, but all the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Lin Xu sighed. So, are all the civilizations in this river system still struggling in this God and Demon arena? Lin Xu turned his head to look at the starry sky outside the porthole. But, what is the purpose of this dimensional apocalypse tribe to build this God and Demon arena? Lin Xu asked puzzled. Who knows, it can't be really to help backward civilizations evolve. Lin Xu curled her lips. By the way, didn't they get a lot of special powers from the tower? I haven't seen any individual in this civilization have that kind of special power. Lin Xu suddenly asked curiously. Since they lost the game in the God and Demon arena, the power may have been taken back. Lin Xu guessed. I still want to see what kind of special power it is. Lin Xu said with a little regret. At this time, Lin Xu, who was checking what video he wanted to watch next, had a strange expression. What's wrong, Lord Lin Xu? Lin Xu noticed Lin Xu's expression. Nothing, don't you want to know what special power it is? Take a look for yourself. As he said that, Lin Xu played the next video. It recorded a lot of details, all kinds of strange powers. In addition to the direct enhancement of physical strength and physical strength, there are even various bloodline enhancements, and even internal strength, magic, and immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation? It can't be an inorbit, right? Lin Xu's eyes widened again. Impossible. How could humans do such a thing that hinders the development of other civilizations? There must be a misunderstanding that we don't know about. Miss Qiu is the first to disagree. I also think that humans would not do such a thing. Lin Xu also agreed. I didn't say that it was done by humans, I just think it's a bit strange that this immortal cultivation appears in the enhancement option. Lin Xu explained quickly. Not only is the cultivation strange, the rest of the internal force and bloodline are also strange, especially the vampire bloodline, and some bloodlines that are unique to anime and novels, which are completely things that only exist in Earth culture. This God and Demon arena, There will be no real human involvement. Lin Xu did not believe that humans would participate in it at the beginning, but now he began to be half believing and half doubting. Impossible, humans will definitely not do such a thing. Miss Qiu refuted Lin Xu in a rare way. Yes, I also think it is definitely not. Lin Xu smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Miss Qiu's long hair, but there was a little worry in his eyes. The investigation of the planet-sized fish is almost over. All kinds of autonomous mechanical aggregates that have obtained samples of various parts of the big fish have returned. The Skylark is on the road again and continues to go to the river system not far away. After only one more space jump, the Skylark entered the interior of the river system. This area is still in a relatively remote area, so the stars are extremely sparsely scattered. After the Skylark went through several space jumps, the Skylark completely entered the interior of the river system. Inside the star-dense galaxy, there are all kinds of civilizations. From afar, hyperspace radar and quantum radar have detected the existence of civilizations in more than one galaxy. While discovering civilizations, the hyperspace radar also discovered more than one giant goldfish the size of a planet swimming among the stars inside this galaxy. Some of these planet-level strange fish are only the size of the Earth, while others are dozens of times the size of the Earth. When the radar signal of the Skylark detected these strange fish, the huge eyes of these strange fish turned and all turned their sights to the Skylark hundreds of light years away. When the Skylark discovered them, they also discovered the Skylark. In other words, they discovered the Skylark's unique information related to high dimensions. That is something that ordinary civilizations cannot perceive. Only civilizations that also have a certain understanding of high dimensions can perceive the information. Master, we have been discovered. Zhengxing also reported to Lin Xu at the same time. Are these fish intelligent? Lin Xu asked. The intelligence is limited, more like a biological computer that can only execute fixed programs. Zhengxing replied. Computer, so it's not these fish that discovered us, but the Apocalypse clan behind them that discovered us, right? Lin Xu nodded. You can think so. Zhengxing replied. So our infiltration investigation plan failed before it even started. Nanzhu couldn't help complaining. Yes, it seems to have failed, but it's not surprising. Lin Xu said with a smile. Indeed, after all, it is a race that fell from a high dimension. Even if it is no longer a high-dimensional race, its foundation is still there. Although Lin Xu is now a high-dimensional life, the technology he currently possesses is only equivalent to the technical level when humans just met the Apocalypse clan 10,000 years ago. If he can still not be discovered, Lin Xu will doubt the gold content of the Apocalypse clan. Then what should we do now, Lord Lin Xu? Nanzhu asked. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao next to him all looked at Lin Xu, waiting for his decision. Of course we went to meet them. We are now representing humans, and we can't be looked down upon by old friends. Although this old friend is the first time I meet him. Lin Xu said with a smile. Then he ordered Zhengxing, choose the nearest fish to jump over, and turn on the broadcast at the same time, saying that humans are visiting. Yes, sir. Zhengxing replied. The nearest planetary fish was at the edge of a galaxy 30 light-years away. After an hour of preparation for the jump, the Skylark entered the jump channel. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the edge of the galaxy. Not far away was the giant red fish that was swimming at the edge of the galaxy, which was several times larger than the Earth. Lin Xu's arrival seemed to have startled the huge red fish. The fish changed its original trajectory of swimming around the star, and swam towards the Skylark with a swing of its tail. And the fish was moving very fast in the universe. Space bubbles were even formed around it, and it was obviously capable of curvature navigation. So the fish arrived near the Skylark in just a blink of an eye at a speed several times the speed of light. Then the fish stopped. Two eyes as big as a continent stared at the tiny Skylark, which was like dust compared to the fish. Then, the planetary-sized fish nodded to the tiny Skylark as if to say hello. At the same time, the Skylark also received a signal from the strange fish not far away. The signal only had 2 words plus a question mark, as if it was puzzled. Human. P.S. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Chapter 167 Civilized Ranch. The Apocalypse clan looks about 70% similar to humans. This surprised Lin Xu. If it is a race in this universe, because the evolutionary mode of walking upright and freeing hands is more common, many intelligent lives are like this. Why would the Apocalypse clan from higher dimensions also be in this form? Could it be that this form is extremely common not only in this universe, but also in the multiverse and even in higher dimensions? That's right, Lin Xu met the Apocalypse Clan. After confirming Lin Xu's human identity, a figure flew out of the eyes of the planet-sized strange fish. The figure stepped on a disk of unknown material and flew to the front of the Skylark. Lin Xu also left the Skylark and met the existence from the Apocalypse Clan in the universe. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao, who were following Lin Xu, were also curiously looking at the Apocalypse Clan. The Apocalypse tribe is about 70% similar to humans. The biggest difference is that there is an eye standing upright on the forehead of the Apocalypse tribe. However, the eyeball in that eye has no pupil and is extremely black, as if it is an extremely black gem embedded on the forehead. The Apocalypse tribe has 3 eyes. Originally, the eye on the forehead of the Apocalypse tribe was closed, but when meeting Lin Xu, the eye opened. As the Apocalypse tribe moved, they looked up and down at Lin Xu. And Lin Xu was also looking at each other at the same time. Lin Xu noticed that as the Apocalypse tribe opened the eye on its forehead, the presence of the Apocalypse tribe opposite them in the high dimension instantly increased. Lin Xu even felt that the other party could already partially interfere with the high dimension. However, the way the Apocalypse tribe interfered with the high dimension was only through the eye on the forehead. In an instant, Lin Xu had some kind of enlightenment. The only high-dimensional organ that the Apocalypse tribe, which had already been reduced in dimension, still retained was probably the eye on the forehead. However, in Lin Xu's view, even this eye is no longer completely high-dimensional. At most, it still has some high-dimensional characteristics and can interfere with the high-dimensionality. After all, the overall dimension has been reduced. No matter how hard the Apocalypse Clan tries to retain some high-dimensional characteristics, it is impossible to do so easily. The process of dimensionality reduction is irreversible. Lin Xu even speculated that as time goes by, the high-dimensional interference ability of the Apocalypse Clan's eye will become weaker and weaker. While Lin Xu was observing the other party, the Apocalypse Clan on the opposite side was also observing Lin Xu. The vertical pupil kept turning, as if looking up and down at Lin Xu. As this Apocalypse Clan continued to interfere with Lin Xu from a high-dimensional perspective, the Apocalypse Clan's face became more and more ugly. Human, has your tribe been upgraded? Yes. Lin Xu nodded. Then why did you come back here? Are you here to laugh at us? The Apocalypse Clan's face was already gloomy and terrible. I'm chasing my tribe. Lin Xu replied. Chasing your tribe? The Apocalypse Clan was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to react, with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Yes, humans have already upgraded their dimensions, so they should not continue to exist in this universe. The only possibility is that you missed a moment of collective dimensional upgrade, and became a high-dimensional creature passively under the subsequent entanglement of group information. No wonder your current state is so strange, and you are far from being a perfect high-dimensional creature. Perfect high-dimensional creature? What should it look like? Lin Xu's heart moved, and he immediately asked. Speaking of understanding high-dimensional creatures, Lin Xu believed that no one could understand it better than the Apocalypse Clan, who were originally high-dimensional creatures but suffered a dimensional reduction. Do you want to know? Unexpectedly, the Apocalypse Clan did not answer. Yes. Lin Xu nodded. Play a game with me, and if you win, I will tell you. The vertical pupil on the forehead of the Apocalypse Clan slowly closed. Lin Xu keenly realized that he seemed to be unable to maintain a high-dimensional state for a long time. Game? What game? Lin Xu asked. A game about civilization, just on that planet. The Apocalypse Clan turned around and looked at a planet in a galaxy not far away and said. Lin Xu also turned his head to look, and saw that the planet was surrounded by various satellites, and even the shadow of a space station could be seen. However, these satellites and space stations seemed to have not been maintained for a long time, and they were all on the verge of being scrapped. You want to interfere with the development of civilization? Lin Xu frowned and asked in confusion. Ho, it's really a human, and you are talking like this again. Do you know why I want to play this game? The laughing Apocalypse looked at Lin Xu. Why? Lin Xu asked. At the beginning, you humans did not agree with the existence of the God and Demon arena, thinking that this was not the right path, and chose to leave. Well, since you think this is not the right path, then tell us where the path is. Come on, let's have a duel between civilizations. Let me see why you humans can upgrade your dimension. The Apocalypse was obviously upset about the fact that humans could upgrade their dimensions. How to duel? Lin Xu asked. It's very simple. The civilization on that planet is on the verge of death. You don't have to worry about interfering with their development, because they already have no future. I came here this time to herd them, so if you agree to this game, you will save them and give them another chance. The apocalypse explained. Herding. Lin Xu was puzzled. Yes, herding starfish. The mother planet of civilization is rich in resources and is the best feed for starfish. The apocalypse said lightly. Feed? Do you want to feed that planet to this fish? Lin Xu looked at the red fish behind the apocalypse, which was several times larger than the Earth. It really looked like it could swallow a planet in one bite. Yes, the civilization that failed in the god and demon arena, their mother planet is only worthy of being the feed for starfish. The apocalypse nodded and said. So what you mean is that the civilization on this planet is a civilization that has already failed in the god and demon arena? Lin Xu said suddenly. That's right. In addition to the mutant creatures that can be seen everywhere on this planet, the only remaining intelligent life forms gather in two settlements to struggle for survival. The rules of the game are that each of us is responsible for a settlement, and see who can revive civilization first and restore vitality. The Apocalypse Clan said what he called the content of the game. The starry sky fish slowly swam away in the starry sky, and the Apocalypse Clan named Zeno had also returned to the pupils of the starry sky fish. Because the size of the starry sky fish is planetary, the pupil alone is as huge as a huge mountain range. A race with strange looks greeted Zeno's return in front of the pupils of the starry sky fish. I think they are the followers of the Apocalypse Clan. At this time, these followers of the Apocalypse Clan were also looking at Lin Xu here with various surprised or astonished eyes. Obviously, just like Lin Xu had never seen the Apocalypse Clan, these followers should also have seen humans for the first time. Unlike Zeno himself, who had seen humans 10,000 years ago. So these followers should have just become the followers of the Apocalypse Clan in the last 10,000 years. But they had obviously heard of the existence of humans. In the dark night, Dov hid in the cab of an abandoned tractor, not daring to make any sound. Even if the cold night wind blew in through the gaps in the window and made his body extremely cold, he only carefully sealed the gaps in the window as much as possible, and did not dare to light a bag of charcoal at hand to keep warm. The night is when various mutant creatures are most active. Although mutant creatures are also active during the day, in the case of sunlight, Dov can more easily discover the existence of mutant creatures and then hide. Unlike at night, it is pitch black and nothing can be seen. Dov can do nothing except hiding himself as much as possible. 10 years have passed since the catastrophe. 10 years ago, a high tower suddenly descended from the sky, and countless mutant creatures emerged from the tower and began to attack everything they could see. Of course, this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that these mutant creatures have the ability to infect. Slowly, the creatures and even plants in the whole world are infected and become various mutant creatures. Even the dead bodies of normal people can be infected and become mutant creatures. No one knows why a tower suddenly fell from the sky, and no one knows why the tower wants to destroy the entire civilization. However, along with the tower's arrival, there is also a notice that everyone in the world has received in their brains. This is a trial about civilization, a competitive game called the God and Demon Arena. They can only complete the trial if they survive the attack of mutant creatures, even completely eliminate the mutant creatures, and counterattack into the tower. From then on, there was only escape in Dov's life, endless escape. He fled the city and hid in the settlement. Later, the settlement was broken by mutant creatures, and Dov continued to flee. In this way, Dov didn't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. He escaped from one destroyed settlement after another, but he always survived. Sometimes Dov even wondered if it would be easier to commit suicide directly. He was really tired of this kind of life. While Dov was hiding in the tractor cab, Lin Xu was also observing the world in the sky. With the information provided by Zeno of the Apocalypse Clan, Lin Xu now knows what happened on this planet. Master Lin Xu, how come the information about the tower's arrival that we got from the civilization on the corpse of the starry sky fish is completely different from that on this planet? The tower's arrival on that civilization means that all civilizations can enter the tower trial, and the tower will give various rewards, and then arrange for the civilizations to fight. But the tower's arrival on this planet directly brought the attack of mutant creatures. There was no entry into the tower trial, and there was no fight with other civilizations. This invasion of mutant creatures itself was a game in the God and Demon Arena, But it was not a game between two civilizations, but a game between civilization and mutant creatures, or can it be called an assessment? Lin Xu analyzed the differences between the two civilizations. The previous civilization was in the tower trial, and the tower would give various abilities as rewards. And this civilization, accompanied by the invasion of mutant creatures, a certain proportion of the entire race will awaken various abilities. The gap in all aspects is indeed a bit big. Liu Yao also said. Is it possible that the Apocalypse clan has also changed in the past 5,000 years? So the rules of the God and Demon Arena 5,000 years ago are completely different from the current rules. Miss Qiu suddenly said. Are the Apocalypse clan also trying different approaches? Lin Xu said thoughtfully. But what exactly is the purpose of the Apocalypse clan building the God and Demon Arena? Liu Yao frowned. Maybe they are trying to find a way to re-upgrade and return to high-dimensional creatures. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. That's right, didn't that Zeno just say that humans don't agree that the God and Demon Arena is the right path, so they chose to leave? Lin Xu clapped his hands and said. So, the Apocalypse clan built the God and Demon Arena for a purpose, not just for the game. Liu Yao sighed. Lord Lin Xu, what should we do to beat the Apocalypse clan? Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu and said. I don't know. Unexpectedly, Lin Xu shook his head and said. Huh? I don't know. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. Yes, I don't know. I don't know much about the Apocalypse clan. I don't know the other party's situation at all. How can I judge whether I will win or lose? Lin Xu said as a matter of course. What should we do then? Lin Xu was dumbfounded. Just do it normally. According to our ideas, go and help that settlement. Whether we win or lose, we can learn more about the Apocalypse clan and know how different their style of doing things is from ours. And I also have a guess that I want to confirm. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Guess? What guess? Liu Yao asked. How did the Apocalypse clan achieve high dimensions in the beginning? Did they rise from low dimensions like humans, or were they a high-dimensional race from the beginning? Lin Xu said thoughtfully. You want to say that the Apocalypse clan may be a natural high-dimensional race? Liu Yao's eyes widened. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It's not clear yet, but some of their performance gave me such a guess. Lin Xu shook his head and said. What kind of performance? Liu Yao asked. Ignorance of intelligent life and civilization, or more precisely, ignorance of low-dimensional civilization. Lin Xu replied. Dov was in the tractor's cockpit, in a trance, and seemed to have fallen asleep for a few seconds, but then he was woken up by the cold wind. Dov looked around vigilantly and closed his eyes again. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had to try his best to close his eyes and rest, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive tomorrow's escape. However, just as Dov closed his eyes, a voice suddenly sounded in Dov's ears. The civilization rescue sign-in system is activated, and the countdown starts at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dov opened his eyes with a start. Who is there? The system has been activated. The host can sign in and get the items immediately. This time Dov reacted, and the voice seemed to sound in his mind. Dov first carefully confirmed that there were no mutant creatures around him that were startled by his voice just now, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what he had just heard, he hesitated for a moment, and whispered sign in. In an instant, a stream of heat appeared out of thin air on Dov's palm. With a bang, a flame burned from Dov's hand. Sign in successfully, get the superpower flame burning. Dov looked at the flame rising in his hand, his eyes widened. This is superpower, a magical power that has appeared simultaneously with a catastrophe since the catastrophe began 10 years ago. There are few people in the world who can have superpowers, but these people are all the most comfortable ones in the end times. Dov has envied those who have superpowers countless times. And now, he also has superpowers? Dov now has only one feeling, that he is going to be rich. And then, the voice of the system continued to sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first sign-in, and you will be rewarded with a lottery. Then, a huge lottery disc appeared in front of Dov. Of course, it is not real, but a phantom. Dov tried to reach out and grab it, but failed. But this did not prevent Dov from looking at the various rewards on the disc, and he became more and more excited. Because there are clearly more and more superpowers in the rewards. So Dov couldn't wait to start the lottery. As the disc rotated, the speed of the pointer slowed down little by little. In Dov's excited and anxious eyes, various superpowers passed by, and finally stopped on a drawing. Dov looked at the design drawing of a certain firearm, and felt that this person was not good. What do I need this design for? Congratulations to the host for winning the GP1002 rifle blueprint. Now a new task is released. Task content: go to the base settlement, put the GP1002 rifle into production, reach a daily production scale of 1000, and reward the superpower Sea of Fire. Sea of Fire? Is it the superpower that once dominated one side and was called the God of Fire, and became famous? That is a superpower that is much more powerful than the burning flame. Can I have it now? Dov was excited all of a sudden. But after the excitement, the depressing thing came immediately. How to complete the production of the rifle. It is also impossible to reach a daily production scale of 1000. However, looking at the Sea of Fire superpower again, Dov decided to fight. Isn't it just a daily production of 1000 rifles? If you think of a way, you can always do it. For the Fire Sea superpower, it's not a loss. Dofu secretly calculated, and the whole person became more and more energetic in the darkness. After throwing a makeshift system on Dofu, Lin Xu had already left here with Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, and went straight to the Strait settlement. According to the agreement between Lin Xu and Zino, each of them selected a settlement as the base for reviving this civilization. During the entire action phase, the two can guide, but cannot directly intervene, and the family members cannot intervene directly. Individuals can be given extraordinary abilities called superpowers, but they cannot exceed a certain limit, and there are also quantity restrictions. Scientific and technological data can be donated to the settlement, but the technical level must not exceed the original technological level of this civilization. Therefore, Lin Xu naturally chose to develop industry in the Strait settlement. At the same time, in order to stimulate those who have obtained technical data, they will work harder to promote industrial progress. Lin Xu adopted a systematic approach, using superpowers as bait to lure those who have obtained technical data to open factories, establish production lines, and revive civilization. That's right, Lin Xu sent out more than one system. After sending the system to Dofu, Lin Xu and his party soon arrived at the Strait settlement. They sent out systems to many people in the settlement. At one time, the systems were sent out in large numbers, and many people woke up with a magical system. Everyone chose to keep it secret. After all, no one wants their secret to be known. There are even some workers and students living in the same dormitory in the settlement. There are several people in one dormitory, and everyone has a system. But everyone pretended to be fine, and no one exposed their system. They even hid in bed every day to study, fantasizing that they were the protagonist. They had no idea that the guy in the next bed, who was curled up in the quilt and grinning, also thought he was the protagonist. In short, in a short period of time, the entire Straits settlement became much more vibrant than before. In the settlement that was originally stagnant all day long, some people are now preparing to build factories. And it's not just one or two factories, but a large number of factories started to be built at the same time. For a time, even the entire market became much more prosperous. There used to be many mercenaries who went out of the settlement to hunt mutant creatures and live on the edge of a knife. Now they have begun to participate in the construction of factories and have a stable meal. The entire settlement is undergoing large-scale construction. This is what Lin Xu saw after he spent a few days in the Straits settlement and distributed a lot of systems. Not only that, Lin Xu also saw that Dofu, the first person to distribute the system, had successfully arrived in the Straits settlement and was recruiting people to start making rifles. Of course, he himself had no money to hire people, but he directly found rich people to invest. After all, with his current status as a superpower, there are still many rich people willing to invest in him. But even so, Dofu's firearms production soon fell into trouble. Because of the decline of civilization and the shutdown of various basic industrial facilities, there is no basic industry in the Straits settlement that can manufacture a firearms production line. If you want to make rifles, you can only use backward full handmade. In this case, it is simply a foolish dream to want to reach a daily output of 1000 rifles. Without the basic industry, it is indeed an impossible task to manufacture a production line. Nanzhu sighed. No, it's not that there is no way. Lin Xu shook his head and had a different opinion. P.S. I can't write it. I'm sorry for dragging it for so long. Finally, I still ask for next month's votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 168 Return to the High Dimension. Master Lin Xu, Do you have any solution? But the lack of basic industry, even if you want to make up for it, it will not be a matter of a day or two. Not to mention that they don't have enough population now to develop basic industry from scratch. Lin Xu was puzzled. Have you forgotten the superpowers of those superpowers? If you only use superpowers to improve individual strength, the benefits to the development of civilization are actually limited, and sometimes they may even become obstacles. But if superpowers are also regarded as a kind of productivity, it can be used to accelerate the development of industry. Isn't it a good industrial accelerator? Lin Xu reminded. Use superpowers as a kind of productivity? I understand. Lin Xu suddenly realized. The strait settlement is located in a narrow strait. It faces the sea on 3 sides and the land on 1 side. Facing the sea is a towering cliff. Few mutant creatures in the sea can climb up along the smooth stone wall, so in fact, the strait settlement needs to defend only the attack of the mutant creatures on the land side. This is also the basis for the existence of the strait settlement. And on the edge of the cliff facing the sea, there are many open-air taverns opened here. It's called a tavern, but it's actually just a small stall with a few tables, a bit like a food stall on Earth in the 21st century. And because of the lack of supplies, there are not as many things to eat as in a food stall, and there are few drinks. Recently, Dove often comes here to drink to drown his sorrows. It's no wonder that he is depressed when it comes to producing 1,000 rifles a day and getting the Sea of Fire ability. Sometimes Dove would wonder if he would be stuck on this task for the rest of his life and never be able to complete it. Thinking of this, Dove drank wine, watched the huge mutant creatures that occasionally sprang out of the sea from time to time, and played with the flames on his fingers. His flame-burning ability has become more and more proficient, but he still can't improve his ability. He once heard that the superpowers that appeared with a catastrophe can improve their abilities as they become proficient and use their abilities. But he found that his superpowers seemed to be unable to improve no matter how proficient he was in using them. It seemed that he was stuck at this level, as if the system was clearly telling him that the only way to improve his ability was to complete the task. This also made Dove more depressed. Lin Xu walked slowly not far away. Dove's body generated a nano-robot with superpowers. When it sensed Lin Xu's arrival, it became much more active. Dove was immediately shocked, and it seemed that his flames were burning a little stronger at this moment. But why did it become stronger? Before he could figure it out, Lin Xu had already sat down in the seat opposite him. Dove looked up in confusion and looked at Lin Xu, who came uninvited. Please buy me a drink, and this will be yours. Lin Xu said, and took out a piece of material bound together with printed paper from somewhere and placed it in front of Dove. Who are you? Dove stared at him vigilantly. At the same time, the flame in his hand was put away, but he was ready to attack at any time. Boss, a glass of wine, the same as his. Lin Xu called. Soon, a large glass of wine that looked a bit inferior was placed in front of Lin Xu. Dove frowned the whole time, looking at Lin Xu without knowing why. Lin Xu, however, was more interested in picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, and his brows immediately frowned. It really doesn't taste that good. Lin Xu shook his head. It's good to have wine to drink. Dove looked at Lin Xu's casual look and gradually let down his guard. Yes, thank you for your treat. Lin Xu smiled and nodded to Dove, but did not touch the glass of wine again. At the same time, the whole person's figure disappeared in an instant. Dove, who just wanted to say that he didn't plan to treat and let Lin Xu pay for it himself, almost bit his tongue in an instant. Turning his head and looking around, Dove was already sweating on his forehead after making sure that there was no sign of Lin Xu around. After thinking about it, he finally slowly picked up the materials that Lin Xu put in front of him. He just turned a page and his eyes couldn't open in an instant. Because it recorded that using Dove's firepower to increase the temperature during steel making and forge gun barrels more efficiently. With the help of the firepower, even if there are many basic industries missing, it is not impossible to speed up the forging of gun barrels. At the same time, it also introduced that various powers can be used to speed up the creation of various production lines. The types of superpowers mentioned above are available in the Strait Settlement. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can always hire them. Moreover, this is not a dangerous task, and it doesn't even cost much. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it earlier? Dove was so excited that he began to tremble. According to the plan on this material, his task of producing 1,000 rifles a day seems to be achievable. 3 years passed in a flash, And the time came to the 11,512th year of the sailing calendar. After 3 years of development, the entire Straits settlement has completely changed. Under the guidance of Lin Xu's system tasks, a large number of people with superpowers use their superpowers to develop various industries. In the absence of basic industries, relying on the role of superpowers, the technical level has been restored to the state before the catastrophe. In some aspects, it is even stronger than before the catastrophe. So the ambitious Straits settlement began to expand outward. Of course, this expansion is not just for the purpose of restoring the former civilization. A big internal reason is that the Straits settlement is too small and lacks resources for continued development, so it can only expand outward. In addition, the people also look forward to the dividends brought by the expansion, so a vigorous counterattack began. At the same time, in another settlement thousands of kilometers away, Apocalypse Clan Zeno was secretly inspecting the situation in the settlement with a somewhat ugly face. Just now, he had learned that the Straits settlement thousands of kilometers away had begun to expand outward. Although the rules before the game had stipulated that both parties were not allowed to spy on each other's territory. But there was such a big movement in the Straits settlement, and the expansion of the Straits settlement could be seen in space. How could Zeno not know? And now he was looking at the settlement on the top of the mountain that he was responsible for. Although under his guidance, many superpowers were cultivated, and under the leadership of these superpowers, the mountaintop settlement had completely gained a foothold and was no longer in danger of falling, but it was still a long way from being able to counterattack. How did humans do it? Zeno walked on the street of the mountaintop settlement. There were many pedestrians, but no one noticed his existence. Several clansmen who followed him looked at each other, not knowing whether they should respond at this time. Are the apocalypse elements worse than their nanorobots? Zeno muttered to himself. The so-called apocalypse elements are just like the nanorobots created by humans. They are elements created by the Apocalypse Clan to assist them in various actions in the low-dimensional universe. At present, the superpowers in the mountaintop settlement rely on the apocalypse elements in their bodies, which are given to them by Zeno, when they use their superpowers. Just like Lin Xu gave the superpowers of the Straits settlement to the nanorobots to use superpowers. Let's go and see him. Zeno finally sighed and made a decision. Lord Zeno, we haven't lost yet. A clan member couldn't help but say. No, we have already lost. Zeno's face was not very good, but he still admitted it frankly. The Apocalypse Clan has its own pride. Although failure is hard to accept, they will not fail to admit failure. In this way, Zeno soon brought a group of clansmen to the vicinity of the Straits settlement. Lin Xu, who was hiding the Skylark in the sky with optical camouflage, also discovered Zeno's arrival. Lord Lin Xu, didn't you say that you can't peek at the screen during the competition? Lin Xu lay on Lin Xu's back and compared it to peeking at the screen when playing a real-time strategy game. Go out and take a look. Lin Xu was also a little strange. It was not until he saw Zeno, looking at Zeno with a complicated face, and personally admitted defeat that he realized that Zeno came to admit defeat. I want to know how you won. You obviously don't have an industrial base, why do they even have tanks? Zeno pointed to the tank clusters below that were rampant on the plains and wiped out the mutant creatures. It was not until Lin Xu took him to visit the situation of the Straits settlement that Zeno suddenly realized it. However, after realizing it, although Zeno admitted his failure, he was very indifferent to the way Lin Xu won. Using superpowers for production, not weapons, is this your method? It's a very creative idea. But this can only work in this specific situation. If it is a civilization with a complete industrial base, this little cleverness is useless. Whether it is the apocalypse element or the nanorobot, this kind of assistance with high-dimensional characteristics should be used where it should be used. Where should it be used? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. Whether it is the apocalypse element or the nanorobot, it is accompanied by high-dimensional power. It is the most important thing to understand these two powers as much as possible and use them to find the way to promote to a higher dimension, rather than using the ability of nanorobots to help build an industrial base. Zeno persuaded him with some earnest words. That feeling is like seeing someone using top-grade steel to make farm tools instead of making a sword that can cut iron like mud. It's too easy to find the way to a higher dimension and the way to a higher dimension just by understanding the apocalypse element and nanorobots. How can a higher dimension be so simple? Lin Xu said with a smile. Just because it's not simple, we have to make more efforts, instead of being distracted by unnecessary things. Zeno continued. Lin Xu nodded. He already understood. It was obvious that this was the difference in their philosophies. The difference between the philosophies of the Apocalypse clan and humans was very obvious only between Lin Xu and Xinwo. So the Apocalypse clan established a god and demon arena, giving countless races the ability to use the Apocalypse elements, and observing whether there is a way to upgrade the dimension through their use of the Apocalypse elements. Lin Xu thought about it and finally understood some of the reasons why the Apocalypse clan established a god and demon arena. That's true. Xinwo also admitted it frankly. But, the Apocalypse elements were created by you, the Apocalypse clan. When it comes to understanding the Apocalypse elements, you should know the most, right? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. That was created by the Apocalypse clan, who had just begun to fall from the high dimension but had not completely fallen. It was a backup plan left by the Apocalypse clan for themselves. It contained the secret of the Apocalypse clan's return to the high dimension. But after we finished falling, although we can still control the Apocalypse elements, we can no longer fully understand them. Because we in the low dimension can no longer fully understand our former high dimension selves. Zeno's expression was not very good, but he still explained to Lin Xu. The secret of returning to the high dimension, no wonder you are so obsessed with the god and demon arena. Lin Xu finally understood. But from now on, in addition to the Apocalypse elements, we also need to study your human nanorobots. Zeno thought about it and said. Does the nanorobbot also have the secret to the high dimension? Lin Xu asked curiously, because he himself did not understand. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Humans are already high-dimensional creatures now, so this is inevitable. In fact, when the God and Demon Arena was first established 10,000 years ago, human nanorobots also participated. However, as humans left, we replaced the rewards evolved from nanorobots in the God and Demon Arena with Apocalypse elements, and only retained Apocalypse elements as the only way to evolve various rewards. Now it seems that it was a wrong decision. Zeno sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, the information about high dimensions contained in nanorobots might be more than Apocalypse elements. After all, the Apocalypse clan was only a high-dimensional race in the past, but humans are a high-dimensional race now. However, he would definitely not say such words in front of Lin Xu. Since I won, can you tell me what a perfect high-dimensional creature is? Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. Real high-dimensional creatures cannot exist in low-dimensional space. High-dimensional creatures can only exist in high dimensions. Even if they project a projection into low dimensions, it is only a projection and cannot be the real body. Although part of your body is already in a high-dimensional state, you can still continue to move in low-dimensional space. Zeno looked at Lin Xu and explained for him. So, a perfect high-dimensional creature is one that lives in a high-dimensional state and can no longer enter low-dimensional space. Lin Xu suddenly realized. Yes, normally, at the moment when the entire human race collectively ascended to a higher dimension, you should have followed the tribe and ascended to become a perfect high-dimensional creature. It was just because you were too far away from the tribe at that time for various reasons, so your dimensional upgrade process was infinitely prolonged. Zeno continued to explain. Infinitely prolonged? Lin Xu repeated. Yes, but the process of dimensional upgrading is irreversible. Even if it is a slow process, you will complete the dimensional upgrading one day. This time may be thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. So before the dimensional upgrading is completely completed and one day you can no longer enter the low-dimensional space, enjoy this last time that belongs to the low-dimensional creature. Zeno looked at Lin Xu and sighed. Is there a way to speed up the process of complete dimensional upgrading? Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. Yes, use high-dimensional power as much as possible to speed up this process. The more your body adapts to the high dimension, the faster it will transition to a perfect high-dimensional creature. Zeno explained. Is that so? Lin Xu nodded slowly, suddenly realizing. He finally understood why he always felt that as he interfered with the high dimension more and more times, it would become easier and easier for him to interfere with the high dimension now. This is because his body is getting more and more adapted to the high dimension. Once one day his body completely adapts to the high dimension, he may ascend directly on the spot. Although this time may take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, as Zeno said. But you still have to be a little careful. Lin Xu doesn't want to ascend by himself one day before he finds humans. The high-dimensional universe is wider than the low-dimensional universe. What if he ascends to an area that humans have never set foot on? It will be more troublesome to find humans in the high-dimensional universe. What will you do with this civilization? Lin Xu finally asked about the fate of the civilization below. Normally, they are the failures of the god and demon arena. If they have the ability to migrate away, I will allow them to migrate, but they will lose the qualification to bathe in the sun, and their home planet will become feed for starfish. But now you have won this game, so their fate can be decided by you. Zeno looked at the remnants of civilization below who were still struggling to survive and expanding their living space. It was like a god looking down at mortals, with no sadness or joy in his eyes, without any emotion. Obviously, when he talked to Lin Xu before, he also had emotional fluctuations. It can only be said that for the Apocalypse Clan, the only people in this universe who can make them show their emotions are probably humans. I'll decide. Then don't disturb them and let them continue to survive and reproduce here. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, "You humans are always like this." Zeno looked at Lin Xu with a look of incomprehension in his eyes. "Isn't this good?" Lin Xu asked back. "Humans should also adapt to their own identities. You are indeed born from ordinary civilizations, but you have no relationship with ordinary civilizations." Zeno shook his head and said, "I like this feeling of always treating myself as an ordinary person. Speaking of this, I'm a little curious. Are you, the Apocalypse Clan, a high-dimensional race by nature?" Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. "Yes," Zeno answered without concealing. "Then can I ask, why do you reduce your dimension?" Lin Xu still couldn't help asking out of curiosity. "I don't know." Zeno shook his head and replied. "I don't know." Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and didn't expect this answer at all. "Yes, I don't know. We have no memory of this at all. The entire race has no memory of this. So we suspect that before the dimensionality reduction, the relevant memories were actively erased. We don't know why the relevant memories were erased, but the memories erased by us in the high-dimensional period are not something we are capable of recovering now," Zeno said with a gloomy face. Lin Xu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Then, the two sides left this planet together, which had lost its meaning after the game. At the edge of the galaxy, the starfish that Zeno grazed was still cruising between several planets on the edge. The volume of these planets is several times that of the Earth, and they look about the same size as the starfish. But now they are all full of potholes, and there are huge gaps on each planet. Those are huge gaps that can be clearly seen in the universe. Some of the gaps are as big as the Earth. It looks like they were bitten out by some huge existence. Lin Xu looked at the starfish that was swallowing something, and he understood. It was obvious which starfish had bitten it. "Did you create this fish?" Lin Xu asked. "Yes," Zeno replied. "What is the purpose of creating this fish?" Lin Xu asked curiously. "For transportation," Zeno answered simply and understandably. "For transportation? Okay." Lin Xu nodded and understood. Perhaps this huge strange fish that can sail at curvature is like a horse for the Apocalypse Clan to ride when going out. But they can obviously make space jumps, so why do they still use this thing for transportation? Lin Xu looked at the space jump channel that Zeno casually waved, and resisted the desire to complain. "What is this?" "It's one of the arenas in the arena. A duel between civilizations is being held there. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Of course, the main reason is that the person who is hosting this competition wants to see you and talk to you. Our conversation just now has been transmitted to everyone through the Apocalypse Clan's mental network. She seems to be very interested in what you say," Zeno explained. The duel between civilizations. Lin Xu was indeed moved. He really wanted to see with his own eyes how the so-called duel between civilizations was carried out. At the same time, he was also very interested in the spiritual network of the Apocalypse Clan. He couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a high-dimensional existence. Even if it was reduced in dimension, it was still a lean camel that was bigger than a horse. In this way, after bidding farewell to Zeno, Lin Xu put away the Skylark and took Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao directly through the space jump channel that Zeno opened casually. At this point, Lin Xu had to sigh again. The technical level of the Apocalypse Clan was also above his current technical level. After passing through the space jump channel, the 5 people had arrived thousands of light years away when they reappeared. This is an ordinary galaxy that looks a bit ordinary, but around the galaxy, there are more than a dozen starfish, as if they are eyeing every planet in the galaxy. However, Lin Xu's attention was not on these at all. Instead, he was attracted by a planet in the galaxy at the first time. Because that planet is so special. It looks like a planet, but above this planet, there are shadows of several planets, as if several planets are folded together, layer upon layer, and piled up. Is this folding together planets in different positions in the universe through space folding? Lin Xu saw through the essence of the shadows of several planets at a glance through his high-dimensional perspective. But he was more and more amazed. It can pull different planets separated by hundreds or even thousands of light-years together on the scale of space by folding space. Lin Xu had never heard of it before. So this is the arena? Pulling different planets to the same arena for a showdown. Nanzhu also exclaimed. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 169 Demon. The three planets were folded together in a space-folding manner. From a distance, it seemed as if you were in me and I was in you. Of course, this was the form of the three planets seen in space. When Lin Xu and his companions really approached the planets, especially after entering the planet's atmosphere, the three planets that were originally folded together layer by layer disappeared in front of them. What appeared in front of them was just one planet. We have now entered the space where one of the planets is located, so we can only see this planet, right? Nanzhu looked around and guessed. Yes, the other two planets are still here, but they belong to different spaces. We who are in the space where this planet is located cannot see the two planets in the other two spaces for the time being. Lin Xu answered more clearly than Nanzhu from a high-dimensional perspective. Then what is the meaning of these three planets being folded together? Lu Yao asked in confusion. Meaning? Isn't that the meaning? Lin Xu gestured to a tall tower in the sky not far away in the atmosphere. Countless figures wearing various kinds of weapons were seen swarming towards the tower. There were not only single figures, but also a large number of organized armed personnel who were obviously officially organized, pouring into the tower. From a high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu could see more clearly that the people who entered the tower crossed the space in the blink of an eye and arrived at the three folded planets, the planet in the middle. At the same time, in addition to this planet, the civilization on another planet also had armed personnel pouring into the tower of that planet, and then being teleported to the planet in the middle. The tower was like a space elevator connecting the three planets in series, transporting members of the two civilizations on the two planets to the planet in the middle. At this time, a brutal war was going on the planet in the middle. So, the so-called arena is the planet in the middle? The Apocalypse clan is using space technology to pull the planets where the two civilizations that are about to duel are located to the vicinity of the arena, and then let the two civilizations board the arena to start a brutal elimination match. Nanzhu blinked, and had guessed why there were three planets folded together here. Yes, the planet we are on now is the mother planet of one of the civilizations. Lin Xu nodded and said, Lord Lin Xu, why don't we go directly to the planet in the middle? Isn't the war on that planet? Nanzhu asked puzzled. Yes, but I saw some interesting things on this planet, so I want to take a look. Lin Xu explained with a smile. Interesting things? What are they? Nanzhu asked in surprise. Something that Lin Xu found interesting. For a moment, even Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao were interested. Let's go, we'll know when we go and see. Lin Xu said, and continued to fly into the atmosphere of the planet. Soon, the five people arrived in front of a huge industrial facility. It was a huge industrial park the size of several cities, with a variety of industrial facilities densely packed inside, forming a huge city-sized giant machine. At this moment, this giant machine was about to be awakened. Along with the roars from various parts of the giant machine, the indicator lights of various lines began to flash. And the entire giant machine began to come alive, emitting huge air pressure, and slowly began to move and rise. Can it really succeed? Summon the cosmic demon humans. We have no choice, don't we? We are losing ground on the front line of the arena. If nothing unexpected happens, the hostile civilization will soon cross the arena and hide our homeland. Once the war reaches our home planet, we will lose. I don't want our civilization to end here, nor do I want our descendants to become a wandering race that can't see the sun in the universe. This is our last chance to summon humans. But humans were expelled by the gods in the past. Will we be rejected by the gods if we borrow the power of humans? Someone worried. Instead of worrying about being rejected by the gods, it's better to survive first. Another person sighed. For a moment, the people who were talking in the wide hall fell silent. Do we really have no choice but to take this path? The gods do not pity losers, only demons can be resurrected. Someone said with a wry smile. Well, that's the only way. So, as the order was issued, countless staff members began to run inside the giant machine. They took their positions at the fastest speed, and there was no time to waste. What is this? Nanorbits. Lin Xu looked at the huge machine and his eyes widened instantly. It was not that the huge machine was made of nanorbits. It was that in addition to the apocalypse elements used for driving, many parts of the huge machine actually had circulating nanorbits. And just when the few people except Lin Xu were amazed at the nanorbits on this huge machine, the space around them suddenly opened a space jump channel. A female figure belonging to the Apocalypse tribe stepped across the space jump channel and came to the side of the few people. It was a beautiful and elegant Apocalypse woman. Although there were some differences between the Apocalypse and humans in appearance, she was beautiful even from a human's aesthetic point of view. The cloak-like clothing that covered her whole body could vaguely reveal her graceful figure. Her appearance was flawless, with a vertical gap on her forehead, and her third eye was closed but not open. As she appeared, she spoke directly without any hesitation. Demon Summoning Array. This is the name given to this giant mechanism by their civilization. The female Apocalypse said. Demon Summoning Array. Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao looked at each other and couldn't figure out what this thing had to do with summoning demons. Did you forget that humans are called demons? Lin Xu reminded with a smile. Yes, so this is used to summon humans. Lin Xu suddenly realized. Ahem. The fact that humans are called demons was not intentional on our part. They were just spreading lies. The female Apocalypse looked a little embarrassed. So they want to summon humans. Lin Xu confirmed. No, to be exact, they want to summon the power of humans. The female Apocalypse looked at the demon summoning array, her eyes also full of interest. Summon the power of humans. Lin Xu was a little puzzled. Because you humans left, we decided to remove the relevant skill rewards evolved by the nanorbits in the God and Demon arena, and destroyed all the nanorbits at the same time. Then we replaced the nanorbits with the Apocalypse elements and evolved similar reward skills. It's just that the Apocalypse elements are not nanorbits after all. There are many things that nanorbits are good at that the Apocalypse elements are not perfect. For example, skills such as immortal magic, no matter how the Apocalypse elements simulate, are still a little worse than nanorbits. So gradually there were some rumors in the God and Demon arena that the universe demon humans possessed powerful taboo powers. The humans in the past were expelled because they were feared by the gods. And if you can master the power of humans, you will definitely win in the God and Demon arena. The female Apocalypse said, turning her head to look at Lin Xu. So, there should be quite a few who have tried to summon human power, right? Lin Xu guessed. Yes. The female Apocalypse nodded. Aren't you going to stop them? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. No, on the contrary, we don't mind them exploring higher dimensional power more, and even hope that they can explore it more deeply. The female Apocalypse said as she looked at the giant machine below. Exploration of the application of higher dimensional power. Lin Xu said in surprise. Yes, our purpose is to observe their application of the higher dimensional power in the Apocalypse elements to find our own way to ascend to higher dimensions. How can we stop them from trying to apply higher dimensional power? The female Apocalypse replied. While the few people were talking, the giant machine below was also activated under the power of the entire race. The Apocalypse elements in the giant machine were running, driving the entire huge machine. In some parts of the giant machine, there are nanorbits. However, these nanorbits are not used to drive huge machines like the Apocalypse elements. Instead, this race found it from nowhere, and then wrapped it in the Apocalypse element, and used it to locate the coordinates of the power similar to the nanorbit in the high dimension. This civilization itself has not reached the level of exploring the high dimension. But with the help of the Apocalypse element, it can do many things that can only be done by civilizations that have mastered some of the power of the high dimension. For example, searching for similar power in the high dimension like this. It's impossible to succeed. Lin Xu frowned. It's impossible to succeed, but this idea is worth observing. Because the reason they didn't succeed is probably just because they are too weak. What if they are stronger? The female Apocalypse who introduced herself as Daisy replied. It's impossible, the high dimension is too vast, and searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Yes, the high dimension is too vast, but excellent ideas are still worth learning from. Daisy still has a different opinion. After saying that, she looked at Lin Xu and said again, compared to this method of relying on the ideas of countless races to help yourself find the right path, you seem to advocate the development of constantly breaking through the limits to find the way. No, it's not just you who advocates it. You humans seem to have this idea. Indeed, but we are also observing. For example, when you were reducing the dimension, we came here to observe. Lin Xu shrugged and said, yes, so sometimes I also feel that not only do we need to rely on external forces, but we also have to work hard to break through ourselves. But now the Apocalypse Clan has completely lost the motivation to make progress. Daisy sighed as she spoke. For a moment, Lin Xu didn't even know how to respond. At the same time, the demon summoning carried out by the giant machine below also reached a critical moment. It attracted the attention of several people. I saw a huge column of light rising to the sky. In that column of light, various images emerged one after another. They were various figures, using various immortal spells. Whether it was flying swords, various magic tools, or magical powers, everything was available. Of course, this was not the civilization below that really searched for human power in the high dimension. Instead, they used the apocalypse element to stimulate the memories of the nanorobots that they used as sacrifices. Those were images of these nanorobots evolving various immortal skills for the intelligent life that was rewarded with skills in the God and Demon arena. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. However, as these nanorobots no longer evolved the skills rewarded by the God and Demon arena, they were either destroyed or wandered around and disappeared. Immortal skills and so on are almost extinct in the God and Demon arena. It is unknown where the civilization below found these nanorobots. In short, along with the light column in the sky, various skills evolved by the nanorobots appeared. The civilization below that presided over this demon summoning has begun to get excited. They thought they could really summon the power of the devil and lead their civilization to glory. Unfortunately, as time passed, the sky still had those images, but the demonic power they expected did not descend. Great cosmic demon human, we believe in you devoutly and crave your mercy. Great human, the most evil existence in the universe, our race is willing to offer everything for you. Humanity is supreme, humans dominate everything, and only humans are eternal. The high-level civilization who presided over the summoning prayed loudly to the demon summoning array. The voice was transmitted to every corner of the giant machine through the loudspeaker. Hearing this, Lin Xu in the sky frowned. The most evil existence in the universe? This is simply a blatant slander. Nanzhu shouted angrily. Miss Qiu even held a sword in her hand. If Lu Yao hadn't pulled her, she would have rushed down directly. Openly saying that humans are evil or something, Lin Xu, as a human being, was not very happy about this kind of thing, but it was not impossible to deal with it calmly. On the contrary, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu, as human relatives, could not accept this kind of slander against humans. It's like some people can laugh it off generously if you insult them, but they will fight you to the death if you insult their idols. In short, the civilizations below who are still praying devoutly don't know that they have already walked through the gates of hell. They are still hoping that humans can give them strength and save them from the water and fire. You apocalypse people are really amazing. You openly slander when others are not around. Nanzhu couldn't help but said to Daisy next to him in a sarcastic tone. We never said that humans are demons. It's obviously what they spread. Daisy immediately explained. If an ordinary civilization below had any misunderstandings about the apocalypse people, let alone explaining, she would probably not even bother to refute, or completely ignore it, or directly erase that civilization. But there is no option to explain. However, Nanzhu now represents humans, who have been recognized by the apocalypse people as qualified to sit on an equal footing with the apocalypse people. Then Daisy would definitely have to explain. After all, the apocalypse tribe also wants to save face. Being treated as a villain by beings of the same level, they certainly can't just accept it. Of course, there is one thing that the apocalypse tribe will not admit, that is, the current apocalypse tribe, when facing humans, has actually already implicitly placed humans in a higher position than them. After all, after meeting Lin Xu, the apocalypse tribe knew that humans have indeed upgraded their dimensions. They are a higher level of existence than the apocalypse tribe, which has already reduced its dimensions. It's just that the apocalypse tribe is so eager to save face that they will never admit it. In fact, the first to call humans demons and define humans as evil beings was a servant race left behind by you humans. Daisy further explained to prove the innocence of the Apocalypse tribe. The servant race of humans. Lin Xu frowned. Lin Xu, who wanted to continue to be sarcastic, stopped and didn't care about being sarcastic. Because if it was really like what Daisy said, it would be a complete betrayal. As a servant race of humans, they betrayed humans. But why is this? Yes, they are the servant races of you humans. When you humans were still in this river system, you also accepted several servant races, all of which were the civilizations that won the competition in the God and Demon arena. Most of these civilizations joined the Apocalypse clan and became our servants, and a few of them were selected to become our family members. Daisy looked back at the universe. Outside the atmosphere there were several intelligent beings of different appearances and races waiting there. Obviously, they were the family members of the Apocalypse clan. Only a few chose to become servants of humans. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. Yes, humans at that time were not like now. At that time, humans had not yet upgraded their dimensions. Although they were able to master some high-dimensional power, they were still nothing in front of the Apocalypse clan. So although they helped us build the God and Demon arena, the God and Demon arena was still dominated by us. Daisy said this, looking at Lin Xu with a complicated look. Because no one could have imagined that humans, who were still considered little brothers in the eyes of the Apocalypse clan 10,000 years ago, would upgrade their dimension so quickly. It seems that humans did not leave after the God and Demon arena was built. Lin Xu nodded and said, yes, humans also hosted some competitions between civilizations. Although they did not agree with their ideas in the end and chose to leave, before that, some civilizations that passed the God and Demon arena assessment chose to become human servants, but no race was selected as a family. Until humans left, those servant races also chose to stay. Daisy continued to explain. It seems that they regretted choosing to become human servants. Lin Xu smiled and said, yes, so when we began to understand the various skills of the Nanorbits in the God and Demon arena, some of the former human servant races, in order to show that they had completely parted ways with humans, made up rumors that humans were demons and spread them everywhere. Daisy explained the cause of the matter. This is for you to see. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. That's right. Actually, we don't care. Whether they do it or not, it doesn't make any difference to us. But they themselves obviously don't think so. Before doing this, they are always trembling with fear, as if they are always worried that we will clean them up in the next moment. After doing this, they felt more at ease and felt that they had become one of our own. But in fact, no matter what they do, we will get rid of them when it is time to get rid of them, and we will not get rid of them if we feel it is unnecessary. It has nothing to do with whether they have completely broken with their former master. Daisy concluded. Lin Xu was very calm about this. On the contrary, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu were already very angry. It looked like if the timing was not right, they would have rushed out directly to find those betraying civilizations and punish them directly. In fact, it's nothing that they chose to side with you after humans left, but it's disgusting to discredit humans as a token of their loyalty. Lin Xu shook his head and said, there is another thing. Before you humans left, you left them the coordinates of the next destination you had decided on. Since you are following in the footsteps of humans, you may need to find them and get the coordinates. Daisy continued. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xu's eyes. Did humans only leave coordinates and leave no relics in this river system? But then he understood that there was the apocalypse in this river system. With the ability of humans not yet upgraded 10,000 years ago, even if they left relics, they would probably not escape being discovered by the apocalypse and then opened. In this case, it is better not to leave any relics, but just leave a coordinate. As for the relics, they will be left in the river system of the next target location. Of course, for the time being, this is just Lin Xu's guess. It is not certain whether humans have left any relics here. But in any case, it is necessary for Lin Xu to go to the place where the servant civilization that once betrayed and discredited humans is located. While in the sky, the two sides were having a conversation with a huge amount of information. The giant machine below that was summoning the cosmic demon human finally exhausted the energy of the apocalypse element in the giant machine after a long period of failed attempts to summon the demon power. In the desperate eyes of countless people, the demon summoning array composed of giant machines slowly closed. They failed. The record is complete. It is a high-dimensional power application model with rate reference value. Daisy nodded with satisfaction. It was as if the dying struggle of a civilization could bring her a little enlightenment, which was something that the civilization could be proud of. P.S. I feel like I'm stuck in a vicious circle. I can't write, so I stay up late until the early morning to finish it. Because I didn't rest well, I continued to be stuck that night and continued to stay up late until the early morning. I'm speechless. No, you can't go on like this, you have to cheer up. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Seeking help from humans is the only solution. For ordinary civilizations, even if they can use the power of higher dimensions with the help of the apocalypse elements, it is only borrowed power after all. Once the Apocalypse Clan deprives them of the right to use the Apocalypse elements, they will lose everything in an instant. And the thousands of civilizations in the entire river system and the entire god and demon arena, everything they have, whether it is the development of civilization or the exploration of higher dimensional power, is built on the basis of the Apocalypse elements. The Apocalypse Clan masters the Apocalypse elements, which means they master everything. The exploration of the higher dimensional power in the Apocalypse elements by countless races is just paving the way for the Apocalypse Clan to return to the higher dimension. In this way, the Apocalypse Clan does not need to make efforts themselves, but only needs to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, so that countless races can explore the road to higher dimensions for them. There is no need to worry about these races backlashing. This method seems comfortable, but in Lin Xu's view, it always feels that it is because of its excessive comfort that it kills the enterprising spirit of the Apocalypse Clan. The Apocalypse Clan is too stable. Moreover, burning all the possibilities of thousands of civilizations and becoming the food of the Apocalypse Clan is also a method that Lin Xu does not agree with. It is also something that humans cannot agree with. It is no wonder that humans chose to withdraw 10,000 years ago. The opponent from another planet has crossed the arena and chased to the mother planet here. Nanzu looked up at the tower in the sky, only to see that the gate of the tower was open at this time, and countless figures carrying iron and fire all over their bodies fell from the sky to this world. On the ground, countless artillery fire belonging to the civilization had already aimed at the tower in the sky. As soon as those figures appeared, the overwhelming artillery fire hit them. Soon, the original peace on this planet was surrounded by the war that swept across the arena. The victory and defeat have been decided. Do you want to continue? Lin Xu asked. It depends on the civilization itself, whether it has given up. If they still want to fight, they can only continue. This is the rule. Daisy replied. However, soon, the look of surprise on Daisy's face flashed away. They have given up and sent a signal of surrender. It is decisive enough. Daisy nodded in appreciation after being surprised. Then, she slowly raised one hand, and at the same time, the vertical pupil in her forehead slowly opened. In an instant, Lin Xu felt as if the entire universe was slowly solidifying. Not only was space solidifying, but even the flow of time seemed to slow down. No, it might also be that at this moment, Lin Xu was also slightly affected by the high-dimensional power released by Daisy. Then, he saw that countless fighting parties on the entire planet paused. The electromagnetic cannons that were flying all over the sky solidified on the eve of the explosion. The bullet that was about to shoot into the brain in the next moment paused in front of the forehead. Then, it was as if time was flowing backwards, and everything was moving backwards. Of course, it was not really time flowing backwards, but it was true that everything was moving backwards. The dead did not resurrect, but the living did not continue to die. All members of the attacking civilization quickly retreated to the tower with traces of the time. The attack launched by the defending civilization exploded in the air and did not hurt the attacker, and the defending personnel also retreated to the defense line. The two civilizations that were originally fighting fiercely, just in the blink of an eye, seemed as if nothing had happened. In addition to the corpses left all over the ground, it proves that a tragic war just took place here. Lin Xu was full of fear when he saw Daisy finish all this lightly. If we simply compare who has a stronger high-dimensional power, then Lin Xu is definitely stronger. After all, he is also a real high-dimensional creature, although he has not yet become a perfect high-dimensional creature and upgraded to high-dimensional space. But if we compare the subtle control of high-dimensional power, then Daisy is more delicate. At least, Lin Xu can't do something like what happened just now. In comparison, it is probably that Lin Xu can easily lift dozens of kilograms of weight, while Daisy can only lift the weight of a needle at most. But Daisy can use this needle to embroider, while Lin Xu can only use the needle to poke the eye. Compare again, if they really fight, Lin Xu can smash Daisy to death with dozens of kilograms of things, but Daisy's needle will also hurt Lin Xu. Not to mention, in this entire river system, I don't know how many members of the Apocalypse clan like Daisy are there. According to the information Lin Xu currently has, there are at least hundreds of thousands. So both sides have their concerns. Lin Xu is worried that the Apocalypse clan has a large number of people, and he is the only one now. The Apocalypse clan is worried that Lin Xu is a real high-dimensional life. It is precisely because they were once high-dimensional life that they know the horror of high-dimensional life. This mutual concern between the two sides is the basis for them to live in peace and even communicate. The so-called equality is never obtained out of thin air. Especially between two races, equality can only be established on strength. This is also the reason why Lin Xu did not interfere, even though he clearly disagreed with the existence of the god and demon arena. Lin Xu did not want to break the current friendly balance between the two sides. If Lin Xu came now instead of one person, but more people, who could suppress the Apocalypse clan, he would have stopped this god and demon arena long ago. Just like the human race was able to leave safely 10,000 years ago, it was also because the billions of humans who had just begun to master the high-dimensional power at that time, although their strength was not as good as that of the Apocalypse clan back then, were enough to make the Apocalypse clan fearful. This was the basis for humans to maintain equal coexistence with the Apocalypse clan 10,000 years ago. Of course, if it were now, and the entire dimensional human race appeared in front of the Apocalypse clan, the Apocalypse clan would have no choice but to kneel down immediately. But the problem is, isn't Lin Xu the only one now? What will happen next? Lin Xu asked. Next, this planet that originally belonged to the losers will be handed over to the winners. As for these losers, they will be exiled, and losers are not qualified to bathe in the glory of the stars. Daisy replied. Is that so? It seems that there is nothing for me to do. I will take my leave first. Lin Xu nodded and prepared to leave first. Daisy's expression was a little hesitant, but in the end she didn't say anything, just nodded lightly, as a farewell to Lin Xu. She even told Lin Xu the coordinates of the former servant race of mankind that had once slandered humans as demons. Thank you. Lin Xu nodded and accepted her kindness. At the same time, Lin Xu also understood what she meant. Obviously, those servants races that once betrayed humans have now become abandoned children of the Apocalypse clan. The Apocalypse tribe did not intend to have any conflict with humans because of these traitors. So they just threw them out and let humans deal with them. Taking the initiative to tell Lin Xu the coordinates was a manifestation of this kind of goodwill. See you later. Lin Xu said, turning around and getting on the Skylark. In fact, Lin Xu himself didn't care much about being called a devil or something like that. If it weren't for the fact that those former servants races still control the direction of the next human course, Lin Xu might not even bother to make this special trip. Of course, since they were going to take a look, they still had to settle accounts for what they had done. It's just that how to do it specifically, we have to wait until the time comes and analyze the specific situation. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao also followed Lin Xu on the Skylark. Before Miss Qiu left, she nodded to Daisy in a friendly manner. Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao hesitated for a moment and also nodded and said goodbye. It can be seen that Daisy's goodwill still worked. Daisy also nodded to them. Afterwards, the Skylark quickly took off, away from the three folded planets, and headed out of the galaxy. At this time, the dozen or so starfish swimming around the galaxy outside the galaxy were still swimming regularly in the universe. The sight of those starfish staring at the planets in the galaxy was enough to make ordinary races shudder. Even Lin Xu, looking at the starfish as big as a planet, with a look of salivating over the planets as food, also felt uncomfortable. Humans born on the planets are ultimately unable to adapt to this kind of creature that uses planets as food. This may be the fear from the depths of their genes. These starfish, their sight is so scary, as if they are going to rush up and swallow all the planets in the next moment. Speaking of which, these starfish should also be created by the Apocalypse clan, but why did the Apocalypse clan create such creatures? Nanzhu asked in confusion, lying on the porthole and looking at the red strange fish as big as planets in the distance. Well, the Apocalypse clan must have their reasons for doing this. Lu Yao thought about it, but couldn't think of any explanation, so she said. It seems that this strange fish is not necessary for the Apocalypse clan, right? Nansu was still puzzled. Who knows? Lu Yao shrugged, too lazy to think of reasons. At this time, Zhangxing, who was driving the Skylark, spoke. Master, the hyperspace radar detected that a large number of starfish are approaching. How many? Lin Xu frowned. The number is more than 100. Zhangxing replied. At the same time, the holographic projection in the Skylark has projected images tens of light years away. Hundreds of starfish, some as big as the Earth, and some as big as 100 times the size of the Earth, are seen swimming rapidly in the starry sky. The speed is 1,000 times the speed of light. From time to time, while swimming, there will even be a short space jump, directly crossing a distance of several light years. Just like this, more than 100 starfish rush directly into a galaxy. Through the holographic projection, Lin Xu could even see spaceships running between planets in that galaxy, which obviously had a certain level of civilization. But after the starfish rushed in, they ate up all the planets in the entire galaxy in a short period of time, and even most of the asteroids could not escape. When more than 100 starfish left, there was only one bare star left in the entire galaxy. No wonder we saw so many bare stars along the way. Miss Qiu suddenly realized. Are they out of control? Otherwise, why would they be so manic? Nansu asked in confusion. It does look like they are out of control. Do starfish often lose control? Otherwise, how could there be so many bare stars? Lu Yao asked in confusion. Wait a minute, these starfish seem to be coming this way. Nansu noticed to Taiyin. Yes, they are coming this way, and at a very fast speed. I didn't expect these starfish to be able to jump through space. Lu Yao widened her eyes in surprise. The huge body of the starfish in the holographic projection disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, it had already crossed a distance of several light years. In just a blink of an eye, it was getting closer and closer to the galaxy where the Skylark was located. And as if sensing the arrival of the school of starfish in the distance, the dozen starfish surrounding the galaxy also responded to the starfish in the distance, and their huge bodies made various swings. At the same time, Lin Xu in front of the porthole also saw that a space jump channel appeared near the largest planet on the edge of the galaxy, and Daisy walked out of it. With a gloomy face, he watched the school of starfish getting closer and closer, and his expression changed. Master Lin Xu, is there something wrong? Nansu asked doubtfully. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, but curiosity finally prevailed. So after a while, the Skylark came to Daisy's side. Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nansu and Lu Yao off the Skylark, and they met Daisy again. It can be said that neither of them expected that they would meet again so soon after they just said goodbye. What happened? Lin Xu asked proactively. It's a small matter, just a few starfish out of control, we can solve it. Daisy said in a somewhat stiff tone, obviously not wanting to be laughed at by Lin Xu for their Apocalypse clan. Soon, the more than 100 starfish had already reached the periphery of the galaxy while leaping all the way. Seeing a new galaxy appear in front of them, more than 100 starfish seemed to have seen a delicious meal again, and the fish rushed to this side. Even the starfish that were originally cruising on the edge of the galaxy and were relatively docile, under the influence of the more than 100 starfish, became a little agitated. And Daisy, who had been barely maintaining her calmness on the surface, finally looked more and more ugly. Lin Xu knew that she should have been using the Apocalypse clan's mental network to contact other Apocalypse clan members for help. It was just that she didn't know whether it was because the incident was too sudden or the other Apocalypse clan members were too far away, so they didn't come at the first time. She could only face it alone. Aren't you leaving? Daisy hesitated and looked at Lin Xu and the others. Why leave? Nansu asked puzzledly. This place has been abandoned. Daisy sighed. Although she didn't want to show weakness in front of humans, she could only say it. Abandon. Lin Xu was surprised. Yes, these starfish lost control too suddenly. I can't stop them by myself. I can only go to the next galaxy and organize a defense line with the rest of my fellow tribesmen to prevent the starfish from wreaking havoc on more galaxies. Daisy replied. Then what civilization was originally scheduled to be exiled in this galaxy? Lin Xu frowned. They don't have time to be exiled. They can only blame their bad luck. Daisy shook her head and said. After hesitating for a while, she still looked at Lin Xu and asked, I'm leaving to set up defenses in the galaxies behind. Do you want to come with me? Are you sure they will go to the galaxies you designated? Lin Xu asked. There are other apocalypse tribes behind them who are driving them away. They will come under the driving. Daisy replied. At the same time, Lin Xu also saw that behind the school of starry sky fish, various attacks that seemed to be bombarded by ship artillery continued to appear out of thin air, driving the school of fish away. Those attacks were not fired by warships, but were obviously driven by apocalypse elements. It was a bombardment that was far more powerful than the main guns of real warships. Every bombardment could blast a mark deep into the bone marrow on the starry sky fish that fell behind. It was also in this way that the school of fish was guaranteed to move in the direction the drivers wanted them to go. It was a pity that the size of the starry sky fish was too large, and the smallest one was the size of the Earth. Even with such a powerful attack, it could only drive them away, but not destroy them. You go first. However, Lin Xu did not intend to leave. Aren't you leaving? Daisy was puzzled. I'm a little curious, so I want to give it a try. Lin Xu replied. Curious? Give it a try. Daisy was puzzled. So, Daisy didn't leave. Anyway, for her, she could leave any time she wanted. Then she saw that as the starry sky fish finally approached the galaxy, one of the starry sky fish, which was more than 10 times the size of the Earth, opened its mouth and swallowed the planet where Lin Xu and Daisy were standing. The huge starry sky mouth opened, as if a black hole was covering the eyes, and the next moment it would swallow the entire planet. Even Daisy was ready to teleport away at any time. However, Lin Xu opened a high-dimensional perspective and slightly interfered with the entire space where the starry sky fish was located in front of him. The physical rules of this space changed in a short period of time. In an instant, the starry sky fish that opened its huge starry sky mouth to swallow it paused as a whole. Then, due to the change in the physical rules of the surrounding space, the entire starry sky fish began to collapse inwards and exploded outwards. With a loud bang, the starry sky fish, which opened its huge mouth like a black hole and swallowed the sky, exploded into endless blood and flesh in the universe, splashing in all directions. Daisy looked at Lin Xu's simple and crude use of high-dimensional power. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Waste, too wasteful. This is simply using a cannon to kill a mosquito. How can you waste high-dimensional power like this? At the same time, behind the school of starry sky fish, there were 3 members of the Apocalypse clan and more of their families, flying in the universe, using the Apocalypse elements to constantly change into various attack methods, driving away the school of fish in front. 3 of the Apocalypse clan members were still discussing the matter of the starry sky fish getting out of control this time. What's going on? Why are they out of control again? In recent years, the starry sky fish have been out of control more and more frequently. Do you think it's because of this? Keep quiet. This is not something we should discuss. Humph, what can't be discussed? We have completely lost the possibility of returning to the higher dimension, otherwise the starry sky fish would not be out of control more and more frequently. Now only the apocalypse elements are still in our control, but if we continue like this, who knows what will happen in the future? Don't complain, or think about how to deal with the aftermath of this fish out of control. If this continues, the entire river system will be eaten up. By then, there will not be enough civilizations to explore the higher dimension for us, and life will become more and more difficult in the future. As he said this, the Apocalypse clan sighed. By the way, do you know the latest news in the Mind Network? I know, a human has returned, and humans have successfully upgraded their dimensions. Who would have thought that humans back then could actually successfully upgrade their dimensions? If we had known, we would have followed humans back then. Is this kind of hindsight interesting? And we didn't look down on humans at that time. Who knew that one day, hey? In fact, the frequent loss of control of the starry sky fish may be possible to ask for help from that human. He is now a real high-dimensional life, unlike us. The high-dimensional power that was left over in the past is nothing to him, if he is willing. An Apocalypse tribe member suggested. Stop it. Humans were our followers back then. Now you want us to ask for help from humans? Are you sane? We can't let go of our former pride. This is the root cause of our Apocalypse tribe's increasing weakness. If we can admit earlier that we are no longer the high-dimensional civilization of the past, and the Apocalypse tribe is now just a low-dimensional civilization, I am afraid that many things now will not happen at all. The Apocalypse tribe member, who was a bit disappointed with his achievements, said angrily, "Okay, stop talking. I remember correctly that the galaxy that the fish school is going to pass by is the arena competition galaxy that Daisy is in charge of, right? That human seems to be there too." Suddenly, the three Apocalypse tribe members looked a little strange. Although the three people were discussing heatedly just now, some even said that they should let go of the pride of the Apocalypse tribe and ask humans for help. But when they really met the humans, no one mentioned it. Obviously, even if they said they would let go of the pride, they couldn't let go of it. After all, how could a former high-dimensional civilization be so embarrassed to ask a civilization that had watched it grow from a low-dimensional civilization to a high-dimensional civilization and was once a younger brother and follower? This feeling is probably a bit like the feeling of the big hare facing the rabbits in the 21st century. Before the disintegration, the big hare family looked at the rabbits, not just as a follower. Even if the rabbits were good at fighting at that time, their overall strength was still far behind. Just like the humans 10,000 years ago, although they relied on their strength to barely have a relatively equal relationship with the Apocalypse clan, they were actually half a head lower. It can be said that the Apocalypse clan was the main force, and humans were at most auxiliary. But now, the former humans have ascended, and the Apocalypse clan has to bow their heads and ask the humans that they once looked down on to help them. There is no way they can feel happy. It was at this time that the three Apocalypse clans suddenly felt a terrifying high-dimensional power coming from the front. In an instant, even the physical rules of an entire space were modified. So rude and unreasonable, they used a cannon to kill a mosquito, and crushed a starfish that was more than 10 times the size of an ordinary planet. Is that a human? This, so much high-dimensional power, it's such a waste. Just a nouveau riche, why are you so arrogant? The three Apocalypse people didn't admit it, but in fact they were sour in their hearts, and their envy, jealousy and hatred were beyond words. The surrounding clans didn't even dare to come over to report. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 171 You humans are too fickle. The starfish, which was dozens of times the size of a planet, exploded directly. The scene was not much different from the explosion of a planet of the same size. In fact, because the starfish was made of flesh and blood, it looked even more bloody and terrifying. Of course, Daisy, a member of the Apocalypse clan, and the other members of the Apocalypse clan who also watched this scene from behind the fish, did not have such a feeling. They were more mixed with emotions. Seeing that humans, who had never been taken seriously before, could now manipulate high-dimensional power so freely. And they had fallen to the point where they had to ask humans for help. It would be strange if they didn't feel complicated. After crushing a starfish, more starfish came up. More than 100 starfish, plus the dozen or so starfish that were originally grazing on the periphery of the galaxy, were now instigated by these more than 100 starfish and joined the out-of-control starfish. These more than 100 starfish were overwhelming, and each of them was as big as the Earth at the smallest. The big ones were like the one that Lin Xu had just crushed. More than 100 starfish, some rushed towards the planets in the galaxy, and some rushed towards the nearest planet behind Lin Xu and his companions. Others began to share the flesh and blood of the starfish that Lin Xu had just crushed. Facing these fish that were about to spread out, Lin Xu directly increased the range of high-dimensional interference. The entire space in front of him that covered more than 100 starfish was included in the range of high-dimensional interference. In an instant, under high-dimensional interference, the physical rules of the space in front that covered all the starfish were changed in an instant. Daisy, who was beside Lin Xu, had opened her vertical pupils on her forehead, and was obviously observing Lin Xu's every move. Seeing Lin Xu's actions, she felt that she was going to be sick. You are no longer wasting high-dimensional power, using a cannon to hide a mosquito, it's simply using a cannon to hit a bacterium. And then, more than 100 starfish began to twist and deform at the same time because of the change in the physical rules of the space they were in. Then there were continuous loud noises. More than 100 starfish exploded into bloody and blurred existences at the same time, floating in the universe. No matter how Daisy and the rest of the Apocalypse clan see it, at least Lin Xu feels very satisfied with himself. Lin Xu still remembers that when he first used high-dimensional interference to interfere with space, he couldn't interfere with such a large range. Now he can interfere with such a large range. Obviously he has become more proficient in controlling the power of high dimensions. Although this proficiency may accelerate the time for him to become a perfect high-dimensional creature and finally have to upgrade his dimension. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xu can feel that there is still a long way to go before the low-dimensional universe begins to reject him. You are too wasteful. Daisy finally couldn't help but say. Waste? Lin Xu was puzzled. Forget it, you may not understand it. Daisy sighed. She wanted to maintain the dignity of the Apocalypse Clan in front of humans, but the incident she just experienced suddenly exposed the Apocalypse Clan. In fact, there is no dignity in front of humans. So Daisy feels that she doesn't want to pretend anymore. There is no feeling as tense as at the beginning. Many things are said directly. For you, high-dimensional power is inexhaustible, so there is no such thing as waste. However, for the current Apocalypse Clan, it is not so easy to obtain high-dimensional power, so we are very cautious when using it. Daisy said directly. Lin Xu was a little surprised by this, but he understood it after thinking about it. Indeed, the current Apocalypse Clan is no longer a high-dimensional creature. Even if they still try their best to retain the third eye, the only high-dimensional organ, they cannot directly call on the high-dimensional power of the high-dimensional space with this high-dimensional organ alone. So, you store some high-dimensional power in your high-dimensional organs, and use the high-dimensional power in the high-dimensional organs when necessary to mobilize the power of the high-dimensional space. Lin Xu said his guess. Yes, although the high-dimensional power that can be mobilized in this way cannot be compared with yours, it is already the best choice we can make. Daisy looked at Lin Xu with complicated eyes, which were full of envy. Then where does the high-dimensional power stored in your high-dimensional organs come from? Lin Xu thought about it and asked. Since it is stored high-dimensional power, it will eventually run out, so the Apocalypse must have some way to replenish the high-dimensional power in the high-dimensional organs. Could it be the high-dimensional power extracted from the chaotic energy? But this is not right, because even if the chaotic energy that can be collected from the high-dimensional weak point in the center of the river system is exhausted, it is probably not enough for one Apocalypse to replenish the high-dimensional power. Not to mention that the number of Apocalypse in this river system is at least hundreds of thousands. It is impossible for these hundreds of thousands of Apocalypse to replenish the high-dimensional power by relying on the chaotic energy collected from the high-dimensional weak point. In this case, the Apocalypse must have another way to replenish the high-dimensional power. Of course, Lin Xu also knew that the Apocalypse would not tell this secret, so he just asked casually. What he didn't expect was that Daisy lowered her head and was silent for a while, and actually answered him. Our high-dimensional power is replenished in the dimensional reduction channel. Dimension reduction channel? The dimensional reduction channel from 10,000 years ago is still there. Lin Xu was really surprised this time. Yes, it's still there. And it's near the center of this river system. This is why the Apocalypse Clan has never left this river system for thousands of years. As a member of the Apocalypse Clan slowly flew over from a distance, his voice was transmitted to Lin Xu's ear and explained to him. That was one of the 3 Apocalypse Clan members who had just driven the fish school in the distance. At this time, the 3 Apocalypse Clan members came together, and all looked at Lin Xu with complicated eyes. In fact, when Daisy lowered her head and remained silent just now, she was using the mind network to communicate with all the Apocalypse Clan members in the entire river system. After a brief communication, the Apocalypse Clan finally decided not to hide it from Lin Xu. That's why the current conversation took place. No wonder you have been staying in this river system during the dimensional reduction and have never left. It's because the dimensional reduction channel you mentioned can replenish your high-dimensional power. Lin Xu nodded suddenly. Yes. Daisy nodded. Including Daisy, there are a total of 4 Apocalypse Clan members here at this time. They looked at each other and nodded slowly. So Daisy spoke first. Actually, we have something we want to ask you for help. What is it? You tell me first. Lin Xu did not agree right away. He had guessed that there must be a reason why Daisy suddenly confessed so frankly. He did not mind helping the Apocalypse Clan a little, as long as it was not something that might endanger him. After all, no matter what, watching the Apocalypse Clan's dimensionality reduction and the subsequent exchanges with the Apocalypse Clan played a huge role in the dimensionality upgrade of humans. Lin Xu still accepted this favor. In fact, over the years, The high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel has become more and more violent. Not only has it caused trouble for us to absorb the high-dimensional power, but it has also caused the starry sky fish to lose control more and more frequently. If this continues, the dimensionality reduction channel may even be closed. So we would like to ask you to help sort out the violent high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel and make it more stable. This is not a difficult task for you, who is already a high-dimensional creature. Daisy said what she wanted Lin Xu to help her with. Sort out the violent high-dimensional power? I can't promise you now, but I can go to the scene to take a look. Lin Xu thought about it and said cautiously. Okay, you'll know after you go and see that it's really not difficult for you. Daisy's expression was happy, sad, and relieved when she said this. She was happy that Lin Xu agreed, and sad that the problem that had troubled the Apocalypse clan for tens of thousands of years was a piece of cake for humans now. She was relieved that this problem that had troubled the Apocalypse clan for so long finally had a solution. In this case, maybe the Apocalypse clan still had a chance. They could still seize that glimmer of opportunity. In this way, Daisy didn't care about the exile and relocation of the civilization on the planet in the galaxy. She left everything to her family. Daisy and the other 3 Apocalypse clan members took Lin Xu directly to the center of the galaxy. At the same time, most of the Apocalypse clan members in the entire galaxy who knew about this from the mental network also took action. They began to gather towards the center of the galaxy. Some directly traveled through the universe in their physical bodies, while others drove the starry sky fish and used the starry sky fish as mounts. Some others took spaceships. Lin Xu put away the Skylark, took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, and directly used the space jump channel opened by Daisy to rush to the dimensional reduction channel in the center of the river system. It must be said that the space jump technology of the Apocalypse clan is indeed remarkable, at least it is stronger than the space jump technology that Lin Xu has now. It is also much faster than the Skylark. It can only be said that the Apocalypse clan still has some background after all. Even if it is down and out now, it was once rich. It didn't take long for the center of the river system to be in sight. There are only 1,000 light years left, and we will be there. Daisy said to Lin Xu while generating a new jump channel in her hand. Lin Xu was observing the school of starry sky fish in the distance, but this time the school of fish was not out of control. As it approached the center of the river system, the number of starry sky fish increased. At the same time, Lin Xu also saw many Apocalypse clan who were also rushing to the center of the river system. Why are there so many starry sky fish here? Nanzhu asked curiously. Well, we'll get there soon and you'll understand. Another Apocalypse member beside Daisy said with a sigh. At this moment, the warp channel in Daisy's hand was also completed. Daisy then signaled Lin Xu to go first. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Lin Xu was not polite, and there was nothing to be polite about. After all, he was now a distinguished guest of the Apocalypse, right? He passed through the warp channel and came out of it. When he looked at the scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face. Although Lin Xu had guessed long ago that the scenery here in the dimensionality reduction channel must be extraordinary. But I didn't expect that the first thing I saw when I came out was a large group of starfish, which were surrounding the dimensionality reduction channel and constantly devouring various strange-shaped stars that seemed to be gushing out from the dimensionality reduction channel forever. Some of those stars were big and some were small. The small ones were like comets and meteorites, and the big ones were as huge as stars. However, these spitted-out stars are now all food for the starfish. Waves of endless starfish kept coming forward to devour these stars. You created these starfish to let them clean up these stars? Lin Xu asked. There's indeed a reason. If these stars are not cleaned up, they will slowly block the dimensionality reduction channel and make the high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel more and more chaotic and violent. I am afraid that the dimensionality reduction channel will be closed by itself before now. Daisy sighed. At this time, Lin Xu's sight had passed the starfish that were cleaning up garbage and looked at the dimensionality reduction channel. The starfish that devoured the planets were quite high class in Lin Xu's eyes. Now, for some reason, after seeing the images of these starfish cleaning up the garbage in the starry sky, Lin Xu looked at these starfish, and the more he looked at them, the more he thought of them as scavengers. Putting away his distracting thoughts, Lin Xu continued to observe the dimensional reduction channel. I saw that the dimensional reduction channel did not look very grand, at least on the scale of the universe. It was just a gap the size of a few ordinary planets, separating the space in front of us. This place is not far from the center of the Milky Way, and all kinds of massive stars can be seen everywhere around it. This makes this gap look even smaller. But such a hole connects the high dimension and the low dimension. It was the channel when the Apocalypse Clan reduced their dimensions 10,000 years ago. Have you ever thought about returning to the high dimension through this dimensional reduction channel? Lin Xu suddenly asked. Of course I have thought about it. We have been trying to find the high dimensional road that we left in the Apocalypse elements for 10,000 years, just to use this shortcut to return to the high dimension. Dai said without hiding anything. Shortcuts, haste makes waste. Lin Xu sighed. I understand what you mean. To become a high-dimensional race, it is not enough to cross a channel. What is needed is the qualitative change of life and civilization. So the shortcut we are talking about is not to cross this channel and go to the high-dimensional space. It is to use the high-dimensional power in this channel to make our race change again. Daisy explained. So, it has been 10,000 years. Have you done it? Lin Xu asked. On the scale of the universe, 10,000 years is actually very short. For the pursuit of dimensional upgrading, this time is even longer. I know that you humans have upgraded in less than 10,000 years, but that is because you are too fast and cannot be used as a measure. Daisy was still a little bit dissatisfied when talking about the human dimensional upgrading. No, that's not what I mean. Have you ever thought that it is actually this channel that binds you? Lin Xu asked back. Suddenly, Daisy was speechless. In the end, she just smiled bitterly. Maybe, but what's the point of saying this now? The dimensionality reduction channel is still spewing out a large amount of stellar matter. It's unknown where this stellar matter comes from, but it's definitely not from the high dimension. It may come from a corner of the universe, or it may come from another universe. And Lin Xu, who opened his high-dimensional perspective, was also observing this dimensionality reduction channel. Lin Xu didn't know how humans 10,000 years ago observed this dimensionality reduction channel, and whether they used a large number of various instruments at that time. But for Lin Xu now, he only needs to open his high-dimensional perspective to easily observe this dimensionality reduction channel. And all of this comes from the difficult exploration of humans 10,000 years ago. For a while, Lin Xu was quite emotional. At the same time, the observation of this dimensionality reduction channel also ended. From the perspective of the low-dimensional universe, this dimensionality reduction channel connects the high dimension and the low dimension, and it looks amazing. But from the perspective of the high dimension, this dimensionality reduction channel seems unremarkable. It's nothing more than a gap in the high dimension, that's all. And as time goes by, the gap is also repaired by itself. The increasingly chaotic and violent high-dimensional force at the gap is the effort to repair the gap. Just like a wound on a person's body, whether it is a scab or a scar, it can't be as smooth as normal skin. And what Lin Xu has to do is to stop the high-dimensional force from instinctively trying to seal the wound. This is simply impossible for the Apocalypse Clan, which has already been reduced in dimension. But for high-dimensional creatures who can easily control high-dimensional force, it is not difficult. More and more Apocalypse Clan gathered. Miss Qiu stood beside Lin Xu and was on guard. Even though these Apocalypse Clan members did not seem to have any hostility, the complicated look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Xu still made Miss Qiu cautious. I never thought that one day our Apocalypse Clan would be reduced to asking for help from humans. Who could have imagined the humans back then? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Humans are now truly high-dimensional creatures, and it's not shameful to ask for help from humans. Yes, it's not shameful, but our Apocalypse Clan never accepts help from others for nothing. Yes, think about what you can do as a thank you. But humans are already high-dimensional creatures, so what can we do that humans would like? There must be something, right? Hey, when did our Apocalypse Clan fall to this level? Several Apocalypse Clan members who were secretly discussing in the mental network gradually lost their confidence. At the same time, Lin Xu directly moved the high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel in front of him. He calmed down the originally violent high-dimensional power one by one. Suddenly, the high-dimensional power surging in the dimensionality reduction channel, visible to the naked eye, began to calm down. Hundreds of thousands of Apocalypse Clan members surrounding the void of the universe were the first to notice this change. For a time, many Apocalypse Clan members even burst into tears. The dimensionality reduction channel has become a lifeline for many apocalypse people, as if it is their only hope to return to the higher dimension. They have been completely bound by this dimensionality reduction channel. Lin Xu can't help them with this. Humans have walked their own way, but the apocalypse people are trapped in the past. When humans look back, the mountains that once stood tall have now become low hills. It's really sad to think about it. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 172, telling humanity times have changed. The high-dimensional force in the dimensionality reduction channel gradually stabilized. The starry sky fish that constantly devoured the stars spewing out of the dimensionality reduction channel, after no longer being affected by the increasingly manic high-dimensional force, the possibility of losing control was gradually reduced. Although it may still lose control in the future, it will not be as frequent as it is now. Daisy had a complicated expression, and finally thanked Lin Xu, who had slowly opened his eyes next to her. Lin Xu nodded in response. And this was like a signal. The other apocalypse tribes not far away looked at each other. Although they did not come up to thank him, they performed an apocalypse tribe etiquette to Lin Xu not far away. Then they turned and left. As a result, more and more apocalypse tribes bowed slightly to Lin Xu. There are tens of thousands of apocalypse tribes scattered in the starry sky. It seems that there are many, but they are scattered in the starry sky like ants scattered in the square. The naked eye can't see where they are. But whether Lin Xu can see it or not, they also pay tribute to Lin Xu's location, and then turn around and leave without saying a word. Their pride makes them unable to thank. But it was also their pride that made them not know how to face Lin Xu, a human, so they could only leave silently. The complex feelings of the apocalypse towards humans can be seen. In the end, all the apocalypse people had left. Some of them also replenished the high-dimensional power in the eye on their foreheads through the dimensionality reduction channel before leaving. Until the end, only Daisy was left. Next, you are going to find the Asando people, right? Daisy asked. The Asando people she was talking about were the servants of humans who once took the lead in slandering humans as demons. That's right, didn't they say they knew the coordinates of the next direction of humans, so we still have to go and take a look? Lin Xu nodded and said. Do you need our help? Daisy hesitated and asked. Although she knew that Lin Xu didn't need help, she still had to be polite to others who had just helped the apocalypse people. No, I won't bother you with this little thing. Lin Xu waved his hand and said. Here you go. Daisy nodded, and then handed Lin Xu something. It was a small storage device, obviously used to record data. What is this? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. The technical data of high-dimensional organs may not be of any use to you, but it can be used on them. Consider it as a thank you gift for your help this time. Daisy said as she glanced at Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao behind Lin Xu. The technical data of high-dimensional organs? Just give it to me like that. Lin Xu said in surprise. Although he did help the Apocalypse clan a lot, it is not an exaggeration to know that high-dimensional organs can be said to be the most important technology of the Apocalypse clan at present. It is precisely with the high-dimensional organs that they have maintained the dignity of a high-dimensional race. Such an important technology was given to him directly in order to thank Lin Xu. Lin Xu suddenly felt that this might be because the Apocalypse clan really didn't know how to thank him, but couldn't let go of the pride of being a high-dimensional race, so they just took out the high-dimensional organ technology. High-dimensional organ technology is indeed very important, but there is a key prerequisite for achieving high-dimensional organs. It must be manufactured by high-dimensional races. The Apocalypse clan created high-dimensional organs for themselves before the dimensionality reduction. Now, as a high-dimensional creature, you can also create high-dimensional organs for them. Among them, high-dimensional creatures are the most important key. Without high-dimensional creatures, even if low-dimensional creatures have this technology, they cannot do it. So this technology seems very remarkable, but in fact it is quite useless. Daisy looked like we were just giving you something to thank you. But Lin Xu could still see the pain in her eyes. Pretending that this thing was not important, it was quite a bit like Lin Xu's previous gift, a large sum of money, and he was obviously very painful, but he had to pretend that he didn't care. Okay, then I'll accept it, thank you. Lin Xu thought about it and accepted it. Because Lin Xu was really tempted by this thing. If Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao could all be equipped with a high-dimensional organ, it would be a good thing. Seeing Lin Xu's men, Daisy also breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like she always felt uncomfortable when she owed someone a favor, and now she finally paid back part of it. Although it hadn't been fully paid back, it wasn't so unpleasant after all. Afterwards, Daisy didn't stay any longer and said goodbye. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu and Lu Yao were left in this space. And until Daisy left, Miss Qiu, who was always on guard, was slightly relieved. You know, when she was surrounded by tens of thousands of apocalypse people just now, Miss Qiu was always on guard, wondering if these apocalypse people would harm Lin Xu. In the end, it was finally a satisfactory solution. Master Lin Xu, can we also have high-dimensional organs and use high-dimensional power? Lin Xu was the first to rush up and asked excitedly. Lin Xu was not stupid. When Daisy handed the things to Lin Xu just now, her expression when she glanced at them was obvious. Obviously, this thing was given to Lin Xu for them. Come back, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Mu Xiao grabbed Lin Xu's neck and carried her back. Let Xiangxing analyze it first and see how to use this technology. If it works, maybe you can all have high-dimensional organs. Lin Xu smiled and said indifferently. At the same time, the storage device in his hand was thrown directly into the portable space, and Xiangxing took it away to read the data. Really? Then I want to turn my tail into a high-dimensional organ, and I want 9 tails. Lin Xu said excitedly. Okay, you can have 99 or 81. Lin Xu joked. In the distant starry sky, the dimensionality reduction channel that constantly spews out stars is still spewing stars as if there is no end. Countless starfish were driven here by the Apocalypse clan from all corners of the river system to devour stars. When the starry sky fish are full, they will be driven to every corner of the river system, and the starry sky fish will rotate in batches. The Apocalypse clan is like a shepherd, herding in the starry sky. Lin Xu took another look at the dimensionality reduction channel that seemed to exist forever. But Lin Xu knew that this dimensionality reduction channel would not be really eternal. In just 10,000 years, the high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel began to be violent, and tried to repair the channel and close it. So what about the next 10,000 years? What about the next 10,000 years? Will there be another human to help the Apocalypse clan sort out the high-dimensional power in the dimensionality reduction channel? If not, what should the Apocalypse clan do? Can they find a way to upgrade the dimension in the next 10,000 years? Lin Xu is not optimistic about them. Lin Xu even thinks that if the dimensionality reduction channel can be closed, it may not be a bad thing for the Apocalypse clan. Because that means that the Apocalypse clan can finally break free from the shackles of the dimensionality reduction channel. But since this is their choice, let them do it. So Lin Xu reached out and summoned the Skylark from the portable space. Several people boarded the Skylark. A space jump channel was formed in front of the Skylark. One day later, the Skylark entered the jump channel. When it reappeared, it was already 1,000 light-years away. After more than a dozen space jumps, Lin Xu and his companions boarded the Skylark and arrived at the star system where the Asando civilization was located on the other side of the Milky Way. Asando civilization, as one of the civilizations that won in the God and Demon arena 10,000 years ago, especially after becoming a servant race of mankind, it obtained the privilege of being exempted from participating in the subsequent God and Demon arena competition. This allowed the Asando civilization to live freely in the star system where the mother star was located for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the Asando civilization has achieved great development. Even in the communication with other servant races, it has the technology to manufacture curvature engines. And like the Asando civilization, there are actually many civilizations that have become servant races and obtained the privilege of being exempted from participating in the God and Demon arena in the entire Milky Way. At least there are dozens of civilizations that the Asando civilization knows about. Although compared to the entire river system, with hundreds of millions of various civilizations, a few dozen servant races are already very rare in terms of proportion. And the Asando civilization is the extremely rare lucky one. But for 10,000 years, there has always been a shadow hovering over the Asando civilization. That is, the Asando civilization was not a servant race chosen by the apocalypse, but a servant race chosen by humans. So since humans left, the Asando civilization has always lived in a certain fear. They are afraid of being liquidated by the apocalypse as the remnants of humans. At the beginning, many people in the Asando civilization even felt that if they had known that they would live in fear every day if they stayed, they would have followed humans to leave. That's right, before humans left, they gave these servant races a choice. They can choose to leave with humans, and they don't need to follow humans all the time like human families. Instead, when humans go to a certain place, these servant races can choose to stop and reproduce there. It can be said that this is a very good choice. But unfortunately, the assigned people at that time did not leave with humans. Only a few human servant civilizations chose to follow humans and leave. In this way, the assigned people began to live in fear. Until later, the assigned people keenly seized an opportunity when the apocalypse began to clean up the nanorobots left by humans. The assigned people took the initiative to say that the entire civilization would abandon nanorobots and use apocalypse elements instead. They even took the lead in calling humans demons and throwing all kinds of dirty water on humans. In this way, the assigned people thought they had completely whitewashed themselves in front of the apocalypse and completely separated themselves from humans. At this time, the assigned people finally felt a little relieved. On the Skylark, Lin Xu looked through the information about the assigned people. Speaking of which, this information was attached to the storage device that Daisy gave him. It's just that the apocalypse has very little information about the assigned people, so these are all that were handed over to Lin Xu. The latest novel is first published on 6-9 Shu Bar. How should I put it? The apocalypse knows the little thoughts of the following servant races, but they don't care, and they are not interested in what they think, whether they are imagining something. The reason why the apocalypse did not do anything to the assigned people is different from what the assigned people imagined. It's not because they threw dirty water on humans. It's like if you are the chairman of a big company, would you look at him differently because a small person who jumped from the company next door scolded the chairman of the company? The reason why the apocalypse did not do anything to the assigned people is also very simple. The agreement reached between the apocalypse and humans stipulated that the servant races of both sides enjoy the same treatment. Even if humans leave, the apocalypse has no intention of tearing up this agreement. Because a few servant races are not qualified to make the apocalypse break the contract. After all, the apocalypse and humans parted ways, and in the final analysis, it was just a disagreement in ideas, and the two sides did not break up. The apocalypse will naturally not do anything to cleanse the human servant race. To put it bluntly, the apocalypse still has to save face. I thought it was strange before. These assigned people are not human creations, but servant races. Even if humans at that time gave them the authority to use nanorobots, why can their descendants use them? They are not human creations. Liu Yao said puzzled. Liu Yao, who came from Xiantian Star, can be said to have a deep understanding of the authority to use nanorobots. At that time, the people of the entire Xiantian Star were all descendants of human creations, so the people of the entire Xiantian Star had the possibility of cultivation. That is, they have the low-level authority of nanorobots. This is the authority that human creations and the descendants of human creations naturally have. But these assigned people are not human creations. Even if humans gave the assigned people at that time the low-level authority to control nanorobots, how did their descendants inherit it? You know, humans at that time were not high-dimensional civilizations. It is also impossible to conceptually grant the entire assigned civilization, including all future assigned civilizations, the low-level authority to use nanorobots. I think Xiangxing can answer you on this point. Lin Xu said with a smile. Xiangxing. Liu Yao was puzzled. Yes, Xiangxing just gave me a report about the civilization that wanted to use the demon summoning array and nanorobots to summon humans in the previous arena. At that time, I noticed that the nanorobots on the demon summoning array were slightly different, so I gave some of the nanorobots on the demon summoning array to Xiangxing for testing. The results showed that these nanorobots had been adjusted. Lin Xu explained. Are the nanorobots updated and upgraded again? This is not normal. Every time we find a ruin, there are updates about nanorobots, just the amount of updates. Liu Yao was not surprised by this. Yes, this update has opened up more low-level permissions for nanorobots. In the past, only human creations could naturally have low-level permissions for nanorobots, but now as long as they are intelligent creatures, they can naturally have low-level permissions for nanorobots, which means that anyone can use nanorobots. Lin Xu explained. Could it be because of the God and Demon arena? In order to make the abilities simulated by the nanorobots be used by any race. Nansu suddenly had an idea. There is such a possibility. Lin Xu nodded. Lin Xu was discussing the Asando people. At the same time, After more than a dozen jumps, the Skylark had already arrived at the star system where the Asando civilization was located. At the same time, on the mother planet of the Asando civilization, a top-level meeting was also being held urgently. The Grand Speaker in charge of presiding over the meeting tried hard to knock on the table with a hammer, which calmed down the chaotic scene. Dozens of parliamentarians looked up at the Grand Speaker on the high platform, wondering why the Grand Speaker suddenly convened the Parliament at this time. Obviously, the plenary meeting had just been held a few days ago. But since it was a plenary meeting, it must be no small matter. However, the Grand Speaker on the high platform, facing the gazes of dozens of parliamentarians who could be said to be standing at the PowerPoint of the Asando people, did not say a word, but only signaled his subordinates to distribute paper documents to the parliamentarians. The parliamentarians were a little surprised when they received the documents. In this era, paper documents were still used. But after reading just a few lines, the whole meeting hall was filled with gasps. No one in the parliament stopped talking, but read the document from beginning to end. Then they read it again word by word. Finally, they looked up, looked at each other, and were stunned. How is this possible? Humans are back? This is impossible. Where did this fake news come from? Ridiculous, ridiculous. How could humans come back? They ran away with their tails between their legs. If they really came back, would the apocalypse let them go? That's right, and even if humans really come back, what can they do to us? We are now under the protection of the apocalypse. What dare humans do to us? That's right. We are under the protection of the apocalypse. We don't have to be afraid of anything. Can humans turn against the apocalypse for us? Do they dare? The parliamentarians gradually regained their confidence in the discussion. Yes, it is not 10,000 years ago now. What am I afraid of? You humans still dare to come back? Do you know that times have changed? At this moment, a member of parliament suddenly spoke loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, where is the source of this information? How can we be sure that humans have really come back? Is it possible that the information is wrong? According to normal logic, it is impossible for humans to come back. Yes, how could humans dare to come back? Aren't they afraid that the apocalypse will settle accounts with them? Yes, 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 the information must be wrong, and humans can't come back. The members of parliament discussed again. The speaker looked at the scene below, which was getting a little chaotic again, and coughed slightly. Suddenly, everyone quieted down and looked at him quietly. This also shows the high prestige of the speaker in the Asando civilization. Regarding the authenticity of the information, you don't have to doubt it. This is a clan elder who has been friendly with us for many years. He secretly resold it to us. Although it is worth a lot, it is absolutely true. The speaker explained. Suddenly, the whole scene started to discuss again. The news we got from the clan? Is it true? But that's impossible. Did the clan master provide more detailed information? With only this, we can't judge anything. Yes, yes, what is the purpose of humans coming back? Did the clan master tell us how the Apocalypse clan plans to deal with humans? Yes, humans were expelled 10,000 years ago. If they dare to come back now, the Apocalypse clan will definitely not let them go. We don't have to worry. Yes, there is no need to worry at all. The members of the parliament were talking to each other, encouraging each other. It was as if humans were no longer reliable. At this time, the great speaker on the high platform spoke again. As soon as the great speaker spoke, the crowd was silent again. Everyone, I am not worried about the return of humans. After all, humans were not tolerated by the Apocalypse tribe 10,000 years ago. The Apocalypse tribe let humans go only out of morality, otherwise humans would have been exterminated long ago. Now that humans have returned, even if the Apocalypse tribe accepts humans again for the same reason, I believe they will no longer trust humans as much as before. So we don't have to worry about the impact of the return of humans on us. After all, we are now protected by the Apocalypse tribe. What I am worried about is that if humans want to come and ask for the things that were originally placed here, what should we do? Should we return them to humans? The great speaker said, and there was hesitation in his voice. Obviously, he couldn't make a decision easily. Why should we give it to them? That's our stuff. Immediately, a member of the parliament stood up and shouted. Yes, that's our stuff. Why should we give it back to them? Immediately, countless people echoed. But humans didn't say that the thing was for us, they just said it was temporarily stored here. Legally, the thing doesn't belong to us, so even if the lawsuit is brought to the Apocalypse Clan, we are not on the right. That's right, the thing has been here for 10,000 years. Yes, why should we give it back to humans? The congressmen were indignant, as if humans were coming to snatch something that originally belonged to them. Everyone, I have a suggestion. If humans really come to ask for it, why don't we just say that the thing is lost? Will it work? Why not? As long as there is the protection of the Apocalypse Clan, do humans dare to be serious with us? I think the Apocalypse Clan must be dissatisfied with humans, and they definitely don't mind using us to suppress humans. Yes, good idea. That's right, don't be afraid of humans. Do they still think this was 10,000 years ago? P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 173 Humans, you are in big trouble. The Skylark slowly approached the star system where the Asand people were. It must be said that the Asand people have developed quite well in the past 10,000 years. The entire star system looked extremely prosperous from a distance. Even on the most remote planets in the star system, a large number of settlements have been built. At the same time, looking at the passengers on the curvature-traveled spacecraft that were traveling in and out of the star system, it was obvious that the Asand people also had exchanges and even trade with other civilizations. Lord Lin Xu, do you think those Asand people are stupid? Do they really think that they can get the trust of the new master by backstabbing the old master? Nanzu looked at the prosperous scene of the star system outside the window and expressed his incomprehension. Who knows, but intelligent creatures are always confused by the authorities. Lin Xu also expressed his incomprehension. I think that the Asand people were just desperate at the beginning, but after backstabbing humans, the Apocalypse tribe did not react to their behavior, so they had some kind of illusion that the Apocalypse tribe supported them to do this, so they would go all the way to the end. Unexpectedly, Lu Yao expressed a different opinion. Even Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, it seemed that this was really possible. To put it bluntly, they just take themselves too seriously. Do they really think the Apocalypse cares about them? Nanzu complained. Isn't it always like this for intelligent creatures? They always unconsciously look at everything from a self-centered perspective. Lu Yao shrugged. By the way, Lord Lin Xu, I heard from Daisy that humans left a memory device to the Asando people, which recorded the next direction of humans. Later, the Asando people wanted to give the memory device to the Apocalypse people, but the Apocalypse people ignored it. The Asando people should still have that memory device, right? I hope it has been destroyed. Nanzu said worriedly. They shouldn't be so stupid, right? Lin Xu also became a little worried. They seem to be really stupid. Lu Yao nodded. It seems that in the minds of everyone, the fact that the Asando people are stupid has become a consensus. I hope they are not so stupid yet. Lin Xu sighed. What if the memory device is really gone? Nanzu said worriedly. It shouldn't be. When humans left things behind, they should have considered various possibilities. I think it shouldn't be something that is easy to destroy. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Could it be a high-dimensional item? That's true. Nanzu suddenly thought of it and nodded slowly. Humans would definitely take some insurance for the things that were left behind to point out the direction for Lin Xu to move forward. For humans at that time, high-dimensional items were not considered precious things, so leaving a high-dimensional item was naturally nothing. And humans don't have to worry that the Apocalypse will covet this high-dimensional item. Maybe in the eyes of ordinary civilizations, high-dimensional items are magical. But in the eyes of the Apocalypse, who were once a high-dimensional civilization, it's just that. Although they are now reduced in dimension, it's still easy to use high-dimensional organs to make a few high-dimensional items. In this way, the Skylark entered the interior of the galaxy in the blink of an eye at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. Lin Xu deliberately did not activate the various stealth facilities on the Skylark, which was considered to be an open announcement of his arrival. However, even so, because the Skylark was too fast, the radars of various spacecraft along the way only had time to detect a high-speed aircraft passing by. But they didn't even capture the appearance of the Skylark. Captain, a super-fast aircraft was spotted passing by. Such a fast speed, 1,000 times the speed of light, right? Could it be the God's family who has such technology? A family member has come to the Asando's territory? Forget it, it's none of our business. We are just transporting goods. Continue the original route, but be careful not to collide with a family member. Similar conversations were basically heard from various spaceships entering the galaxy from outside the galaxy. Of course, the god they were talking about was naturally the Apocalypse. Lin Xu didn't know that he was actually recognized as a family member of the Apocalypse. While the passing spacecraft captured the shadow of the Skylark, the early warning system of the Asando people throughout the periphery of the galaxy also discovered the existence of the Skylark, which was not hidden. Although the entire galaxy is the pasture of the Apocalypse, and all civilizations are under the supervision of the Apocalypse, but wars between civilizations still exist. Especially the wars between servant civilizations. As long as it is not genocide, the Apocalypse will not care if there is a limited amount of real fighting between them for the sake of competing for interests. Therefore, the Asando people naturally developed a strong military force. It can even be said that the Asando people were eager to spread rumors about humans and defect to the Apocalypse clan. In addition to being afraid of being liquidated by the Apocalypse clan, a big reason is that since humans left, many servants races belonging to the Apocalypse clan have begun to covet the former servants races of humans. However, before the Apocalypse clan made a statement, these servants races did not dare to do anything. But it still put a lot of pressure on the Asando people. This is also one of the reasons that prompted the Asando people to completely betray humans. Super high-speed aircraft? 1,000 times the speed of light? Is it the adults of the clan? The Prime Minister, who had just finished a meeting and returned home to rest, received a report from the outer warning system of the galaxy as soon as he sat down. A signal has been sent to inquire, but the other party has not responded. The people below don't know whether to intercept it now. What do you think? The attendant stood beside the Prime Minister and asked the commander's opinion. Tell the people below not to intercept. With a speed 1,000 times the speed of light, it must not be a spaceship sent by other servants races to attack. It can only be the adults of the familiar. Although I don't know why the other party did not reply to the message, maybe the other party came with some secret mission this time. The Prime Minister was puzzled. Until the attendant reminded him. Someone below speculated that it might be a human spaceship. Human? Is it the information from the Great Speaker? Have humans really returned? Even if humans have returned, they have found their former subordinates as soon as they came back. Are they really not afraid that the Apocalypse clan will be dissatisfied with them? The Prime Minister frowned and thought. He didn't understand. Logically speaking, humans have just returned. Even if they have obtained the forgiveness of the Apocalypse clan, should it be time to behave themselves? How dare they run to the former subordinates who have defected to the Apocalypse clan and show off their power in such a big way? This is completely disregarding the Apocalypse clan. The Prime Minister didn't think that humans would be so unwise. Then do we still need to send that spaceship directly over? The attendant asked again. Let it go. It's just a spaceship. Even if it's really human, what can it do? The Prime Minister thought about it and finally decided to let the spaceship come directly instead of intercepting it. At the same time, Lin Xu on the Skylark was also a little strange. He had come in so brazenly, and he didn't even hide a signal. He was almost above the Asando people's home planet, but the Asando people didn't react at all. Although even if they really sent a warship to intercept, with the speed of the Skylark at 1,000 times the speed of light, it might not be able to stop it. But it was an attitude after all. Lord Lin Xu, the other side sent another message, asking about our identity and whether we are the followers of the Apocalypse clan. Miss Qiu's tone was a little stiff, and it was obvious that she was dissatisfied with the information she received. Still asking if we are the followers of the Apocalypse clan? They have completely forgotten the identification signals of humans. Lin Xu said unhappily. After the Skylark removed all the disguises, the various data displayed during the flight process could be basically recognized by anyone who had ever known human civilization. These were data parameters belonging to humans. It's like when a submarine is on the seabed, the model of the submarine can be identified by the sonar frequency alone. The spacecrafts made by various civilizations also have similar unique identification codes, but now it is obvious that the Asando people have completely forgotten the flight parameters belonging to humans. It is also possible that they took the initiative to delete a lot of information related to humans in order to show their loyalty to the Apocalypse clan. Unfortunately, their loyalty is destined to be performed to the blind. It was not until the Skylark had arrived above the Apocalypse clan's home planet that a hesitant signal of inquiry came from below. Lord Lin Xu, the other party asked us if we are human. Miss Qiu relayed the content of the signal. Answer them, humans are back. Lin Xu was also dissatisfied and replied. So in an instant, the home planet of the Asando people below seemed to be mute, and no signal came for a while. What's going on? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. It can't be that they were scared. Lu Yao thought for a while and said. At this moment, on the home planet of the Asando people, a group of congressmen who had just finished a meeting and left the venue. Before he walked far, he was urgently called back. This time, they were not discussing the intelligence about the return of humans. Instead, they were discussing what to do now that humans had come to their doorstep. The members of parliament were arguing in the parliament. As the prime minister, he could not just argue like the members of parliament. The prime minister, who had just sat at home for a few minutes, quickly summoned his staff and began to discuss how to deal with the problem of humans. And first of all, it was the issue of address. Prime Minister, I think we should first calm down. Even if humans come back, so what? Times have changed. We are now their servants. We don't have to be afraid of them. That's right. We can no longer call humans masters as we used to, nor can we call ourselves servants. We must tell humans openly that we are Asando people, and we are equal to humans. We are now servants of the Apocalypse clan, and humans can no longer interfere with us. Very good, then you will be the one to make preliminary negotiations with humans later. The Prime Minister looked at the young man who had just made an impassioned speech with satisfaction, and suddenly felt relieved. I will never disappoint you, Prime Minister. The young man's face flushed instantly, and he was very excited. Being looked at differently by the Prime Minister might be the beginning of his meteoric rise, so he must not let the Prime Minister down. The young man decided secretly. While the high-level departments on the entire planet had not yet reached a conclusion, Lin Xu and others in the skylark above the planet had lost their patience to wait any longer. Master Lin Xu, we can't just wait like this, can we? Are they deliberately ignoring us? Nanzu raised his hand and said obediently. Let's go. Lin Xu stood up and walked outside the skylark. Where are we going? Nanzu hurriedly followed and asked at the same time. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao also followed. Of course, I'm going to get the storage device. I've seen where the storage device is. I can just go and get it back. Lin Xu said with a faint smile on his face. See? So the storage device is really a high-dimensional item. Nanzu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Lin Xu saw the high-dimensional item from a high-dimensional perspective. There is only one high-dimensional item on this planet, that's right. Lin Xu said happily. Although the item has not yet arrived, since Lin Xu has seen it, it can't run away. Of course it's worth being happy. Fortunately, they didn't store the item somewhere else. Nanzu also said with relief. The latest novels are first published on Liu Jiu. The other people also looked much more relaxed. As long as they can find the route map left by humans and continue the next voyage, nothing else matters. They probably don't know that humans are back, or they just found out not long ago, so they don't have time to hide it. Lu Yao guessed. I think even if they knew that humans were back, they would only hide the storage more tightly on the mother planet, and would not hide it somewhere outside the mother planet. Who knew that? Miss Qiu suddenly said. Everyone thought about it, it seemed to be true, and the Asando people didn't know how terrible humans are now. Whether there are high-dimensional objects on a planet, you can tell by looking at it. In this way, several people left the skylark, and Lin Xu raised his hand to put the skylark into his personal space. Then several people flew directly downwards, and in the blink of an eye they arrived above the capital of the Asando people. Of course, Lin Xu and others didn't know that this was the capital of the Asando people, and they didn't care. Lin Xu just saw the storage device and placed it deep underground in the city. When the skylark just disappeared, the radar that had been detecting the skylark outside the planet immediately issued an alarm. The person in charge of monitoring reported the information to the upper level as soon as possible. What do you mean? Disappeared? That's a spaceship, how could it disappear for no reason? The Prime Minister was in a bad mood when facing the latest news. But the satellite radar has indeed detected no trace of the other party. The attendant reported with his head down. Human technology is still above ours. Could it be that they saw that we didn't respond for a long time, so they directly interfered with our detection signal? Someone speculated. Reply immediately and say that we invite humans to meet here in the capital. The Prime Minister ordered immediately. Now things can't be delayed any longer. If humans do something unexpected, even the Prime Minister may have to take the blame. However, after the reply was sent, no reply was received. It was not until a moment later that the somewhat anxious Prime Minister saw a staff member running in a hurry. Prime Minister, the Doomsday Bunker sent an urgent message that the Doomsday Bunker was invaded. The invaders are about to reach the location of the supercomputer. Our defense facilities can't stop the invaders at all. Suddenly, the Prime Minister felt that his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Doomsday Bunker. Several staff members who didn't understand the situation looked at each other, but they didn't know what the Doomsday Bunker was. Humans are actually here to take back that thing? That thing was clearly handed over to us 10,000 years ago. How dare they take it back? Aren't they afraid of causing a conflict and making the Apocalypse clan unhappy? The Prime Minister roared manically. Prime Minister, the speaker has called to ask, what should we do now? Another staff member ran in and asked. Prepare the holographic projection facilities and project my image into the Doomsday Bunker. I will personally talk to the invading humans. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and said. So a moment later, in an underground palace hundreds of meters underground in the capital, Lin Xu had just removed an alloy door and saw a huge machine placed on a high platform inside the door. The instrument looked as big as a house, with various lines connected around it, spreading in all directions. Some of those lines extended into the walls, some extended into the ceiling, and some extended into the ground. But it can be seen that the instrument is the core of everything. But Lin Xu frowned slightly when he looked at the instrument. Isn't it just a storage device? Why is it so big? Lin Xu looked at the room-sized facility and was stunned. No, it's not. Lin Xu shook his head. It's not. Lin Xu was surprised, because Lin Xu couldn't have found the wrong one. Inside this thing, the core is the memory. They have expanded too many things outside the memory. Lin Xu said helplessly. Is this using the memory as something similar to a chip? Lin Xu thought about it and then reacted. That's probably it. Lin Xu nodded. At this moment, a holographic projection of light was projected from the wall, and not far from Lin Xu and his companions, several holographic projections appeared. It was the Prime Minister and his several staff members. Human, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? The Prime Minister said to Lin Xu first. His voice was so resounding, and his brows were frowned seriously, giving people a sense of majesty. Did you cause a big disaster? Can you explain it clearly? Lin Xu, who didn't want to pay attention to the other party, was aroused by the words of this serious gentleman. He was very curious about what kind of trouble humans had caused. Human, I know that our Asando tribe was once a servant race of humans, but now we have been accepted by the great true God, the Apocalypse tribe, and have become a servant race of the Apocalypse tribe. The contract between us has long been invalidated. You are now stealing the items of the great servant race of the Apocalypse tribe. This is a serious provocation and blasphemy to the Apocalypse tribe. I hope you can stop and don't try to challenge the dignity of the Apocalypse tribe. The Prime Minister said earnestly, as if he was doing this for the good of you humans. Lin Xu's only reaction was to change his face strangely, and at the same time look up and down at the Prime Minister. Including Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, they also looked strange when they heard each other's words. But the expressions of the crowd in the eyes of the Prime Minister were a kind of encouragement. Looking at the struggling and anxious expressions of these humans, it is obvious that they don't want to offend the Apocalypse tribe. The plan works. Well, after all, we were once the servants of humans. Considering that humans took good care of us, if you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. How about that? The Prime Minister continued to speak earnestly. But Lin Xu just shook his head, as if he was too lazy to continue arguing with the fool, and turned to walk towards the huge machine on the platform that was the size of a room. Human, what are you going to do? If you don't stop, you will be in big trouble, do you know that? The Prime Minister's face changed, and he immediately stopped him in a stern voice. I'm curious about something. Lin Xu's steps suddenly paused, and he asked curiously. What are you curious about? The Prime Minister's forehead was covered with sweat. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Xu destroy the supercomputer. This was the most important treasure for the Asando people to develop to this point. If it was destroyed, he, the Prime Minister, would have to step down immediately. I know that in order to distance yourself from humans, you may have deleted a lot of records about humans, but you won't even forget that this thing was temporarily placed here by humans, right? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Lin Xu's words made the Prime Minister a little embarrassed. But as a Prime Minister, To climb to this position, he must first learn to be shameless, so he quickly adjusted his expression and continued. Of course we know that this was given to our tribe by humans, but since humans gave it to us, it is ours now, and even humans can't take it back. The Prime Minister said with a loud voice, changing the concept. Even the staff standing beside him looked at him with admiration and applauded him. Give? Who said that? I just asked you to keep it, not give it to you. Lin Xu said dissatisfiedly. I don't know where you got the news from, but my clan clearly recorded that this is what humans gave to our clan. The Apocalypse clan also knows about this. I advise humans not to make mistakes. The Prime Minister once again threatened the Apocalypse clan. Does it make sense to play such a word game? Lin Xu sighed. Word game? I don't understand what you are saying. The Prime Minister knew the essence of playing dumb. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, any sophistry is meaningless. Lin Xu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and his body slowly rose up and came to the platform. Stop, human, stop. In the Prime Minister's hoarse shout. Lin Xu pointed his finger forward. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The huge machine on the platform was broken. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 174 What is despair? No, you will be cursed, you will go to hell, you damned humans. The holographic projection of the Prime Minister screamed hysterically. She no longer had the reserved and noble feeling she pretended to have, but instead looked like a street shrew. But that's normal, isn't that what politicians do? Lin Xu completely ignored the Prime Minister's desperate screams. When the explosion just started, the fragments splashed in all directions, and the palm stretched forward. The nanorbit had rolled up a small area of the explosion core and landed in Lin Xu's palm. It was a small memory the size of a USB flash drive. This memory is a high-dimensional item with high-dimensional power. Although it is just a memory, because of the high-dimensional power, it has a computing power that far exceeds the computing power of the top supercomputers of ordinary races. That's why it was used as a supercomputer by the Asando people. But in fact, the original function of the memory was just to record the coordinates left by humans 10,000 years ago. So Lin Xu put the memory into his personal space, and Zhengxing would extract the data in the memory to know where the next destination of the human beings 10,000 years ago was. Seeing the memory, which was a high-dimensional item, being taken away by Lin Xu, the Prime Minister on the other side of the holographic projection had his eyes wide open. Put it down, damn human beings, you are in big trouble, you are in big trouble, I am definitely not talking, you are finished. The Prime Minister slammed the table and shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Xu on the other side could no longer see it, because the image projected by the holographic projection had been destroyed in the explosion, and the image of the Prime Minister could no longer be transmitted to Lin Xu. Damn human beings, send out troops immediately, catch them for me, and never let them take the core of the supercomputer away. The Prime Minister slammed another vase and ordered loudly. Around him, various staff members ran in and out, and the staff watched, and no one dared to speak. Under the order of the Prime Minister, the troops near the entire capital were mobilized, and even the troops on the entire mother planet, including the space fleet, began to cruise in the starry sky, looking for the spaceship carrying humans. These cruising spaceships are full of confidence and are determined to find humans and teach them a lesson. After all, humans are just a small spaceship. Obviously, these Asando people 10,000 years later, after their ancestors deleted all kinds of information about humans, have begun to gradually recognize the gap between themselves and humans. Lin Xu, who got the memory underground, did not pay attention to these things. Zhengxing did detect it, but did not report it. After all, such insignificant trivial matters also need to be reported. Lin Xu will be annoyed to death all day, so Zhengxing basically solves trivial matters by himself, and at most reports it to Miss Qiu. At the same time, Zhengxing was reporting another matter. The data stored in the memory was exported in just a blink of an eye. So just after getting the memory, Zhengxing immediately reported the reading results. Master, the next target galaxy of mankind is 10 million light-years away. 10 million light-years away, it seems that the humans at that time also wanted to stay as far away from the Apocalypse clan as possible. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. At that time, humans must have had a certain degree of awe for the Apocalypse clan, so since they chose to leave, they must stay away from the Apocalypse clan. And in the eyes of Lin Xu now, The awe of humans back then seems a bit sad. After all, humans have reached a height that was incredible in the eyes of the former self. Master Lin Xu, can we set off again soon? Lin Xu came over and asked. It's time to set off. Lin Xu nodded. Now that the coordinates of the next step have been obtained, there is no need to stay in this galaxy that is under the control of the Apocalypse clan everywhere. What about the Asan people? Miss Qiu asked proactively. Obviously, she didn't want to let this civilization go. The Asan people, they are not very confident. Will the Apocalypse clan protect them? Lin Xu thought for a while and said. That's right, I don't know where all these delusions come from. Lin Xu recalled the confident look of the Prime Minister just now, and still felt that the other party looked more and more like a fool. Then let the Apocalypse tribe help solve it. I'm really too lazy to get entangled with them. Lin Xu smiled and shook his head. Lin Xu and Miss Qiu's eyes lit up when they heard it. Lord Lin Xu, you are not only killing people, but also destroying their hearts. Lin Xu smiled with a look of I really like it. Miss Qiu also showed a satisfied expression. Only Liu Yao looked at Lin Xu in surprise, with an expression of I didn't know you could be so bad when you are bad. Then, several people left the deep underground of the Asando capital. On the way, they naturally encountered many obstacles again, but for several people, they didn't even need to take action. They just held up the shield and walked up easily. Then they took out the Skylark and launched it into the air, leaving the surface of the planet. Prime Minister, we have found the trace of the human spaceship. We don't know where they hide it. Now they are driving it and preparing to leave. Should we destroy the human spaceship? Destroy it immediately and take back the supercomputer core. The Prime Minister was immediately refreshed and gave a loud order. But, if we destroy the spaceship, will the supercomputer core be damaged? An aide whispered. Don't worry, the supercomputer core has never had any problems in the wars over the past 10,000 years. It's not because of good luck, but because the supercomputer core cannot be destroyed at all. I don't know where the humans got such treasures back then. It is said that even the Apocalypse clan members rarely have such good things. The Prime Minister was proud when he mentioned this. Because they, the Asando people, have treasures that are rare among the clans. Prime Minister, if we destroy the human spaceship, what if the humans want to retaliate on a large scale? Another aide worried. It's okay. I have reported this to the elders of the clan, and asked the elders of the clan to report it to the Apocalypse clan. With the protection of the Apocalypse clan, humans dare not take large-scale actions against us. At this point, the Prime Minister was in pain, because in order to ask the clan to report to the Apocalypse clan, the reward given was an astronomical figure. On the other hand, the Skylark, which left the surface of the planet, was soon intercepted by countless warships. The warships of the Asando people looked tall and mighty, and each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. The flagship was even hundreds of thousands of meters long. It can be said that it is worthy of being a civilization that can develop the ability of curvature navigation. Such a civilization, placed in some of the river systems that Lin Xu had visited before, can also be regarded as a high-level civilization. It's just that the Apocalypse clan in this river system, as a former high-dimensional civilization, is still enough to go against the sky among ordinary civilizations, even if it has been reduced in dimension, so it seems that the Asando people are not very good. But in fact, the Asando people are still very powerful and have great potential, otherwise they would not have been chosen as a servant race by humans. However, this former servant race now points its guns at humans. Boom boom boom, all kinds of large-caliber naval guns fired at the Skylark. Most of them shot directly into the air, and even the few that hit the Skylark only caused ripples around the Skylark, and even failed to break the layer of shield around the Skylark, and the energy fired by the naval guns dissipated. The fleet was originally full of confidence, thinking that it was just attacking a small spaceship 100 meters long. The commanders rubbed their eyes one by one, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Isn't it just a small spaceship? How did it block the bombardment of the naval guns? And it didn't seem to be affected at all? And then, the Skylark's counterattack arrived. I saw ripples in the space around the Skylark, and then a series of energy beams from nowhere bombarded from the space. Just one blow directly blasted the countless warships intercepted in front of the Skylark into pieces. Thousands of giant ships of 10,000 meters long, and even flagships of hundreds of thousands of meters. All of them turned into cosmic dust in this bombardment. The skylark passed through the ruins left by the explosion so lightly, and disappeared into the starry sky at a speed 1,000 times the speed of light. Soon, the roar of the Prime Minister was heard again in the Prime Minister's residence. What did you say? You said that the other side's counterattack caused half of the fleet to be destroyed? Are you serious? That's half of the fleet. Prime Minister, the fleet commander just sent a report that the fleet suffered too much loss and has lost its combat effectiveness. The staff could only bite the bullet and continue to report. It was just a small spaceship, just a small spaceship. The Prime Minister's voice trembled a little, and there was fear on his face that could not be concealed. He finally understood a little bit now, why humans 10,000 years ago were qualified to be on an equal footing with the Apocalypse Clan. That was not due to the mercy of the Apocalypse Clan. Prime Minister, the parliamentarians asked, what should we do next? Another staff member rushed in and asked, it's okay, it's okay. We have the protection of the apocalypse. We did underestimate humans, but so what? With the protection of the apocalypse, what can humans do to us? After the Prime Minister calmed down, he gradually regained his confidence. Yes, humans must know this, so they just taught us a lesson. Otherwise, with what we have done, humans can destroy us directly. The staff next to him also nodded in agreement. So the staff started discussing again. I wonder if we can get the supercomputer back by relying on the pressure of the apocalypse. We have to make humans compensate for our losses this time. Yes, humans have gone too far this time. We must unite many servants races to put pressure on us. We can't just let it go. Everyone said something, as if they had completely controlled humans. The Prime Minister also listened to the discussion of the staff, nodding from time to time, thinking that what everyone said was still very reasonable. On the other side, Lin Xu, who had already left the galaxy, did not fly far before he encountered several starfish swimming and leaping in the starry sky. The starfishes slowed down after seeing the skylark. The skylark also stopped. The skylark was only 100 meters long, and the starfishes were the size of several planets. The size ratio of the two sides was very different. But at this moment, it seemed as if they were meeting each other in the starry sky. Lin Xu and his companions walked out of the skylark. The starfishes the size of several planets on the opposite side, like a continent, flew out of Daisy and her family. Sorry, I have to trouble you. Lin Xu nodded and greeted. Before leaving the Asando home planet, Lin Xu had already sent a hyperspace communication to Daisy, so Daisy came here specially. It's a small matter, but I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Daisy said indifferently. It seemed that the matter that determined the fate of a civilization was really just a small matter. Yes, but this time we said goodbye, and it may not be so easy to meet again. Lin Xu smiled and said. Find a route for humans to leave. Are you leaving? Daisy heard what Lin Xu meant. Yes, it's time to go. Lin Xu nodded. Have a safe trip. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Thank you. Finally, there's something I should tell you. Daisy hesitated for a moment, then said. What is it? Lin Xu was puzzled. In fact, in recent years, some members of the Apocalypse tribe did not think highly of the path we are taking now, so they chose to leave this river system and find their own way. Or, they were simply discouraged and exiled themselves. Daisy explained. I can understand. Lin Xu nodded. Some of these people's ideas are indeed too extreme. If you meet them in the future, it would be best if you can get along peacefully. If you can't get along peacefully, then give them some dignity. Daisy didn't mean to plead for those people. I just simply feel that if there is a conflict between my tribesmen who have left and Lin Xu, it is impossible for them to win. I just hope that they can lose gracefully and not bring shame to the Apocalypse tribe. After all, Lin Xu is a real high-dimensional creature, while my tribesmen are poor creatures who don't know whether they can find a supplement for the high-dimensional energy of their high-dimensional organs after leaving. How can they win this way? Don't worry, I think I am quite easygoing and will not easily conflict with others. Lin Xu smiled and comforted. Both parties nodded to each other and said goodbye. Lin Xu boarded the skylark and left. Daisy returned to the starfish to complete the last thing Lin Xu asked. On the skylark, Nanzhu lay on the porthole and watched the starfish leap away, gradually approaching the Asando star system. Lord Lin Xu, she brought the starfish here, isn't it for want? Nanzhu hesitated and asked. It seems so. Lin Xu nodded. But didn't we just ask her to help teach the Asando people a lesson? Maybe the lesson she understands is different from what we understand. Well, we can only blame the Asando people for what they have done. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, and then stopped thinking about it. Because the Skylark has begun to prepare for the jump. This time the goal is 10 million light years away, and it will be another long voyage. At the same time, the early warning system deployed by the Asando people on the periphery of the galaxy has also discovered several starfish that are rapidly heading towards the galaxy. In fact, there is no need for the early warning system to discover it. The naked eye can see it alone. Even if it is delayed for a period of time due to the speed of light, it can still be clearly seen that the starfish, which is as big as a planet, has arrived at the edge of the galaxy. Oh my god, the Apocalypse Clan, it's the Apocalypse Clan, hurry up, report to the higher-ups, do you want to intercept it? As soon as the intelligence officer said this, he was directly rewarded with a big beating by his superior. You're out of your mind, intercept? That's the apocalypse, what can you do to intercept? Report quickly, and prepare to welcome them after reporting. So, without any orders from their superiors, all the staff on the outermost planet of the galaxy took action to prepare for the arrival of the apocalypse. Although everyone knew that the apocalypse might not come to this planet at all, and they couldn't see them even if they were so busy cleaning, since they had been ordered to do it, they should just clean up. At the same time, the Prime Minister, who was still accepting questions from the parliamentarians and was in a state of panic, also received the news and was immediately refreshed. Members of the parliament, the apocalypse is here, and I said that the apocalypse will never forgive humans for this kind of behavior. What do you think? The apocalypse is here in person now, which means that the apocalypse wants to support us and suppress humans. As long as we follow the trend, we can definitely get our supercomputer back, and maybe even get compensation from humans. The Prime Minister spoke to the parliamentarians with a red face. The ugly look on his face when he was questioned just now was no longer seen. The congressmen were also looking at each other. Some were full of joy because of the arrival of the apocalypse. Some were full of doubts, wondering if the apocalypse would really come out, especially because of the Asando people. Do we Asando people have such a big face? In short, the apocalypse people will always receive them. So everyone didn't even have time to go home to prepare. The Prime Minister, the Speaker, and a group of congressmen boarded a spaceship that was always on standby and rushed to the edge of the galaxy to welcome the apocalypse. At the same time, the starfish had already swam into the interior of the galaxy, swimming between one planet after another. The fish eyes stared at the planets, but under the restraint of Daisy, they did not move. The Asando people living on these planets, facing the huge red fish in the starry sky above their heads, some cheered enthusiastically, while others felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. There were also some businessmen who came here to do business, as if they smelled something bad, and even didn't want the goods. They got on the spaceship and urged their men to leave quickly. Leave this place of right and wrong. At the same time, the bigwigs of the Asando who came to see the bigwigs of the Apocalypse Clan became more and more uneasy the closer they got to the huge body of the starfish. A question gradually arose in everyone's mind. Did the Apocalypse Clan really come because of the conflict between themselves and humans? The red glow on the Prime Minister's face when he just made an impassioned speech in the parliament disappeared, and instead he looked uneasy. Finally, compared to the starfish, a 10,000-meter-long spaceship, which was as big as an ant, arrived near a starfish. A clan member flew over first and signaled the spaceship to stop. So the spaceship stopped immediately, and a group of parliamentarians put on power armor and left the spaceship. Relying on the power sprayed by the power armor, they stumbled to the side of the clan in the universe, and then saluted the clan member. The clan member looked at the group of Asando who could be said to be daring, and his face was full of mixed feelings. You dare to mess with humans, you are also daring. But he didn't say anything, just nodded, and flew towards the head of the starfish with these bigwigs. The Prime Minister and many parliamentarians hurriedly followed in power armor. Just like that, a moment later, they came behind Daisy, who was standing next to the eyes of the starfish, overlooking a planet in front. So the Prime Minister and a group of congressmen immediately saluted Daisy, but Daisy ignored them. This made everyone feel more and more uneasy. I'm curious about one thing. Why do you think that the Apocalypse tribe will conflict with humans because of you? Daisy asked, puzzled. This is also the only reason why she is waiting for these people here, because she really wants an answer. Sound cannot be transmitted in the universe, but Daisy's voice is directly transmitted to the inside of their power armor. The Prime Minister and a group of congressmen looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. At the same time, they didn't know whether what they said could be heard by Daisy across the universe. It was also at this time that the voice of the leading family member sounded in the power armor, reminding them to speak directly. So the Prime Minister spoke on behalf of the Asando people. My people have been protected by the apocalypse for 10,000 years. We know that the apocalypse is fair and strict, and will never allow our servants to be bullied by outsiders. The Prime Minister said firmly. He won the admiring gazes of all the parliamentarians. Protected for 10,000 years? When did the apocalypse protect you? Daisy wondered. In an instant, all the parliamentarians, including the Prime Minister, widened their eyes. No, I don't understand what you mean. The Prime Minister said in a trembling voice. 10,000 years ago, you were the servant race of mankind. Even if humans left, my apocalypse still abided by the covenant with humans and took care of the servants' races of both sides. That's all. You have never been the servants of the apocalypse. I wonder if you have made a mistake. Daisy said lightly. But her words sounded like a bolt from the blue to the ears of the Asando high-level officials. Impossible, this is impossible. The apocalypse clearly destroyed all the nanorbits back then. The Prime Minister was the first to react. There are differences between us, but it doesn't mean that we have completely fallen out. Daisy still didn't look back. Then why did we spread rumors that humans are demons? The Prime Minister's face turned pale. That is a matter between humans and their servants. We only need to take care of your safety, but we will not interfere in your affairs. Daisy continued. The Prime Minister was stunned. Daisy also shook her head. There was nothing to ask. Then, the starfish beside Daisy seemed to have received a signal. In an instant, the whole fish became excited, like a hound that had obtained permission from its owner, and pounced on the planet in front. And watching the starfish open its huge mouth like a black hole, swallowing the planet that the Asando people had colonized and built for thousands of years. The Prime Minister and a group of congressmen have been controlled by fear. They can only look at this scene in despair, speechless. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 175 Superpower Technology Civilization. No, please forgive us. The Prime Minister only had time to blurt out this sentence in his eyes full of fear. Then he saw the huge mouth of the starfish like a black hole, swallowing the planet where countless Asandis still lived. In the eyes of ordinary races, the apocalypse has always been synonymous with coldness and lack of mercy. Perhaps in Lin Xu's eyes, the apocalypse is more like a pauper who can't let go of the glory of the past. But that's because humans have become high-dimensional creatures, standing on a high place and looking down, the scenery they see is naturally different. For ordinary races, the apocalypse is always so high above, although it has fallen from the high dimension, it is still unattainable. Apocalypse. No, this is not true. It's over, everything is over. A group of parliamentarians in power armor, not far behind Daisy, were stunned, staring at the scene of the planet being swallowed as if they had lost their souls. Then, the starfish that had just swallowed a planet seemed to burp, and then swam towards another planet. At the same time, the rest of the starfish also swam towards several other planets. It seemed that they wanted to eat all the planets in the entire galaxy. This included the home planet of the Asando people. At the same time, people on countless planets in the galaxy also witnessed the scene of a planet being swallowed through various astronomical telescopes and live broadcasts. At the same time, they also noticed the scene of the starfish coming towards their own planet. So in an instant, countless people on countless planets, not only the Asando people, but also those who came to trade, went crazy at this moment. Run quickly, we must leave this planet. What kind of goods are these? It's more important to escape. Who dares to block the way? Open fire quickly, and kill those who block the way. Boom, boom, boom. Before the starfish arrived, various explosions were heard continuously on the planets. Even a mushroom cloud rose from time to time on the planet. Great God, why do you want to destroy your pious people? Don't run away, this is God's destruction, there is no escape, this is our fate. Why? Our race has suffered all this, we have already believed in the apocalypse. Are the gods punishing us because we once followed humans? But that was a long time ago. Many ordinary Asando people don't know what happened. Daisy didn't explain to the Asando people why everything happened. She specially summoned the Prime Minister and others just to resolve her own doubts. Now that the doubts have been resolved, that's enough. As for the doubts of ordinary Asando people, Daisy is not interested in understanding, nor is she interested in resolving their doubts. As the saying goes, what does it have to do with you to kill you? She doesn't care whether these ordinary Asando people can know the truth before they die. Just like crushing insects on the roadside, you won't care about what the insects think. No, Apocalypse, you are devils, you are demons. One of the congressmen not far behind Daisy looked at the starfish, opened his huge mouth towards the home planet of the Asando people, and finally couldn't help but explode. At the same time, the power armor spurted out airflow under his feet and rushed towards Daisy, looking like he was going to die together. Unfortunately, all this was meaningless. Before he rushed to Daisy, the family who had just led the way for them waved their hands. The congressman and his power armor were easily thrown out for an unknown distance, and then exploded in the universe. The whole person turned into fragments among the stars. But the rest of the congressmen, including the Prime Minister, no longer paid attention to his death. Because their eyes were all firmly locked on the death of the home planet. They looked at the home planet of the Asando people with despair, and the countless Asando people living on it were swallowed by the starfish, became the food of the starfish, and disappeared forever in the universe. Soon, all the planets in this galaxy except the stars disappeared in the mouths of the starfish. Only some spaceships that took off from the planets at the last minute and escaped, as well as spaceships that were already parked in the universe, escaped. And these spaceships that escaped were desperately fleeing to the outside of this galaxy, where only stars were left. Even though the starfish did not show any interest in these ant-sized spaceships, they were still dominated by fear and used up their last bit of strength to escape from this completely extinct galaxy. The starfish had returned to Daisy's side and even wagged its tail to please her. "Let's go," Daisy said lightly. Then the whole person flew into the pupils of the starfish beside him. Several family members followed immediately. It seemed that they had completely forgotten the many congressmen and the Prime Minister who were still standing in the void of the universe. Wait. The Prime Minister only came back to his senses at this time from the huge shock that the Asando people had been completely exterminated. He didn't understand why he wanted to call Daisy. Then, Daisy didn't stop at all, and her family naturally wouldn't stop either. Just like that, Daisy led her family into the eyes of the starfish, and then several starfish left this completely destroyed galaxy with only one star left. Wait, why is all this happening? Why? The Prime Minister finally roared. It's a pity that everything is meaningless. Including many members of Parliament, they are alone in the universe. It wasn't until an unknown amount of time had passed that the starfish had completely disappeared, and the members of Parliament finally came back to their senses from the blankness of their brains after the destruction of civilization. Will we die here? Someone smiled bitterly. It's good to die here. Yes, I'll go first, see you later. As he said that, the man directly opened the helmet of the power armor. In an instant, the pressure in his body crushed his body, and his entire body wrapped in the power armor died quickly. There were also people desperately calling for help. Unfortunately, there are no spaceships here anymore. All the spaceships have already fled this terrible area. I'm afraid they won't come back for a long time. They can only survive with power armor. After exhausting the oxygen in the power armor, they are destined to die. Those who choose to commit suicide may be happier, or not. Lord Lin Xu, I received a video file from Daisy. Do you need to see it? Miss Qiu checked the hyperspace communication device and reported to Lin Xu. What kind of data? Lin Xu asked. The video file of the destruction of the Asando people. Miss Qiu replied. Is it over? Nanzu was surprised. It's so fast. Miss Qiu was also a little surprised. Although she had guessed what Daisy wanted to do, she didn't expect it to be so decisive. The Skylark had just left for a short time, and it was over there. Forget it, I won't watch it. Archive it. If you want to watch it, you can go and see it yourself. Lin Xu waved his hand and said. I won't watch it either. There's nothing good to see. Nanzu also shook his head and said. Miss Qiu didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. Finally, Miss Qiu filed the video file, and then everyone forgot about it. Perhaps in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, this video file will never be used. The Asando race has completely disappeared in the universe. Perhaps only some of the Asando survivors who are stranded outside can still remember their race. But at most, after a few generations, these descendants will completely forget their origins. There are no more Asando in the universe. Lin Xu and others on the Skylark also set out on a long voyage again after getting the next route of mankind. This time the target is a galaxy 10 million light-years away. Calculated at the current speed of the Skylark, which can jump 1,000 light-years a day. This voyage will take about 10,000 days, or maybe more. Converted to 27.5 years. Compared with the hundreds of years that each voyage took before, this time is not far at all. Think about it carefully. At that time, hundreds of years only crossed a few light-years, or even hundreds of light-years, or thousands of light-years. Now it only takes 27.5 years to cross tens of millions of light-years. Lin Xu could only sigh that the times had changed. In this way, after arriving at the river system where the Apocalypse clan was located in the 11,509th year of the sailing calendar and staying for a short time, Lin Xu set out on a long voyage again. He also left in the 11,509th year of the sailing calendar. Along the way, in the first few jumps, he could occasionally see some starry sky fish, and met some Apocalypse clan grazing and greeted them from afar. But until the Skylark left the scope of the river system, the universe returned to loneliness again. Along the way, there were constant jumps, and most of the time they were in the extragalactic space. There was nothing in the dark extragalactic space, and the Skylark kept jumping here alone. Lin Xu and others had already returned to Earth. Every day, they did what they liked. Lu Yao was still doing questions in the library. Lin Xu was wandering around the Earth from all over the world, fishing in the Caribbean today and surviving in the wilderness of the rainforest tomorrow. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Nanzhu is always with Lin Xu, and Miss Qiu occasionally goes to see Lu Yao. Miss Qiu prepares various adventure facilities for Lin Xu. In this way, more than 20 years have passed quickly. In the 11,536th year of the departure calendar, the Skylark has been in the dark universe, crossing a distance of tens of millions of light-years, and is getting closer and closer to the target galaxy. It was at this time that Yinghua routinely reported the briefing during the voyage to Lin Xu. Lin Xu looked at the briefing and found something strange. Hyperspace radar detection has found that there are a large number of nanorobots clustering in the galaxy ahead, and the nanorobots are extremely active. Lin Xu was lying on a bench in a cafe on the Seine River, reading a paragraph of the content in a strange way. Can hyperspace radar detect nanorobots? Nanzhu, who was massaging Lin Xu's back, also looked at the content of the briefing and said strangely, "Normally, it is impossible for hyperspace radar to detect whether there are nanorobots in a certain place. Because nanorobots are too small, scattered in space, that is, the size of atoms, just like some normal particles. The clustering phenomenon can be detected by hyperspace radar, and it is extremely active, and the range is the entire galaxy." Lin Xu muttered to himself. Is it because the nanorobots have spread to the entire galaxy, making the entire galaxy the base camp of nanorobots? Nanzhu added. Speaking of which, although nanorobots can theoretically replicate themselves infinitely until they spread throughout the universe and are everywhere, this is the first time I have encountered an entire galaxy full of nanorobots. Lin Xu recalled the galaxies he had visited and said, in those galaxies, although many places are full of signs of human nanorobots, at most they are within the range of several galaxies. In most places in the galaxy, there is still no trace of nanorobots. Especially between galaxies, the dark and desolate space of the universe is a natural obstacle to the spread of nanorobots. After all, nanorobots need materials to replicate themselves, and the dark and desolate space between galaxies does not have enough material supply. So Lin Xu has never seen a whole galaxy full of nanorobots. Is this done by humans? Nanzhu asked curiously. I don't know, just go and see. Lin Xu said and stood up. Just like that, after more than 20 years, Lin Xu came to the cockpit of the Skylark again. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu followed him. And Lu Yao, who heard the news and came to join in the fun. What's going on? What's going on? I heard that there are nanorobots in front? An entire galaxy? What's the new situation? Lu Yao asked anxiously as soon as she entered the cockpit. It can be seen that she must have been very bored these years. This is the situation. Lin Xu pointed out the porthole. Lu Yao also felt that at this moment, The nanorobots were cheering outside the porthole. They were nanorobots that felt the arrival of Lin Xu, a human, and spontaneously became active. It is a natural phenomenon that can only be felt by those with intermediate authority or above, such as Lin Xu. Well, it can be regarded as a natural phenomenon. After all, along with the dimensionality of human beings, nanorobots endowed with high-dimensional concepts have long been a part of nature. However, Lin Xu was also surprised when she felt the cheers of the nanorobots outside the porthole. This is still the periphery of the galaxy. We haven't really entered the galaxy, right? Is the concentration of nanorobots so high? Lin Xu approached the porthole and observed the outside carefully. The Skylark has arrived at the edge of this galaxy at this time, and some meteorites and other materials have been seen sporadically. But the nearest star is still 100 light-years away. In such an edge of the galaxy, nanorobots have this concentration. The concentration of nanorobots inside the galaxy can be imagined. Living among nanorobots with this concentration, the form of civilization will not change, right? Miss Qiu said worriedly. Indeed, especially in the past, only human beings had low-level permissions for nanorobots, but in the last galaxy, humans have made a new update to nanorobots. Any intelligent creature will naturally have low-level permissions for nanorobots. In this case, it is difficult for a civilization born in an area with such an exaggerated concentration of nanorobots not to be affected, right? Lin Xu started thinking. In this case, why do humans do this? Humans never like to interfere with the development of civilization. Lin Xu was puzzled. It's useless to think so much, just go and take a look. Lin Xu said simply. Yes, you will know if you go and take a look. Lin Xu also nodded. Then, under Lin Xu's command, Yinghe quickly found the nearest galaxy with signs of civilization. It was a galaxy 500 light-years away. The location of the galaxy has been separated from the edge of the galaxy and is close to the interior of the galaxy. So the Skylark jumped directly to that galaxy. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the edge of the galaxy. Looking from a distance, you can see the prosperous scene inside the entire galaxy. Various spaceships were operating between the planets. On some planets that were obviously not the home planets of civilizations, there were also a large number of buildings. It was obvious that this civilization had developed to a certain extreme of civilization within the galaxy. From time to time, you could even see spaceships sailing in curvature, leaving and arriving at the galaxy. It was obvious that this galaxy also had exchanges with the civilizations of other galaxies. This seems to be a very normal civilization, and it has not been led astray by the nanorobots that can be seen everywhere. Lin Xu lay on the porthole, looking outside with a look of relief. Take another look. Lin Xu gestured. Then Lin Xu saw that on a spaceship in a distant galaxy, a figure who was obviously only wearing simple protective clothing was lying on the outside of the spaceship, looking like he was repairing some kind of fault. The man was seen moving briskly on the spaceship with skills that flesh and blood creatures would not have under normal circumstances. Even from a distance, Lin Xu could see from that figure that he was using the power of nanorobots. Well, it seems to be a little abnormal, but it's not a big one. At most, it's a technological civilization where ordinary people have superpowers or superpowers. At least the technological development is still mainstream and has not deviated too far. Lin Xu nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, get closer. Lin Xu began to be a little curious about this civilization. In the process of the development of technological civilization, abilities similar to superpowers and superpowers have appeared. How will the scientific development of this civilization continue? Will it go astray? Lin Xu was very curious about this. In this way, the Skylark's various concealed devices were turned on, and it entered the galaxy quietly and undetected. As it entered the interior of the galaxy, various spacecrafts also increased. The Skylark merged into a main channel and headed towards the planet ahead. At the same time, the Skylark intercepted various signals in the galaxy and quickly interpreted the language used by the civilization. After Lin Xu and others received the language deciphered by Yinghe through nanorobots, they also read the various information in the various signal waves of the civilization. Various nouns also began to enter Lin Xu's sight. Words like level 3 mechanic, level 5 overcloaker, level 4 electronics specialist and so on. What are these? Is it a level test? Lin Xu asked puzzled. It doesn't seem to be that simple. Lin Xu shook her head, but she didn't fully understand it yet, so it was hard to say anything. Wait, look over there, what is that? Lin Xu suddenly pointed at a spaceship not far away. On the outside of the spaceship, there was a wall similar to a screen, like an advertising spaceship. As it flew all the way, something like an advertisement was playing on the outside wall. Do you want to cultivate immortality? If you want, come and join Wuliang Dojo. Wuliang Dojo has the most authentic immortal cultivation method to help you rise to the top. Through the radio waves received by the Skylark, you can even hear this advertisement. At the same time, on the screen, a figure was performing a set of punches that were obviously computer-generated special effects. It looked earth-shattering, but it was actually all special effects. Is this a movie promotion? Their civilization has a new movie coming out. Liu Yao asked, puzzled. But isn't this an advertisement for some gym? Nanzu frowned. Maybe it's a new way to promote movies? Wuliang Gym is a major scene in the movie. And then the movie is promoted through the recruitment advertisement of the Wuliang Gym in the movie. Liu Yao guessed. Then this method is really novel. I want to go and see this movie. Nanzhu's eyes lit up and he said with interest. Then what's going on with that? Mu Ziyu said, pointing to another spaceship in the distance. I saw that the spaceship was playing a recruitment advertisement for another gym. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.